In the world where the main character lives, dungeons constantly appear. Recently, a dungeon called Caves was created. The Labyrinth dungeon was also created. Following this, the dungeon called Tower of Trials appeared. This world is also called the World of the Great Dungeon. Each dungeon hides many treasures. It is the adventurers who explore the dungeons who gain wealth and fame. However, not everyone can become an adventurer. Only the chosen few can get such a chance. A young man with a huge backpack on his back was walking along a forest road, following a set route. A warrior who met the young man on his way said that there was a dungeon ahead, and that only those who had received the appropriate permission were allowed to enter it. The young man replied that he was a courier and was fulfilling an order. He was currently on a work assignment. The protagonist is a dungeon courier. The young man's name was Nagi, and he had a porcelain rank. The warrior was surprised. What kind of times are these? Couriers come after adventurers. Young people have become completely lazy. Nagi apologized and said that he had gotten lost because it was his first time here. The warrior asked why the young man was alone. Where were the other porters? After all, the customers had paid 50 gold coins to the courier association. Nagi said he would like to introduce himself. He was the very courier for whom they paid 50 gold pieces a day. The warrior was surprised. Did one porter really get 50 gold coins a day? The man became angry. Did this guy think they were fools? This was a dungeon that usually required at least 4 or 5 couriers. Was the young man really going to carry everything himself? The warrior showed him the loot and asked how this guy was going to carry all the loot from the dungeon by himself. The warrior told the young man not to make excuses and to return to the association for his colleagues. Otherwise, the association would have to answer for it. Nagi was surprised. Did 4 hunters really have that much cargo? The young man thought that such a reaction from adventurers was normal. It's not every day that you meet a courier who takes 5 times more than usual. He understood that in such cases, explaining was useless. It was much easier to show what he was capable of. Nagi managed to stuff all the treasures he had obtained in the dungeon into his bottomless bag. The adventurers looked at the young man in amazement. What had he just done? Nagi slung the bag over his shoulder and said it was magical. The adventurers asked where the young man had gotten such a bag. They wanted one too. Nagi said that it was a unique bag and no one else could use it. He expressed his hope that the adventurers had no more doubts. One of the hunters told his colleagues not to make a fuss. The adventurer remarked, "Had these two never seen bottomless bags before?" After that, they apologized to Mr. Jeffinham. Mr. Jeffinham, a swordsman, holder of the gold rank, leader of the Dawn Wolves squad, said that the courier was accepted. However, the young man must prove his worth. If he cannot work for 5 people, he will have to answer for it. Nagi realized that this man was the leader of a team of adventurers. He looked quite strict. The leader told everyone to get their equipment ready. They would be leaving soon. Nagi decided that by the end of the dungeon sweep, he would completely satisfy these adventurers. The entrance to the dungeon appeared ahead. Courier Nagi walked last with a large bag on his back. He earned significantly more money than other couriers, and the reason was not only his abilities. It was all about the adventurers' satisfaction rating. After all, they constantly had to face many dangers. Traps could be triggered at any moment, and enemy attacks happen suddenly. Monsters can appear in the dungeon at any second. You always have to be ready for various difficulties and surprises. Clearing dungeons requires constant readiness for a multitude of unpredictable events, and that means enormous stress. The leader of the adventurers, Jeffin, was angry at his assistants. How could they have missed the monster's attack? He had warned them not to let their guard down. That is why the protagonist decided to fill this niche. Nagi turned to the adventurers and untied his huge bag. The courier said that the adventurers must be hungry from constant battles, and it was time to eat well. The adventurers were surprised. Where did such rich delicacies come from? It was the courier's special skill, Danchstran. The adventurers were very pleased. Not only was there a lot of food, but it was still hot, as if it had just been cooked. The adventurers said it was simply amazing. Did the bag keep food fresh? Or perhaps it had a food preparation function with several modes. Nagi said it was too early to be surprised and opened his bag again. The protagonist activated the courier's special ability, Land of Eternal Bliss. The adventurers were offered a hot bath. One of them immersed himself in the bath, closed his eyes, and imagined himself at a resort. It felt as if he were in a hot spring in the middle of a snowy landscape. When he opened his eyes, he saw a completely different scene in front of him. There were no snowy mountains around. The leader of the adventurers was indignant. Were they being mocked? After all, they were in a dungeon. Jeffon decided that it was not worth wasting the opportunity. The water had already been drawn. He also immersed himself in the bath and was satisfied. He thought that at this rate they would have nothing to complain about. In fact, Jeffin wanted to deceive the association. Few people are capable of providing decent services for 50 gold coins. In that case, they could get their money back for services not rendered. But now it seemed that 50 gold pieces was even a cheap price for the service they had received. Outsiders think that the difficulty of a dungeon depends only on strong monsters. But in reality, the most common causes of failure are stress and unexpected factors that arise during the entire trip. For example, poor nutrition can lead to indigestion, and lack of sleep can cause people to fail to notice a sudden attack and not have time to dodge it. Such stories happen quite often. Couriers in dungeons depend on adventurers. In order to get paid, adventurers must successfully clear the dungeon. Nagi tried to do everything possible to help the adventurers in this, although he did not consider his skills to be particularly outstanding. The show-off said that calling it insignificant was excessive modesty. Such service is difficult to obtain even outside the dungeons. This is something new in the service industry. The man noted that after such care, he felt a surge of strength and was now confident that he could deal with any enemy. In this case, the dungeon cleanup went quite well. The team was experienced, and they quickly dealt with most of the monsters. The problem arose with the boss. These monsters are always unpredictable. The leader of the adventurers, Jeffun, said that this boss was extremely strong and needed to be attacked continuously, without giving him a second to rest. The hunters did just that. They organized a massive attack, continuously striking the monster and attacking it from all sides. The archer demonstrated a special skill in this battle. Webb, one of the adventurers, used the combat skill Powerful Strike, and after that, the monster lost its tail. The monster boss began spewing streams of blue flame, destroying everything in its path. It was the boss lizard Zarkum, with a difficulty level of B. Nagi thought that, judging by the adventurer's skill, the probability of a successful clear was over 80%. But even with such reliable odds, the remaining 20% could not be ignored. If the adventurers died, the courier would receive nothing and find himself in a dangerous position. Therefore, defeat was unacceptable. Nagi decided that he should help this group of adventurers a little. The young man took a special item out of his universal bag. The adventurers had enough attack power, but creating an additional opportunity for them would greatly simplify the clearing. The protagonist was sorry to waste the expensive smoking mushroom, but he had no choice. The priority was clearing the area, so there was no choice but to aim accurately at the target. Zarkum continued to fiercely resist the attackers. Nagi seized the moment and threw the smoking mushroom at the right moment. The monster's head was enveloped in smoke. When the smoke cleared, the monster was distracted from the battle and began to cough intensely. The adventurers called for a courier. Nagi responded and said he was ready to help with anything. The next moment, the team leader, Jeffun, climbed onto the back of the coughing monster. Jeffun jumped high and swung his sword, while the monster continued to sneeze and cough. As a result of their coordinated actions, Zarkum was destroyed. The leader pierced his head with his sword. Jeffun noted that they had done an excellent job, and that they could now collect their spoils. Nagi thought that the cleanup had gone smoothly, but the joy was short-lived. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The reason was that the reward turned out to be pitiful. The boss was supposed to drop at least 20 B-class magic stones. However, only 5 dropped, and the rest turned out to be useless junk. In addition, the dungeon was overrun with ordinary goblins. In other words, if you compare the cost of clearing it with the reward received, it can be considered a complete failure. On top of that, the reward had to be divided among 4 adventurers. Because of this, the joy of clearing the dungeon quickly evaporated, and the atmosphere became tense. The adventurers began to argue and fight over who should get more. When it comes to dividing the spoils, the spirit of camaraderie immediately disappears. Nagi knew that the adventurers' problems did not concern him. The courier receives a fixed fee regardless of how much they earn. He thought that before the situation got completely heated, it was time to end it. The young man said, "Gentlemen, you have worked hard. I'm sure you'll want a drink. I've prepared some hot drinks." Jeffun noted that even in such a situation, the courier cared about them. Moreover, the smoke screen thrown by the courier was their greatest stroke of luck in this dungeon. They were fortunate to have met such an assistant. Nagi modestly replied that he was being overpraised. He had only helped a little with his skills. One of the adventurers said that the more he looked at this courier, the more impressed he was. Many amazing items came out of his bag. Jeffun agreed. Perhaps there was more useful stuff in that bag than in the dungeon itself. After all, this was the very porter who received 50 gold pieces. As the commander said, the greatest luck was to meet such a courier. The adventurers smiled slyly and glanced at our hero. They were clearly up to something sinister. The atmosphere was becoming increasingly strange and tense. To top it all off, an arrow stuck into the ground near the courier. This was a bad sign. Nagi asked what was going on and what they were doing. The archer, embarrassed, apologized. The man explained that he wanted to shoot the courier in the head to put him out of his misery. The adventurer reminded him that their profession involved risking their lives. But was it fair to pay for such risk with trash? The spearman added that it was nothing personal. It was just that if they didn't pay back the debt, they would have problems. The adventurers hinted that this courier had no reason to have so many useful things anyway. The tempting bag aroused envy. Nagi understood that the work of a porter in the dungeons was fraught with constant risk. If the adventurers dealt with him and said it was the work of goblins, no one would suspect anything else. No matter how hard the young man tried to help the adventurers, they still saw him as a tool. Those who had recently appreciated his efforts were now looking at him as prey. However, our hero was used to this attitude, so he was not surprised and did not lose his composure. After all, this is normal in this world. In a world where class is determined at birth, a courier is the lowest of all and is always perceived as such. That's how it was before, and that's how it remains now, from the moment Nagi first received his ability. The young man's ability was the bag. Nagi understood that wherever he went, he would be followed by looks of utter contempt. The administration warned the young man that with such an ability, he could not register as an adventurer. His power was meant for logistics. If he wanted to participate in clearing the dungeons, he had to register as a courier. Our hero was made to understand that he could not become an adventurer. The young man was branded. He could only work as a courier. Nagi thought that even now, these adventurers felt the same way. The spearman swung at the young man and ordered the delivery boy to immediately empty his bag. Otherwise, he would die. In fact, Nagi was not to blame for being assigned to be a courier. The young man managed to pull a sword from his bag and block the spearman's attack. Moreover, the protagonist counterattacked the attacking adventurer. The attack was so unexpected that the enemy did not have time to do anything, and was deactivated. The archer cursed the courier in surprise. How dare this boy do such a thing? In response, a battle axe flew at the archer. This was completely unexpected for the adventurer. The throw was accurate, and the axe damaged the crossbow. The archer was left without a weapon. The adventurer's indignation grew. Jeffon asked in surprise what was going on. Had Dolph been defeated? He ordered the young man to be seized and destroyed. Nagi took a jug of powder out of his bag and scattered it in front of him. The attackers inhaled the powder-filled air and screamed. The substance burned their airways terribly. Nagi continued to defend himself and, as a preventive measure, deactivated 2 more adventurers. Jeffon was amazed. Could this courier really have defeated 3 adventurers? But that's impossible. He's only a porcelain rank. Who is this guy anyway? Nagi declared that he was a dungeon courier. He transported all the adventurers to the exit of the dungeon. All the attackers were tied up and unable to resist. A carriage pulled up to the young man. He waved his hand and said he was here. A girl got out of the carriage and asked if the courier Nagi was standing in front of her. She said that the guild had sent her. A report of a crime had been received. It was Petra, a porcelain-ranked underground inspector. The inspector inquired why the adventurers were bound and so badly beaten. The 4 adventurers did indeed look pitiful. They were tightly bound and their faces looked terrible, as if they had been beaten long and mercilessly. Petra asked in bewilderment what had happened in the dungeon. The courier replied that he wanted the inspector to hear something. Sounds came from the bag. It was a recording of the adventurers' conversations. Petra was surprised. A tape recorder in the form of a bag was a completely ineffective design. Nagi explained that it was not a tape recorder, but a bag with a tape recorder function. The inspector said she understood everything. The adventurers had betrayed the courier and tried to kill him. This was more than enough evidence. However, the girl was interested in something else. How could an ordinary courier defeat 4 armed adventurers? Moreover, it seems that they were poisoned by ash mushrooms. Petra added that she knew these mushrooms were found in this region, and that eating them caused muscle spasms, dizziness, and purple swelling of the face. In that case, everything became clear. It turned out that these guys had accidentally eaten a mushroom stew. Just as they decided to attack, the symptoms of poisoning began to appear. The courier noted that he was just lucky. Otherwise, as an ordinary courier, he would not have been able to cope with the adventurers. Nagi approached the leader of the adventurers and asked if he was right. Jeffon replied that those words were a lie. They had indeed eaten poisonous mushrooms, but they had not done so of their own free will. The courier had lured them into a trap before the fight even began. Nagi asked if he was really a gold-ranked adventurer and not a porcelain one. Jeffon said that even if they had spent a lot of energy fighting the monster boss, some courier would not have been able to defeat them. The leader admitted that it was humiliating to lose to some porter. He simply provoked them and took advantage of their confusion. Where did this guy get such strength? Let him take his bag and leave. The protagonist turned out to be quite agile, and, even with the bag on his shoulders, was able to defeat the leader of the adventurers. Jeffon thought that the reason for their defeat was not that the courier was strong, but that they themselves had grown weak. At some point, he felt his body stop responding. What was happening to him? Jeffon bent over double. He felt very sick and was about to vomit. The courier said he had forgotten to warn the adventurer. They were indeed poisoned. The food they had recently eaten contained ash mushrooms, which are considered poisonous. This mushroom not only improves the taste of the dish, but also serves as a kind of insurance against parasites such as these adventurers. Jeffon said that if this was true, then the courier had planned to betray them from the very beginning. Nagi agreed. Otherwise, how could a fragile courier trust treacherous adventurers like these? But it was just insurance. He added that whether or not he would poison them depended on their own actions. In this case, he used a catalyst to make the poison work faster. After completing the task, the protagonist planned to give the adventurers a drink that would completely neutralize the poison. However, one of them broke the drink. Nagi added that he still had 1 more bottle left. Jeffon admitted that it just happened that way. They accidentally ate the soup. After all, they were ashamed to admit that the courier had defeated them. The adventurers believed that everything would have been different if they hadn't eaten the poisoned soup. The inspector said that the situation was clear to her. The criminals would be transported. The girl ordered the guards to put the adventurers in the carriage. Nagi said that in that case, he would leave. The inspector asked the young man to wait. If the young man was going to the city, would he like a ride? Nagi stopped, looked back, and asked if the service was free. The answer was yes, so the protagonist agreed. The carriage set off towards the city. Petra said she was very sorry that the courier had to deal with such an unpleasant incident as soon as he arrived in the city. On behalf of the Adventurers Guild, she apologized. Nagi replied that there was no need to worry. Couriers deal with this every day and are already used to it. The young man added that there was still something the inspector should know, even though she was not to blame in this matter. Petra looked at the adventurer and said that the leadership would not bother with such trifles. The captured adventurers belonged to the Dawn Guild. This guild was known for its arrogant behavior in the region. If its members were offended, they would certainly seek revenge. The inspector noted that the courier should be more careful in the near future. Nagi put his head in the bag but said he was listening to the inspector very carefully. A strange creature peeked out of the bag. Nagi said that Gluttony should not show himself to people, because they would be frightened when they saw him. Gluttony replied that he was hungry. Petra asked what this strange thing was. After that, the girl made a note in her notebook. The courier said that the inspector had nothing to worry about. At some point, Gluttony began to live in the protagonist's bag and was now very useful. He helped sort things. Before his appearance, the bag was in complete disarray. However, in return, he ate a lot of magic stones. Initially, the loot from the dungeon was to be divided among 4 people. However, due to the incident, the entire reward went to the courier. As a result, Gluttony received twice as many magic stones. Petra said she had never seen creatures that fed on magic stones. Nagi admitted that, apart from Gluttony, he had never met anyone like that either. But their relationship was mutually beneficial. The inspector noted that this courier surprises her more and more. Although, perhaps it is not him that surprises her, but his bag. The girl admitted that she had never heard of anything like this before. Suddenly the horses jerked, reared up, and stopped abruptly. What happened? Petra looked out of the carriage and asked the coachman why the horses were so agitated. The coachman replied that something had frightened them. Nagi said he had a strange feeling. Without a doubt, there had been a breakthrough in the underground. But why here? The courier reported to the inspector that an energy breakthrough from the underground could be felt behind the mountain. Petra was surprised. How was that possible? No one had authorized this breach. The inspector asked how the young man had found out about it. Did he have some kind of magical device for detecting such things? Nagi replied that it was all down to his intuition. He told the girl that they didn't have time. They had to hurry to avoid casualties. Petra thought that relying on intuition was absurd. Even she, the inspector, had not sensed anything. Gluttony peeked out of the bag and said that it was true. There really was a break in the underground. He liked magic stones and could sense them from afar. An unrealistically delicious smell wafted from behind the mountain. The inspector found this convincing and agreed to check everything. Dungeons that exist for too long eventually reach a state of collapse. The young people got out of the carriage and headed for the epicenter. Monsters bursting out begin to wreak havoc and destruction. That is why dungeons in this world must be cleared regularly. The inspector agreed that this was a real breakthrough. Fresh and yet unexplored. Petra added that it had been brewing for a long time and was about to burst. But how could the young man sense this from such a distance? Nagi replied that it was a feeling impossible to forget. It simply could not be forgotten. During a breakthrough, all hell breaks loose on the ground. Petra looked at the courier and thought, had this man already experienced a breakthrough? The courier said that something didn't add up in his head. If the dungeon was located so close to the village, the adventurers couldn't have failed to clear it out. Petra agreed. The records indicated that this dungeon had already been taken on. The courier asked who exactly had cleared it. Petra replied that the D-rank dungeon had been commissioned by 1 mithril-ranked adventurer and 2 copper-ranked adventurers. Nagi thought that something was clearly wrong here. The young man announced that he would go down the hill to the village to check something. Would the inspector go with him? Petra asked if the courier suspected that very thing. Petra ordered the guard to escort the criminals to prison. The girl added that as the inspector of the dungeons, she was obliged to personally accompany the courier. The young people arrived in the village and immediately noticed that something strange had indeed happened here. The locals were outraged. How much time had passed since the adventurers were supposed to clean everything up? What would they do if the dungeon broke through? All questions were directed to the raid leader. Necromancer Bandeshtar, a copper-ranked member, said they knew nothing. Standing next to him was Naraner, a master of hand-to-hand combat, also a copper-ranked member. Deshtar added that there was nothing they could do, as the raid leader was missing. Everything became clear to our hero. Judging by the situation, his assumptions were correct. The raid had been cancelled. This usually happens when the raid leader's level is higher than the dungeon level. They register an application for a low-level dungeon, but if they find a more profitable one, they simply ignore the first one. Petra noted that in such cases, the guild imposes a penalty for negligence. The courier noted that this was too lenient a punishment. The inspector agreed. Nagi understood that these residents could lose everything, while the adventurer would get away with a simple fine. The courier suggested that the dungeon would break through tonight. Even if they asked the Adventurers Guild for help, it would be too late. By the time they arrived, the village would already be in ruins. But even in such a situation, these adventurers just shrugged it off and did nothing. Bandeshtar told the locals that they were also victims. The leader of the raid was missing, and they were left with nothing. The breach was no longer their concern. If they had any complaints, they could file an official complaint with the guild. He was not responsible for this, and was not obliged to listen to reproaches. The protagonist understood that adventurers are not heroes or defenders. They only care about their own gain. But despite this, in this situation, the power of adventurers is needed. Only they are capable of preventing the dungeon from breaking through. At times like this, Nagi regretted that his class was courier. Petra said that in that case, she would have to evacuate the residents. Saving their lives was the priority. Nagi asked if the inspector was sure that everyone could be saved. The girl was surprised. What did he mean? Nagi reminded her that winter was coming soon. If the residents lost their homes, would they be able to survive it? It was impossible. The young man said that the village didn't need a courier right now. The protagonist thought that this was real luck. He had come in for a short time, and now there might be a breakthrough in the underground. Nagi asked the inspector, if the dungeon breach was eliminated, could the reward be collected without commission? Petra confirmed this. The young man decided that this was a gift from fate. The adventurers were surprised. Who was he? Was this guy really going to clear the dungeon? Nagi took the badge off his chest and replaced it. The adventurers were amazed when they saw its color. Could it be that they were looking at a gold-ranked adventurer? Nagi asked if they wanted to join him. In that case, he offered to split the reward 9-1. Nagi asked the inspector what the penalty was for illegally assuming the title of adventurer. The girl replied that the penalty started at 1,000 gold pieces. Nagi thought that was unfair. The portal to the abyss leads to an unknown dimension, which is itself a dungeon. Only adventurers of at least gold rank are recommended to enter. Ordinary dungeons are not particularly difficult. Ultimately, it all comes down to destroying monsters, and adventurers can handle that. However, in the abyss, the enemy is space itself. Even an experienced adventurer cannot predict the conditions for completing the dungeon before entering it. This greatly increases the risk of disappearance or death. Therefore, such dungeons are best avoided. Moreover, our hero understood that it was necessary to pass through this dungeon within a strictly defined time. Petra said that, judging by the magical limit, the dungeon would begin to collapse in an hour. In other words, if they wanted to prevent disaster, they had to make it in an hour. However, it would be extremely difficult to overcome any trials in 1 hour, especially in the abyss. Nagi said that they could only hope for an easy dungeon. The group decided that they couldn't waste a second and headed into the thick of things. The first thing that caught their eye was that, despite it being night outside, it was daytime in the dungeon. The necromancer said that this was how the historic first clearing of the dungeon by the rising star Bana Deshtar began. Neron added that it was time to show what they were capable of. Deshtar agreed. When the guild saw them in action, everyone's jaws would drop. Petra looked around and told her companion that when she first saw all this, she thought they were doomed. Nagi agreed that it would not be easy. The biome itself seemed to say, "Welcome to hell." The inspector reminded them that they had less than an hour left and asked what their plan of action was. Petra said that the young man's intentions were not malicious, so she would not report him to her superiors. Nagi replied that he had no other choice. He explained that if he had introduced himself as a courier and asked the adventurers for help, they would hardly have agreed. But it was difficult to refuse a gold rank, so he had to take advantage of that. Even if it was a fabrication, if the dungeon wasn't cleared out, there would be a breakthrough. The inspector understood this, which was why she had come here. Petra was well aware that the breakthrough had to be prevented. Otherwise, the villagers would be in mortal danger. Nero said she didn't like slow people. It was time to take action. The girl added that she could do it all on her own. It wouldn't be difficult. And, becoming unusually energetic, she began jumping from stone to stone, climbing higher and higher. Ban Deshtar said that this was very dangerous. She needed to be careful and calculate her strength. After these words, Neron couldn't hold herself up and fell back to the ground. Deshtar noticed that Neroner, as always, acted first and thought later. It was the same at the training camp. The girl asked why he was swearing. The young man reminded her that debuffs or curses could be active in the portals to the abyss. They had gone through this at camp. Had she forgotten? The inspector said that these young people were right. In the portal to the abyss, the first thing to do was to check for curses. The scout's special ability was detection. Were there shackles? It seemed that this was the curse of the dungeon. They were bound by invisible chains, so they had to move together without straying from each other. Nagi said that tricks don't work in this dungeon, but luckily, they have a lot of alpine equipment. Neron was surprised where so many things came from in this bag. Nagi explained that they need to move one after the other, step by step. This is the key to spatial dungeons. They must not rush, so as not to waste their strength. However, they couldn't slow down too much either. They had to maintain an optimal pace. Then, they would be able to reach their goal. Nagi began jumping from rock to rock and told everyone to repeat his movements at the same pace. It was also important to remember that they were connected by chains. The distance between them had to remain constant. They had to keep the optimal distance and move forward in sync. Nero wondered if the leader was going too slowly. She offered to lead the group and run ahead. Nagi refused. It was better to go slowly, but follow a well-thought-out route than to rush and waste time returning. However, even with a precise route, you can always encounter unpredictable variables in the abyss. As in this case, the young man looked up and realized that there was a dead end ahead. An unknown monster appeared before them. A stone pig that devours stones. Although it was a powerful creature, it was not aggressive, if not provoked. The reference book said that they lived in places with a large number of stones, but it was very surprising that they were found even here. According to the description, this animal quickly excretes waste, thereby changing the structure of the dungeon. Petra noticed that the ecosystem of the dungeon was simply incredible. She was seeing something like this for the first time in real life. Be that as it may, the protagonists saw a problem in this. The platform they wanted to climb onto was destroyed. Now there was only one option left. Nagi decided to throw a hook with a rope at the stone pig and use it to move. However, if they missed and provoked the creature, it would become aggressive. But they didn't have time to fight. Bandeshta said that it seemed like his moment had come. The necromancer warned the commander to watch him closely. Everyone should see how Bandeshtar overcomes this obstacle. He activated his finger summon. 2 segmented golems were created, pebble and cobblestone. The young man said it was amazing. Summoning abilities were very rare. If the summoned creatures hooked onto the hook, a rope could be attached without provoking the stone pig. But for some reason, the segmented golems began to move strangely. Naranero said that in the camp, they called him Explosive Ban. No one trusted his minions because he had poor control over them, and as a result, they all exploded. Bandeshtar noted that controlling summoned creatures was like looking in a mirror and moving your left hand separately from your right. If he had to maintain control for no more than 5 minutes, everything would be fine. He hoped so. Although the protagonist had his doubts, there was little time, so he had to act quickly before everything exploded. Pebble and cobblestone were thrown at the stone pig and caught on it. Nagi said that Bandeshtar now needed to be patient. During the summoning, part of his consciousness was connected to the creatures, so he had to be careful. The protagonist thought that even though it was a very difficult dungeon, they were a little lucky. The squad began to climb the rope one after another, approaching the stone pig. Nagi concluded that the abilities of the adventurers accompanying them had proven useful in this dungeon. Especially the minions. With them, it would be easier to get through the dungeon. Shouts came from below. They needed to hurry, as their condition was deteriorating. Nagi said they had to hold on a little longer. They had only been moving for 3 minutes. Bandeshtar apologized and said that his minions were about to explode. The crack that had appeared on his head was getting out of control. On top of that, he was feeling nauseous and couldn't take it anymore. He was about to throw up. The promised explosion occurred. The young people scattered in different directions with screams. Nagi shouted for everyone to grab onto anything they could. They would have to start all over again. If they fell back to the starting point, they would never reach the summit. The young man decided that losses had to be minimized and activated the courier's special skill, air cushion. The universal bag took the form of an air cushion, and everyone fell onto it. You could say it was a soft landing. However, as always in such cases, the air cushion worked elastically, and everyone was thrown high up by inertia. The landing on the top stone was successful. No one was hurt. Nagi, holding the rope, pulled the bag toward him. Petra, the dungeon inspector, thanked the adventurer for his help. Nerone added that Deshtar was also a good fellow. Petra said that they had lost a significant amount of progress in time. Would they make it to the top in time? Now it seemed farther away than ever. Nagi realized that there was no choice. In order to make it in time, he could no longer adjust to their endurance. This statement literally crushed the adventurers. What should they do now? Nagi said that everyone would have to pull themselves together. The young man took out a special item from the courier's bag, a sticky climbing kit. Now they had to climb vertically to the very top. However, they could not let their guard down. If one person fell, everyone would fall with them. Bandeshtar was extremely frightened. Nagi warned that the closer they got to the top, the more traps and variables there would be. The section with falling rocks began. Then the group crossed an area covered with ice. It was incredibly slippery. The section with a narrow log was the most difficult crossing. There was a section with explosive rocks. Neroner was surprised. What were these flying cobblestones? Nagi said not to touch them. They were explosive rocks. Neronero asked someone to save her and get her out of there. Bandeshtar asked how much further they had to climb. Nagi replied that they were almost there. They just had to endure a little longer. The tired adventurers noticed that the squad leader was repeating the same thing for the 10th time. Neronero declared that she wanted to fight monsters, not climb mountains. That wasn't why she had become an adventurer. Nagi replied that this time he was telling the truth. The summit was already visible. However, it seemed that the boss monster of this location was waiting for them at the top. Neronero was delighted. They had finally encountered a monster. This would be Bandeshtar's first official battle. The young man was not very pleased. Neronero declared that she would deal with the boss and show the guild members what she was capable of. It was a mistake to give her only a copper rank. Bandeshtar agreed, because they were the elite of the training camp. Nagi thought that, judging by their physical abilities and talents, these two were indeed above the copper rank. This was probably due to the fact that necromancers were despised, and beastmen had only recently ceased to be slaves. Nerone said that, in the worst-case scenario, the group leader would manage. After all, he was a golden-ranked adventurer. Nagi thought that he had chosen these two precisely so that they could deal with the monster. Petra looked at the summit and said that something was wrong here. The boss monster at the summit was a lindworm, but it wasn't purple. If a lindworm turned purple, it could only mean one thing. It was dead. The monster really showed no signs of life. At the same time, a sword was sticking out of its body. Nearby was a young man who heard the commotion and decided to investigate. Nagi looked up from below and saw this man. The stranger looked down and noticed the protagonist. Nagi realized that danger had arisen. The stranger rushed down to the group of adventurers. The stranger landed on a rock along with the adventurers, creating a shockwave. Our hero noticed a badge on the stranger's chest and realized that he was a member of the mithril rank. Could this be a raid cancellation? The stranger found himself in the middle of the young people. He said that this was a problem, because he believed that no one could enter this dungeon. The owner of the mithril rank noted that a breakthrough should have happened here. Our hero knew that sometimes you meet people like that, or rather, non-people. The stranger asked why everything had to be so complicated. These four would be considered dead during the dungeon sweep. He had decided so. Such non-humans deliberately arrange for dungeons to be breached. In this world, people registered with the Adventurers Guild receive a rank corresponding to their abilities. The initial and lowest rank is porcelain, or white. This includes dungeon couriers, guild office workers, and other professions that do not possess combat skills. The next stage is the novice adventurer level, copper rank. This rank is given to those who possess at least minimal combat abilities. They are stronger than ordinary people, but cannot be relied upon in the dungeon. The next rank is silver. These are experienced, skilled veterans who can perform their tasks in the dungeon without any problems. According to guild statistics, most adventurers belong to this level. Above that is the gold rank. Adventurers who have reached it can lead dungeon clearing parties. This rank is intended for those with tremendous talent or extensive experience. This concludes the standard levels. But sometimes there are individuals who belong to the elite, the mithril rank. People who have reached this level are called gods who have risen above the human race. Only those who transcend the limits of human understanding can reach this level. Nagi felt an oppressive aura. Just one glance at him made it clear that even the four of them together would not be able to defeat him. Nagi asked a leading question. Did Inspector Petra know this adventurer? The answer was affirmative. There weren't many adventurers of the mithril rank in this city. The girl had previously told him about the unceremonious Dawn Guild. This man was the commander of the Dawn Guild squad. He was a berserker named Dullahan. Dullahan recognized Petra, who worked as an inspector for the guild. But what had she forgotten in this dungeon? Had she decided to play the adventurer? Petra said she wanted to ask the adventurer the same question. Why isn't he protecting this dungeon? The girl added that the dungeon was about to undergo a rift. Preventing the rift was the adventurer's first duty. Dullahan smiled in response. The adventurer said he didn't know of such a duty. Adventurers are driven only by their own gain. Sometimes a dungeon collapse can be more profitable than clearing it. The protagonist never considered adventurers to be heroes, but even he could not imagine that such scoundrels existed. If he really intends to cause a rift in the dungeon, everything must be done to stop him. But he is a mithril-ranked adventurer. Fighting him would be madness. The protagonist said that there had been a misunderstanding while reaching into his bag. Nagi added that they seemed to have accidentally interfered with the adventurer. As an apology, our hero offered a gift, the famous shish kebab of the Master Dawn store. Nagi asked if the adventurer was hungry. The shish kebab should be eaten before it got cold. Nagi understood that a direct confrontation with this scoundrel was not an option. He needed to be weakened. Dullahan tried the kebab and said it was very tasty. The food was still hot, as if it had just been cooked. The taste was excellent. The chef had done a great job. He acknowledged that the meat was cooked evenly, and the shrimp were cooked to perfection. Nagi thought that the adventurer could eat as much as he wanted. Dullahan noted that the ash mushroom added to the sauce gave the dish an exquisite taste. It was simply magnificent. Did the young man really think he would fall for such a simple trick? Dullahan swung his fist and said he wanted to pay for the meal. The protagonist was struck and flew far back, leaving the stone behind. Since all the members of the squad were bound by an invisible chain, they followed their commander. The last in the chain, Nerone, pulled on the chain, trying to hold back the commander. Nagi jumped onto another rock and pulled all his comrades toward him. Dullahan decided to catch up with them. Approaching the girl, Dullahan asked if they really couldn't break the curse of the chains. So they were just unlucky. Dullahan rushed at Neriner, and the girl prepared to fight him off. As a result of the confrontation, an explosion occurred on the rock. To protect Neriner, Bandeshtar summoned a golem. Dullahan was surprised. Why was the summoned spirit so pathetic? Bandeshtar asked, "So, was this the leader of the group who had agreed to participate in the dungeon, but then simply didn't show up?" Dullahan smiled. Who dared to go to this despised dungeon? It turned out to be them. A necromancer and a representative of the beast race. It was impossible to imagine more useless trash. Bandeshtar told Nerone that she shouldn't be afraid. When the commander returned, there would be 3 of them against 1. Until then, they just had to hold out. The girl replied that she understood, especially if the attacks were physical. His indestructible golem could hold out as long as necessary. Bandeshtar said that they would act as they did in training, and rushed into the attack. The golem and the girl supported him. Petra asked Nagi if he was okay. The inspector added that she had given him first aid as best she could. Nagi suggested that he might have passed out briefly, and asked about the current situation. Petra replied that the situation was not very good. Naranero and Deshtar were fighting with all their might. However, they would not be able to hold out for long against such an opponent. Nagi said that this was his mistake. He should have taken into account that the poison might not work on an adventurer of the mithril rank. Petra was surprised. What poison was he talking about? Nagi asked the inspector to tell him more about this adventurer. If he was of the mithril rank, he was surely well known in various circles. Petra said that in close combat among adventurers of the mithril rank, he had no equal. He has considerable experience in clearing dungeons. He often clashed with other adventurers, so he is well acquainted with duels and competitions between great adventurers. His technique with a huge sword is particularly intimidating. They say he cut an ogre in half with a single blow. Nagi said that this was good news. At least he didn't have that sword now. Watching the battle, our hero noted that this guy seems invulnerable. However, even if that is the case, there is little time left. Even if the goal is very close, it cannot be reached in that time. If they could get rid of the curse of the chains, they could split up and each try to reach the top in their own way. Nagi thought that they couldn't help but touch and see the chain, but they were still bound by it. This is their vulnerability. If one falls, they all fall. But if you look at it from another angle, if one climbs, everyone climbs. This could be an advantage. If they could turn a disadvantage into an advantage, it might allow them to defeat the mithril-level adventurer and complete the dungeon in time. Our hero began to ponder. Right now, he is only the temporary leader of the group. If he were the real leader, he would use all the cards he has. Each of them is insignificant on its own. But using his tools and the adventurer's abilities, all these cards could be used for strategy. Nagi asked the inspector if she could use her tracking abilities to determine the terrain and calculate the distance to the target. Petra replied that she could even draw a map. Nagi asked the inspector to do it as quickly as possible. Petra got right to work on making the map. The process of creating the map and generating its three-dimensional image was underway. Nagi noted that the accuracy of the map was higher than he had expected. Our hero noted that the inspector was indeed an outstanding scout. The girl replied that it was just the basics. Petra added that the map was ready. Nagi replied that they would use it to analyze the monster. The young man remarked that this was not a battle between man and man, but man against monster. While clearing dungeons, adventurers often encounter monsters that are stronger than themselves. Does Ms. Petra know how adventurers manage to defeat such monsters? The girl suggested that adventurers use experience and strategy. Nagi said that this was the wrong answer. The secret to adventurers defeating stronger monsters is cunning, finding weak spots, ambushing, and launching surprise attacks. Using all kinds of underhanded methods. That's how they win. Therefore, to defeat this monster, they would have to act cunningly. At the last moment, Dullahan intercepted the arrow flying at him. Nagi said that if the ambush was successful, even such a pathetic arrow could work. The courier's special skill, web bomb, was activated. Dullahan found himself entangled in a web from head to toe. The adventurer said he was tired of all this. At that moment, our hero decided to confront him head-on. The courier's special skill, Ash Mushroom Explosion, was activated. Dullahan noted that his opponent was extremely annoying. He completely covered the area with a smokescreen. The adventurer of the mithril rank did not expect these young people to put up such stubborn resistance. Nagi asked his comrades how they were feeling. Deshtar replied that everything was fine. Nagi inquired whether Deshtar could still summon minions. Deshtar reported that 2 creatures were available. Nagi assumed that this should be enough. The squad commander told them to listen carefully, as he knew a way to get them out of their predicament. Dullahan emerged from the fog and thought that he had never heard of a swordsman who fought in such a way. It seemed that this guy was hiding with his allies behind another rock. The adventurer saw the outline of his opponent in the fog. Dullahan thought it was reckless of them. If he had created a smokescreen, he should at least not have revealed himself so obviously. The adventurer activated his fist, charged it with energy, and prepared to strike. The fist hit its target, but the target turned out to be a stone golem. Dullahan was surprised. Could golems talk? He had just heard a voice. The golem had a bag behind its back. The adventurer thought that the sound had come from this strange bag. Dullahan wondered where the boy could be now. A rope was sticking out of the bag. When the fog cleared, the adventurer saw a young man holding onto the rope with his hand. Dullahan realized that it was a trick to distract him and secretly climbed to the top. The adventurer noted that it was too crude. Now that he had discovered them, they would not be able to climb up the rope. Nagi asked if Dullahan was sure of his words. The protagonist said they had to hurry, as their rival had spotted them. Deshtar also appeared out of the fog. A hook with a rope was thrown to the top. Deshtar promised that he would succeed. The golem with the hook jumped to the top and approached the body of the monster boss. The golem hooked the monster's scales. Time ran out, and the monster began to swell before exploding. There was a powerful explosion. At that moment, another golem was holding Dullahan. The adventurer thought that this guy had calculated everything on purpose, intending to pin him down in this position. The golem continued to hold Dullahan, preventing him from rushing after the squad. He decided it was time to get out of there and tried to break free. He knew it wouldn't be easy. This golem had the greatest strength. Nagi remembered that this was not a normal battle between man and man. It was a battle between man and monster. There are monsters that cannot be defeated. If the goal is not to destroy the monster, why bother fighting it at all? After the explosion at the top, the monster boss began to fall, and the ropes attached to it began to pull the squad up to the top. Dullahan, on the other hand, was thrown off the rock and began to fall down. Our heroes found themselves at the top, and they had only a little way left to run. Nagi was in front and told everyone to hurry. The end of the dungeon was already in sight. Although there was little time left, they had to make it. Nagi said that this time, Nero deserved most of the credit for the victory. Without these adventurers, our hero would not have been able to throw the rope over the top, which was more than 50 meters high. It was hard to believe that this could be done with strength alone. It was truly impressive. Nero said that it wasn't difficult for her. She tried a little, and it worked. Bandeshtar noted that anyone could do it if they had enough strength. The young man said that no matter what anyone said, he, Bandeshtar, was the main hero of the dungeon. Deshtar added that he even defeated that boring berserker and, moreover, was able to hook the rope at the right point. Deshtar declared that he was even cooler than the Mithril adventurer. Neron noted that all this guy did was get punched in the face. Petra said that these adventurers in the back were very happy. Nagi added that he had noticed that too. For those two, this is probably their first dungeon clear. And besides, victory feels brighter when everyone has contributed. Not when one person dragged the others along, even though he was just watching from the sidelines. Our hero added that Petra also made a huge contribution. The inspector noted that she did almost nothing. Nagi knew that scouts had a special skill, reading the terrain. However, this is usually limited to basic abilities. But contrary to popular belief, Petra instantly created a very detailed map in 3D format. It was thanks to this map that they were able to calculate the location accurately. The young man continued that it was safe to say that this was the level of a professional scout. Petra thought that Nagi's merit lay in the fact that he quickly developed and implemented this plan. And that was the greatest contribution to the operation. Was the young man sure that he was a courier? How could such a person be a courier? Deshtar asked the commander what would happen to this berserker. Nagi replied that it wasn't even worth asking. For what he had done, he would have to rot in prison for the rest of his life. After that, he should be banned from being an adventurer. Petra agreed that Dullahan had committed a serious crime, but the problem was that he was a Mithril-ranked adventurer. The higher an adventurer's rank, the more immunity they have from punishment for crimes. Moreover, adventurers of the Mithril rank receive state support, so it was highly likely that he would simply be fined. Nero and Deshtar said in surprise that this was unbelievable. Deshart added that he didn't really care. Even if that was the law, he would deal with Dullahan outside the dungeon himself. Neron suggested that Deshart would once again punch his opponent in the face. Nagi said that this was a very dangerous idea. They had only seen a small part of this berserker's power. It was worth looking around. The bodies of the Newell tribe that had guarded the entrance to the castle lay everywhere. Dullahan had destroyed them all single-handedly. Deshtar noted that he could have done the same. Neron added that they simply hadn't been given the chance. Nagi pointed out that this was not important. If you looked at the wounds on their bodies, it was clear that they had all been destroyed with a single blow. An adventurer's special skill manifests itself when he uses the right item. The protagonist added that in the battle with these two, the berserker did not use either his sword or his skill. Even with his bare hands, he gave everyone a beating. Deshtar was surprised. Was there really such a difference in levels? After all, he had put all his strength into the blow. Now, when he thought about it, it became obvious. The berserker's two-handed sword was stuck in the monster's heart. Perhaps he also destroyed this boss with a single blow. Nagi thought about it and was frightened. After all, the berserker had fallen down with Lindworm. That meant he had regained his sword. Dullahan, sword in hand, said that the real game was about to begin. Nagi sped up and shouted for everyone to run in different directions. The squad was in a panic and really started to scatter in different directions. The berserker activated a special skill called Giant Slash. The rock on which the summit was located was cut in two. Our heroes clung to the cut and hung in the air, holding on thanks to the chain. The protagonist was in front. He looked down and asked if everyone was okay. Petra, who was following him, said she was fine. However, two of them were seriously injured. Neron and Deshtar were wounded, and the young man even lost consciousness. Nagi thought that this berserker possessed monstrous power. Moreover, Dullahan, jumping from rock to rock, was about to catch up with them. He really was a monster. Nagi realized that if they delayed, the berserker would catch up with them. There were only 3 minutes left. To stop this madness, they had to at least try. Nagi thought that he was just a courier, but during all this time, carrying countless loads, he had trained himself. So heavy loads were nothing new to him. Now the situation was similar, only the weight was a little heavier. The young man assumed that he would definitely manage. The main thing was not to give up and strive to achieve the goal. Time was running out. Dullahan was getting closer, but the protagonist did not give up. With one last push, the young people climbed onto the horizontal surface. Nagi was carrying the wounded Deshtar. Dullahan, jumping from rock to rock, was approaching the summit. The young people entered the central palace. Only a few steps remained. In the central hall, the core of the dungeon floated in the air. They had reached their goal. Nagi thought that now all they had to do was destroy this core. Our hero took the blade out of his bag and immediately threw it at the core. However, in the next moment, there was an explosion in the hall. Everyone turned around. Dullahan appeared with his two-handed sword in the immediate vicinity of the explosion. The berserker managed to knock our hero's blade away. The blade flew to the side and stuck into the ground. Dullahan said that time was up. Immediately after these words, the core of the dungeon exploded behind the berserker. A bright flash appeared along with the explosion. The flash was so strong that even the villagers outside the dungeon could see it. The village elder saw the huge explosion and thought, has God abandoned them? Huge armed monsters emerged from the dungeon. Nero saw a horde of monsters with glowing eyes standing in front of her. The adventuress said that the monsters inside the dungeon had been reborn. Petra noticed that there were countless numbers of them. Could this be the dungeon rift? Dullahan grabbed the protagonist by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Berserk asked, "Isn't it a sight to see the dungeon rift happening?" No matter how many times he watched it, he never got tired of it. Nagi asked if this meant that Dullahan was not causing the rift for the first time. Berserk confirmed this, and added that people like this guy would never understand anything anyway. The broken dungeon would eventually be restored, becoming even stronger. And that meant the rewards inside would be even better. Nagi was surprised. Did Dullahan do all this for the reward? Doesn't he care about the harm it will cause to the villagers? Berserk replied that all he cares about is loot. Our hero is already used to this. An adventurer is not a hero or a savior. Often they are scoundrels who only think about their own gain. Nagi hated such adventurers, and when they also gain enormous power, it never turns out well for the world. The young man noticed a huge bird in the sky above him. The bird began to descend lower and lower. Dullahan did not notice this. Rarely, but sometimes, there are true adventurers whose hearts have not been tainted by greed. An adventuress sat on the back of this bird. It is difficult to meet such people, but it is even more difficult to meet people who are just as strong. The adventuress said that the target had been found. The monsters must be destroyed before the rift grows larger. The girl jumped off the bird and flew down. The monsters were subjected to a fierce attack and were to be destroyed. They burned in the raging flames. Dullahan and Petra looked up and saw the adventuress descending. The girl jumped off the bird and landed on her feet. She looked around and assessed the situation. The adventuress attracted everyone's attention. She said her name was Agnes Farid. She was the deputy head of the Sunset Wind. Agnes asked what was going on here. Agnes Farid was a mithril-ranked adventurer, the same rank as Dullahan. Petra, the dungeon inspector, asked Mr. Nagy how he was feeling. The young man replied that he was fine. The young people looked ahead and up and saw that the dungeon rift was closing. Dullahan noted that although this dungeon was of low rank, it was still impressive with a single blow. Dullahan asked what Agnes Farid was doing here. He thought the Sunset Wind Guild had long since disbanded. Hadn't she retired 3 years ago? Agnes said that judging by this spectacle, she didn't need any further explanations from Dullahan of the Dawn Guild. Agnes added that an adventurer with the rank of Mithril could not fail to clear a dungeon of this level. Dullahan deliberately summoned the rift. Dullahan was surprised. Did Agnes Farid really think she could speak to him in that tone? Dullahan had long wanted to fight the deputy head of Sunset Wind. However, now was not the best moment. Dullahan thought that this swordsman had worn him down with his tricks, causing him to expend more energy than he had planned. Because of this swordsman, everything had gone according to plan. However, the goal had been achieved. Dullahan decided that there was no need to fight Agnes Farid now. Agnes asked if Dullahan had decided to run away. His opponent said that even for him, an adventurer with the rank of Mithril, it could be dangerous here because there were too many variables. Nero shouted that Dullahan was lying. Not only did he deliberately fail to clear the dungeon, but he also tried to destroy them so that they would not prevent the rift. Dullahan suggested that there was a curse in this dungeon for the first adventurer to enter, which made it impossible to distinguish allies. In other words, he did not decide to attack them himself. Dullahan said that if they didn't believe him, they could check. Although the dungeon had disappeared, which was very unfortunate. The villain said that the guild should accept this report. Petra understood that this was a complete lie, but she had seen this many times before at the adventurer's court. The weight of statements is determined not by truth, but by the title of Mithril. No matter how much copper and porcelain testified, their words were worthless against Mithril. Even if you tell the truth, it's almost impossible to win. The worst part is that Dullahan understands this perfectly well and takes advantage of it. The villain said that the conversation was over in that case. Dullahan said goodbye and declared that they would meet again. Nagi declared that the rift in the dungeon had been stopped after all. Agnes Farid told Lord Nagi to get on the bird. If they used Agenon, they could reach the city quickly. Agenon was a thunder eagle. Thus, the exhausting cleanup of the rift came to an end. The village greeted the morning without any cataclysms. Later, the Adventurers Guild visited the village, apologized, and promised to prevent such incidents in the future. Of course, these were just words. With Agnes's help, Nagi set off for the Adventurers' City in the west. The Adventurers' City in the west was Velet. Somewhere in the back alleys of the city was this building, a nest where the wind found refuge, the office of the Sunset Wind Guild. The protagonist woke up and saw that he was lying on an old bed. How did he get here? Petra, who had fallen asleep at the young man's bedside, woke up and was delighted that Mr. Nagi had finally regained consciousness. Bandeshta and Neronair were also happy that the leader of the group had regained consciousness. Nagi still did not understand what was going on. The last thing he remembered was going berserk. Petra said that this was the office of the Sunset Wind Guild. Nerone noted that their stylish sister had saved them. She even called a priest from the church to heal the gentleman. The healing process was simply incredible. Nagi said that was probably why, apart from a little fatigue, there were no wounds or complications. Our hero was also glad that the two of them were okay. Bandeshtar said that it was not difficult for the best adventurer. Naraner noted that she did not even break a sweat. Deshtar added that for his first adventure, it was a grand adventure. When they saw how happy the villagers were that the dungeon rift had been stopped, they understood what it meant to be an adventurer. A local girl gave Deshtar a wildflower. The adventurers said that for them it was just a dungeon with rewards and glory. But for the villagers, it was a threat to their lives. The young people bowed to the elder and asked for forgiveness. They were sorry for being rude in the past. Naranero told the protagonist that she would become a great adventurer. Deshtar reported to the squad commander that they had saved the village. Nagi was also glad that, fortunately, the village had been protected. Our hero decided that when everything was over, he would tell the whole truth. After all, he was not a golden adventurer. In fact, he was of the same rank as Naranero and Deshtar. He was an ordinary porcelain courier. Would these two be able to treat him the same after hearing this? Most likely not. Nagi said he wanted to say something, but asked them not to be angry. The adventurers were surprised. What was he talking about? Nagi told them that he had been hiding his identity and pretending to be an adventurer, pretending to be the team leader. As expected, their reaction was cold. Under the circumstances, this was understandable. The bond built on lies disappeared, and they became a courier and adventurers again. The young people said goodbye and told Nagi to stay here and rest. Petra asked our hero if it was really necessary to tell the truth. Nagi remarked that these two would make excellent adventurers. The young man was sure that they would meet again in this city while he was working as a courier. He added that you can't build a relationship on lies. Petra said that she had seen many adventurers while working as an inspector. Most of them act only for their own benefit and do not hesitate to commit crimes. An adventurer is not a hero or a savior, but someone who craves only profit. However, Mr. Nagi was not like that. The young man cleared the dungeon even though it brought him no benefit. He risked his life only to save the village and did not ask for any reward. Petra said that Nagi was a true hero. The protagonist thought that this was not the case at all. While everyone was engrossed in the conversation between Dullahan and Agnes, the reward for clearing the rift appeared. The reward was a chest that descended to the ground near the adventurers. The squad leader seized the opportunity and ran to the chest. Nagi, having given his all, collected the entire reward and collapsed, exhausted. Petra thought that he had collected all the loot twice in a row. He seemed to be in a great mood. She would have to check on him later. That day, not only Petra was mistaken, but also Nagi. Nerone and Deshta were also surprised by the commander's words. Nerone did not believe that the boss was an ordinary courier. Deshta said that they were thinking the same thing. It's just a legend. Nagi pretends to be a porter, hiding his true power, but in reality he is a golden adventurer. Hidden power is simply delightful. He probably thinks he has fooled them. These two turned out to be much more foolish than Nagi thought. They promised to keep the secret in order to maintain the legend. It would be their shared secret. Meanwhile, on the other side, this minor incident began to snowball, turning into an avalanche. Dullahan met with a man in a secluded place. The man said he had heard about what had happened. They say there was some interference. Dullahan apologized to the leader for this. First, he was attacked by some children. Then, Sunset Wind intervened. But in any case, the goal was achieved. The leader reminded him that the Dawn Guild does not forgive those who interfere with their plans. And it doesn't matter if it's a fake adventurer or Sunset Wind. Agnes thought that if what she heard from Mrs. Petra was indeed true, then perhaps she would investigate the chain of underground rifts that had recently begun to occur in the area. On her way back to the city on the bird, she asked Inspector Petra to tell her the details. Why was Petra there? And why was this man so badly injured? Agnes wanted to hear all the details, scared if they had entered the fault illegally. She checked the composition of the squad at the time of her arrival, and it did not match. However, that was irrelevant. It was a personal conversation. No authority to hold the inspector accountable, even if there had been any violations. Agnes said that during the investigation she had found a clue, and it might be related to the Dawn Guild. That was why she was here today. Petra said she had heard of the fracture chain, but did not know it could be connected to the Dawn Guild. Agnes stated that this was only a hypothesis, but the inspector's information could help her. Petra agreed to tell everything, but asked to keep Mr. Nagi's illegal actions a secret. Perhaps he should even be praised for it. The inspector promised to tell how they ended up in the dungeon and what happened inside. The Golden Adventurer, who was actually a courier, was able to almost clear the dungeon. If it weren't for the Dawn Guild dog, this courier would have definitely succeeded. A courier who led the mopping up of the rift, which even adventurers avoid, seems incredible. That is why he deserves more respect. His determination to rush into a place where he could die in order to prevent the rift is admirable. Nagi told Agnes that she had saved them. The adventurer asked if the young man was okay. Nagi replied that thanks to her, he was fine. The woman stated bluntly, she, Agnes Farid, deputy head of the Sunset Wind, orders the young man to become her party comrade. Nagi stated with all responsibility that he did not want to do this. It was a categorical refusal. The Sunset Wind Guild is located in the Western City and was once considered one of the most famous and respected. However, after the disappearance of the guild's head, everything changed. The Sunset Wind Guild began to decline. In this situation, a meeting was finally held in the guild after a long time. Anne Dorothy, the gold-ranked summoner and treasurer of the Sunset Wind Guild, said she was against it. No matter how difficult times were for the guild, they couldn't accept just anyone. Anne Dorothy asked the others to express their opinions. Naines, a gold-ranked knight and member of the Sunset Wind Guild, said he agreed. Agnes's decision was too arbitrary. Besides, they say this guy is just a courier pretending to be an adventurer. A courier and a swindler is too much. Ferroro, a copper-ranked priest and mercenary sent by the White Order, said that they were being too harsh on this man. She would vote yes. Besides, they already had so few members. Every member was worth their weight in gold. Ferroro added that she always focused only on healing. Besides, this guy with his hair down looked cute. Stoneman, a copper-ranked defender and member of the Sunset Wind Guild, told them not to argue. It was useless to argue, because Agnes had already made her decision. Ferroro warned that under certain circumstances she might not provide treatment. She was someone to be reckoned with. Agnes entered the room and said that there was nothing to think about and nothing more to discuss. The decision had been made. Refusal. Everyone present expressed extreme surprise. How could the courier refuse them? What was he thinking? Nagi tidied himself up and said that the preparations were complete. Petra asked if the young man was really leaving. Maybe he should rest a little longer. Nagi said that he was fine. He just felt a little anxious when he was sitting around doing nothing. Petra asked why Nagi had refused to join the guild. After all, such membership had many advantages. The protagonist replied that he understood everything. The guild offers many advantages, but complicated relationships with people cause more trouble. Therefore, he likes to remain as he is now. The inspector said that if Nagi had made up his mind, she would not insist. However, after 2 clashes with the Dawn Guild, it might be much safer to be under the guild's protection. Nagi said that there was no need to worry about him. He had already come out of the water slightly wet twice, and the third time would be no different. Besides, why would anyone worry about a courier like him? Petra said that in that case, it was time to return to the guild. Nagi thanked the inspector for everything. As she left the room, Petra noted that if he needed help, she was ready to provide it. After the girl left, the protagonist decided to check the reward. Whatever it was, he hoped it would be something valuable. Nagi called Gluttony and climbed into the bag. Where had his assistant gone? Nagi found Gluttony sitting at the bottom of the bag. The young man asked why he wasn't coming out, and what kind of outfit he was wearing. Gluttony replied that it meant nothing. He was standing near the chest from which the barking came. Nagi asked Gluttony if he had checked what was in the chest. Gluttony replied that there was nothing in the chest. Barking came from the chest again. Nagi said that it was very suspicious. What was really in there? Gluttony replied that he didn't see anything suspicious, and that everything was fine. Nagi told Gluttony to step aside so he could check the chest himself. Gluttony shouted at his boss not to do it. Nagi looked inside the chest and saw strange creatures. The young man wondered who they were. Were they puppies? Or maybe they were monster cubs. But why were they in the chest? Nagi asked Gluttony what was going on and where the reward was. Gluttony said he would explain everything now. As usual, he was sorting through the loot and opened the chest to tidy it up. The chest contained stones that looked like eggs. Suddenly, these puppies hatched from the stones. The protagonist thought that if this was really the case, then perhaps the chest contained monster eggs. They couldn't be called useless. Sometimes beast tamers take them, but these creatures have already hatched and look like trainers wouldn't want to take them. This is very annoying. Our hero spent a lot of resources in this dungeon, hoping to be compensated with a reward. Nagi didn't know what to do with them now. Apparently their parents had been enslaved by Lindworm and lived in the Heavenly Citadel as slaves. To save their children, the parents hid them in the rocks. In that case, it explains a lot. Gluttony asked to keep the cubs and promised to raise them. Nagi said he would think about it. The protagonist decided that it wasn't such a bad idea. If he kept these 3 creatures, nothing terrible would happen. Nagi agreed and told Gluttony to try to raise them. But if there was a mess in the bag, they would have to be kicked out. Gluttony was delighted and promised to keep them under control. Gluttony told the guys that he had been given permission and they could stay. Nagi was surprised. Why was there a whole army of them? After our hero got out of the bag, barking could still be heard from inside for a long time. Unfortunately, the reward for the dungeon rift proved useless to the protagonist. However, the reward for the cave dungeon remained. The young man decided to start with it. The protagonist found a trophy exchange point in the city and chose the one with the highest rating. Nagi sold the magic stones and the monster trophy. In return, he received a bag of money. The young man thought that it had been a long time since he had held so much money in his hands. First, he needed to buy everything that was already gone from the bag. Mushrooms for smoke screens and explosive mushrooms, which he couldn't afford before because of their price. He replenished his food supplies. Nagi decided to repair his weapons and buy some more arrows. He also set aside some money for the adventurers Deshtar and Nero. Even after all these purchases, he still had some gold left. Our hero decided to spend some money on a gastronomic tour. While the protagonist was enjoying himself, he was being closely watched. The observer thought that this was the same guy who had decided to oppose the Dawn Guild. When this man heard this, he couldn't believe that he really had a porcelain rank. Not only did this guy put petty thieves behind bars, they say he even managed to pull off a trick against the Dullahan. The observer, sitting on the roof of a neighboring house, asked Zero what he thought about it. "Does this guy look strong?" Zero was his shadow. Zero replied that if it happened twice, it wasn't a coincidence. Need should be wary even of a porcelain rank. Need said he was looking forward to it too. Need, of course, did not think he would be sent against a porcelain rank. However, maybe this guy would show something interesting. Need jumped off the roof and attacked our hero. It was unexpected for Nagi, but the young man managed to react and jumped aside. The protagonist wondered who this guy was. Need was surprised. Could this guy really sense his thirst for blood and react to it immediately? Need said that this courier was clearly unusual, and he was interested in him. Need said that this would probably be the end of it and lunged at the courier again. Nagi was able to jump aside again. Need demanded that the courier show what he had used against his guild. Nagi wondered who this guy was. His badge indicated that he was a gold-ranked mage. However, his movements were consistent with the fighting style of an assassin. If he was so openly hostile, he couldn't just sit idly by. Need thought that this guy was finally going to show something. He wanted to see what this swordsman, who had been taunting Jeff, was capable of. Strange objects appeared on our hero's sword. It was a set of special courier tools. Modified explosive mushrooms. A special courier skill was activated. Mushroom explosion. Nagi understood that fighting the adventurers openly was pure madness. It would be better to run away first. The protagonist ran out to the center of the town square and shouted for help. The young man ran up to the guards and said it was a robbery. He asked for help. The guard was surprised by what was happening. Nagi told the guard to look over there. There was an adventurer who was actually a bandit. After all, this bandit had just tried to kill him. The guard recognized the adventurer. He was a member of the Dawn Guild named Need. Need said he was disappointed. Had this guy really decided to run away? Need was a gold-ranked mage. Nagi heard about the Dawn Guild and remembered what Mrs. Petra had told him. But in any case, it was unacceptable to do such a thing in the city center. The guard asked the adventurer what was going on. Need replied that it was just a form of training, and again attacked the courier with his swords. Nagi dodged the blade, but lost his footing and fell to the ground. Need claimed that this guy had poisoned his colleague's food and ruined the cleanup. The courier had dared to harm the Dawn Guild. Need added that because of this courier, he was left without payment. Need reminded everyone that they all knew what happened to those who harmed the Dawn Guild. The courier said that this was a lie. Members of their guild tried to get rid of him. The protagonist urged those present to believe him. However, the young man decided that it was useless. As Mrs. Petra said, the Dawn Guild has enormous influence. In such a situation, no one would side with the owner of the porcelain rank. The guard and everyone present thought that in this situation, it was more profitable to support the Dawn Guild. Sometimes the porcelain rank really does cheat. Recently, couriers have begun to think of themselves as more important than adventurers. The guard said that he understood everything and would leave it up to Need. The adventurer smiled in response and thanked him for his understanding. Need asked if the courier understood the situation. He had no allies here. Nagi was upset. Why were they doing this? If they knew the truth, they would understand that the Dawn Guild was to blame. Besides, it was all over now. Why seek revenge? Need said that the courier was right. It wasn't his fault. Even if it concerned the lower members of the guild, such things meant nothing. However, there was one very important nuance. The courier had caused damage to their guild. The Dawn Guild does not forgive such things. It is necessary to make it clear to everyone that they are not to be trifled with. Anyone who messes with the Dawn Guild has no way out. Need added that anyone who decides to go against the Dawn Guild always gets a response. The courier will become a reminder for everyone to see and remember this fact. Need told the young man not to worry. He would not destroy him, because the courier carried the marks of the people he had destroyed. However, the porcelain rank was not worth it. Need added that from this day forward, every time people looked at the scars on his face, they would remember the Dawn Guild. The adventurer thrust his blades forward and lunged at the courier. He said he would leave a mark on this porcelain rank. The killer's special skill was activated. 90-degree cut. This was unexpected for Need, but the courier managed to avoid the cut. The cut was not meant to happen. Agnes appeared between the opponents. She told the adventurer to put away his blades. Agnes added that this courier was now a member of the Sunset Wind Guild. From that moment on, any attack on Nagi would be considered an attack on the Sunset Wind Guild. Need was forced to leave empty-handed. He did not achieve his goal. Zero asked Need if he was sure he could just leave like that. The guild had expected more. Need replied that he had no choice. They had not planned to fight Agnes. Even if he had decided to fight her, nothing terrible would have happened. But unfortunately, she was already busy with someone else. In the end, however, Need had wasted his energy. He thought that this courier would turn out to be someone important. Despite being quite skilled for a courier, he was still just a porter, an unremarkable weakling. Naid added that even though it ended ingloriously, he was still scared and couldn't do anything else. Zero noted that this was very interesting. Did Naid really think that was the case? Need felt blood on his cheek. When did the courier manage to get to him? It must have been Agnes. Zero said that Need didn't even understand how it happened. Zero added that in that case, Need should slowly remember everything step by step. Need had to remember from the very first moment he met this young man to the moment he tried to finish him off. Need was probably sure that the courier had given up and resigned himself to his fate. However, the courier did not give up. He patiently waited for his chance. Even in that situation, he took advantage of the fact that Naid's gaze was directed upward to pull the dagger from his sleeve. Nagi understood that no one in this world would take the courier's side, so he had to defend himself. The protagonist discreetly threw the dagger he had hidden in his sleeve at his opponent. The dagger flew past his face, leaving a bloody scratch on his cheek. Zero reminded him that he had told Need many times. As soon as he decided he had won, he would become distracted and vulnerable. Need realized he had missed the blow. The adventurer said that in that case, he would take back his words and deal with this guy after all. Nagi knew he was carrying a dagger just in case he couldn't get his weapon out of his bag. But it wasn't enough against the adventurer. The courier thought that if Agnes hadn't helped him, it would have been dangerous. Who is this guy, Need? Did the Dawn Guild really send an adventurer of this level just for revenge? Our hero didn't want to have anything to do with this guild anymore. The protagonist was patted on the shoulder and asked what he was thinking about. Was he scared? After what happened in the square, he continued to worry. They were members of the Sunset Wind Guild. Naints said that Need was a notorious scoundrel even among the Dawn Guild. Stoneman added that Need ruled over the slum gangsters. Even the guards preferred not to mess with him. Nagi said he had heard something about the Dawn Guild, but didn't know they were so ruthless. Agnes said that staying in the city was too dangerous. That's why she decided it would be safer to go to the dungeon. While they were busy clearing things out, why didn't the courier join them? The young man replied that he didn't care. He would just continue his work as a courier, so he was happy to do so. Nagi noticed that it was very cold in this place. It was the first time the protagonist had seen a cemetery dungeon of such a high rank. This dungeon was ranked 8th. Nines said that for him, this dungeon was a simple walk in the park. Naines added that Nagi should just rely on him, collect trophies, and keep up. Stoneman added that if it got dangerous, he could hide behind his back. Nagi thought that Nines wasn't entirely wrong. Although it was a B-class dungeon, they had one gold-ranked and one copper-ranked adventurer. But most importantly, with a comrade like Agnes, a mithril-ranked adventurer, their strength was more than enough. The only thing that bothered the protagonist a little was that in B-class dungeons and above, it was usually important to balance the composition of the group, or select it according to Dan's himself. In this group, everyone belonged to the combat class. Given the characteristics of the dungeon, it would be nice to have a priest with them. If everyone is focused on one type of combat, it becomes more difficult to deal with unexpected situations. Agnes said that they would probably be greeted now. Sure enough, a group of zombies appeared. The adventurer of the mithril rank said she would clear the way, and swinging her sword, rushed to attack the zombies. In addition to the ordinary zombies, a giant zombie appeared. As expected of a B rank, medium-sized mobs appear from the very beginning. Agnes activated a special combat mage skill, Ignition. As a result of using this skill, the giant zombie was engulfed in flames. Its body burst into flames like a torch. Agnes then used a special combat mage skill called Bud. A fiery flower appeared. The flower began to open, and a powerful explosion occurred. The zombie completely disappeared in the flames. Nagi thought, so this is what an adventurer of the mithril rank is like. It seems that worrying about the composition of the group was unnecessary. Our hero had seen many adventurers, but this was the first time he had seen such a powerful talent. Talent is the foundation of any adventurer. Every adventurer has a talent that allows them to unleash a unique power corresponding to their class. And abilities depend on the talent of each individual. That is why adventurers are able to fight monsters that surpass them in strength. And if it is a mithril adventurer, his level of talent goes beyond reasonable understanding. Agnes said that now is not the time to delay. Before these zombies are resurrected, we must move on. Resurrection is the main feature that distinguishes cemetery dungeons from ordinary ones. The squad moved at a fast pace. The monsters in these dungeons are generally weaker than those in other dungeons. However, the difficulty lies elsewhere. Destroyed monsters rise again and again. Monsters that have been destroyed will respawn endlessly and pursue the adventurers. If you move too slowly, adventurers can be surrounded on both sides. In this case, the probability of successful passage decreases sharply. Therefore, in such cases, it is important to either bring a priest who can perform an exorcism or use holy water sold in churches. The problem is that both are expensive. Nines noticed that the zombies had begun to revive and were following them again. Nines reminded them that he had suggested taking Ferrero with them. Nagi asked who that was. Nines explained that their guild had a priest who was always moving around the base as if it were her home. She was a devil in the guise of a priest, demanding a lot of gold every time. This time, she again demanded an exorbitant amount to go with them. Nines remarked that the guild was so poor that even Ferrero couldn't afford it. Agnes said that the adventurer would complain later. She added that she would take care of the enemies in front. while Stone Man would hold back those coming from behind. Nagi asked, was Mr. Nines really not going to fight? The adventurer replied that he had forgotten his weapon. Agnes noted that this guy was always forgetting something. Stone Man said that once he showed up for a mop-up operation without any clothes. Nagi said that it was no big deal, because he had a spare weapon in his bag. Our hero asked which sword the young man preferred, a long sword or a bastard sword. Naines replied that he would not fight with any sword other than Elizabeth Lovest. It was his knightly vow. Nagi was surprised. Why did he leave his sword behind in that case? Stone Man said that the monsters chasing them were strange. There were fewer of them than expected, and they moved more slowly. Agnes looked closely and asked in surprise, do they really have thorns on their feet? The protagonist confirmed this. These monsters still resurrect. The main danger in this dungeon is being surrounded by resurrected monsters. Of course, you can simply destroy them, but it is more effective to slow down their movements. A set of special courier tools was activated, thorn trap and glue balls. The young man said he scattered them as he moved along. However, these are simple tools, so you shouldn't expect too much from them. Agnes and Stone Man decided that the courier was more useful than Nines. The adventurers didn't know how many more times these zombies would respawn. Nines said that if Elizabeth had been with them, they wouldn't have had to run for so long. Agnes said that now was not the time to complain. They had to get out of there before they were surrounded. Nines shouted that he could see a way out of the cave. Agnes told Stone Man to act. The defender's special skill, Stone Shield, was activated. A huge stone barrier appeared in front of the zombies. Stone Man said he had done everything. The defender shouted that the barrier would not hold for long and that they needed to get out of there quickly. In the cemetery dungeon, there was an underground lake. A raft with a sail stood on the shore. Naines was indignant. Why was a huge lake blocking their way? Although there was one good thing about it. They didn't have to build a raft. Stone Man said that zombies could arrive at any moment, so they needed to hurry. Nines added that the raft would not be able to support the weight of their armor, especially Stone Man's stone armor. Agnes pointed out that in that case, they could take off their armor, since they weren't going to be fighting anyway. Nagi opened the bag and said that the armor could be stored there. Naines and Stone Man did not argue and took off their armor. Agnes turned around and was terribly surprised. She even screamed. The adventuress asked how far Nines was going to undress. The young man replied that they needed to reduce their weight. The raft with the passengers successfully pushed off from the shore and set sail. Nines laughed, noticing that Agnes was embarrassed by his appearance. Agnes gave Nines a preventive lesson, after which the young man had a bruise under his eye. He had to apologize, and Nines promised to carry his clothes with him. Naines declared that with the power of his oath, he could pass through this dungeon alone. After all, he was an adventurer of the golden rank. Agnes asked why Nines had made a vow he couldn't keep. The young man apologized again. Nagi had heard that adventurers with knightly talents made oaths that expressed their beliefs. These oaths imposed strict rules, but in exchange gave them tremendous power. Mr. Naines swore that he would not fight with any weapon other than Elizabeth Lovest, which imposed restrictions on him. In return, his sword became a legendary weapon that could not be broken. A knight's oath is a real exchange. However, the question arises, isn't the oath kept secret so that it doesn't become a weakness? Agnes looked at the bag and asked if putting something inside would make the weight disappear completely. Nagi replied that the weight would not disappear completely. The moment an item is placed in the bag, a powerful weight reduction spell is cast on it. Even if you put 2 sets of armor in it, they will be lighter than a normal stone. Stone Man said that this thing was incomparably more valuable than the Nines sword. He added that the specially prepared turkey was simply magnificent. He could not have imagined eating such a dish in a place like this. Nagi noted that Agnes even managed to eat buns while fighting zombies. The adventuress replied that she didn't have time to eat properly, while Nines was idling around while she was hunting. Nines said that he suffered greatly running around in armor. Agnes looked ahead and said that everything was about to begin. A monster with a bow and arrow in its hands was spotted on the horizon, and enemy ships were approaching from all sides. Nagi said that this raft was indeed a trap for adventurers. Agnes admitted that it was disadvantageous to fight on the raft. Naines was surprised. Did Agnes know it was a trap and still get on the raft? The adventurer did not deny it. Agnes explained that no one in this dungeon would help the adventurers for no reason. The raft was not given to them to help them. They had no choice. The adventuress understood that even if they had expected a trap, there were too many enemies. Now only she could fight here. Agnes thought that even if she started clearing out the enemy boats, the raft would become a target for arrows sooner or later. The protagonist said to leave that to him. Fighting enemies on the water would be difficult, so he suggested breaking through the enemy barriers. Agnes asked if the young man had a plan for breaking through with the bag. The protagonist nodded affirmatively. The young man secured the bag to the raft and told everyone to hold on tight. The courier's secret skill, compressed air, was activated. The bag increased in size incredibly. Nagi untied the rope, the bag gained jet speed, and the raft rushed forward. The speed increased, the bag was like a balloon, and the distance to the pursuers quickly grew. Agnes suggested that wind magic had been used. Nagi said that there was no magic involved. He was simply compressing and releasing a previously stored stream of air. Nagi said that once he left the bag in a windy place, and realized that he could capture air currents. The protagonist added that if he released it all at once, it would create a jet raft like this. The zombies opened fire with their bows. but the raft continued to race across the water at tremendous speed. Agnes said that the path ahead was blocked by a wooden wall. On the wall, ruthless zombies were waving spears and other weapons. Nagi was surprised at how they had managed to set up such a sophisticated trap. Agnes grabbed her sword and said she would try to destroy the wooden wall. Nagi told the adventurers to stop. They had already gained enough speed. He would try to help because fire and wind go well together. Synergy occurred. A combo attack, an airstrike and a fire wave. The powerful explosion shook the wooden wall and destroyed it. The raft with the adventurers broke through and continued on its way. After a while, the young people reached the opposite shore. Was everything okay? They barely made it. Agnes suggested that this was the place. The dungeon boss must be located here. It was the Fortress of Doom area of the cemetery dungeon. The scale of the underground fortress in the crypt was impressive. Stoneman said it was too difficult for a B rank. A normal squad would never have made it here. Nines noted that their guild always chose the most difficult dungeons. Couldn't they choose something easier, but with good rewards? Agnes replied that that was their purpose, to take only the most difficult tasks. Stoneman noted that this was too difficult for the first dungeon. Nagi said that it might be unusual, but their guild preferred to clear the dungeons that other avoided. The courier replied that he didn't care which dungeon they went into. All the difficulties fell on the adventurers. Agnes said that even if it was a B rank, they couldn't let their guard down. In dungeons like this, the boss always caused problems. Fortunately, the boss decided not to keep them waiting. He appeared almost immediately. The boss asked how they dared to invade his domain. It was a boss monster, the Lich King. Naints couldn't believe it. A lich in a B-rank dungeon. This was real luck. Stoneman had also never seen a lich in a dungeon of this level before. Agnes knew that a lich was a boss from the magic category, and mages were always unpredictable. She'd already spent too much energy passing through this place alone, so she decided to finish off the boss before something went wrong. Most undead are stupid monsters that just run towards their target. However, the lich was completely different. His thirst for knowledge remained with him even after death. He began to understand the meaning of Agnes's actions. The lich quickly realized that her desperate dash was aimed at protecting her allies behind her. The lich immediately found a solution. He simply disappeared. Agnes was confused. The monster boss activated the magical jump blink and suddenly appeared right in front of the protagonist. The Lich King declared that these people would soon become his servants. Agnes screamed for Nagi to be careful and shielded him with her body. Nagi thought that they might have encountered the worst situation in this dungeon. Something unexpected happened. Agnes became their enemy. Naines shouted at Stoneman to take the courier away and run. Stoneman asked what Naines was going to do. He wouldn't be able to stop Agnes. It would be better for everyone to run together. Naines replied that it was out of the question. He added that a knight never turns his back on the enemy. A noble knight who does not run from his enemy? Perhaps it sounded too proud, but Naines really did feel cool right now. Even if the enemy was Agnes, she had already expended a lot of energy, and her famous flame was gradually dying out. Naines knew that Agnes had almost single-handedly cleared the dungeon, so it was no surprise that she was exhausted. All of this, according to him, was part of a grand plan. The adventurer thought that in Agnes's current state, he could handle her even with his bare hands. However, the young man miscalculated. Agnes attacked him. Naines dropped his weapon and flew far back. He didn't understand where Agnes got so much strength from and why he was so hot right now. Naines shouted that a knight does not turn his back on the enemy, but he couldn't help himself. The special skill Rebound worked. Naines turned around and started to run away. At that moment, Stoneman and the protagonist were already leaving the location. From a distance, Naines shouted for them to wait for him. Stoneman was surprised. After all, he had said he would fight her. Naines admitted that he couldn't stop her. Stoneman said he hadn't counted on this guy. After all, he had turned his back on the undead more than once. Nagi suddenly stopped and told everyone to look down. Boats carrying zombies were approaching the shore. Their numbers were growing rapidly. The protagonist declared that they were completely surrounded. Stoneman said that there were countless zombies. In other words, there were an infinite number of them. Nagi noticed that there were undead creatures everywhere outside. Inside the castle was Lady Agnes. Stoneman announced that he would try to delay the zombies. He activated a special defender skill, Earthquake. After that, the entrance was sealed with a stone wall. However, Agnes overcame the obstacles and rushed off in search of her former allies. Stoneman said that Agnes was too fast, and that they needed to figure out how to delay her, at least for a moment. Nagi replied that half measures would not help here. They needed to play their trump cards. He activated the decoy trap skill. Nagi threw a donut high into the air and shouted for Agnes to catch it. The adventuress forgot everything and rushed to catch the donut. Agnes caught the treat and, without rushing, began to eat it with relish. The hero wasn't sure, but even under control, she mostly followed her instincts. He managed to buy himself some time. Now they needed to find shelter inside the castle. The adventurers decided that they were no longer being pursued and could take a short break. Nagi noticed that the undead were already climbing the cliff. Time was running out. The hero realized that these zombies were going to join the others in the castle. Nagi realized that he had to come up with something quickly. Naines noted that it would not be easy. He added that Agnes was receiving buffs from Lich. Her mana should have been almost depleted after clearing the dungeon alone, but perhaps due to Lich's power, her flame had flared up with renewed strength. Nine said that in other circumstances, he would definitely be able to handle Agnes. Stoneman replied that this was a moot point. The adventurer asked what this place was. Nagi replied that he didn't know himself. Judging by the amount of weapons, it looked like an arsenal. Nagi noted that the equipment did not resemble that used by the undead. Most likely it was a trophy warehouse. Intelligent monsters, such as Lich, sometimes collect items from adventurers they have destroyed to demonstrate their power. It seems to be the same here. This dungeon is much more difficult than its rank suggests. If its boss is a Lich, it's no wonder that many raids have failed here. Something bothered our hero. Why are there children's toys and items that clearly do not belong to adventurers here? Stoneman told a story he had once heard. As he said earlier, their guild specializes in clearing dungeons that others avoid. This place was also considered cursed because of the frequent raid failures after its appearance. But later, cases of people going missing became more frequent in the surrounding villages. During the clearing, they didn't notice anything suspicious, but now it all looked like dungeon abductions. Monsters were coming out of the dungeon and kidnapping people. There could have been children among the abductees. Nine said there was no rift. Are monsters capable of existing outside the dungeon? Nagi replied that it was just a theory. Abductions by the dungeon were a rare phenomenon. Monsters usually do not leave the dungeon. Without its energy, they quickly weaken. They can only go outside in the event of a rift, or if it is a so-called external dungeon. Nine said that in that case, the only way to test the theory was to destroy the Lich King. A knight cannot turn a blind eye to injustice. He wondered why the two were looking at him like that. Nines declared that this time everything would be different. He would break his knightly oath and take up arms. Nagi pointed out that breaking a knight's oath would result in severe punishment. Was he ready for that? Nines replied that a knight's oath was a contract with himself. If he could deceive himself, then theoretically, everything would be fine. Naines admitted that he had never tried this, so he did not know how it would work. But if his blow reached Lich, it would at least destroy the control imposed on Agnes. Stoneman asked how they would get to Lich. Nines said that they would take care of that, and he would take care of self-deception. Nagi wondered if they got Nines to Lich, would he really be able to defeat him? Nines replied that the question was meaningless. If the hypothesis was correct, it wasn't a matter of whether they could do it. Nines added that they had to do it. Nagi said that in that case, he would personally take the adventurer to the boss. Stoneman asked how they were going to do that, since new forces had already joined the army. To get to Lich, they would have to fight Agnes, and then break through the entire army. Nagi added that in order to break through the enemy army, they would need their own army. The Lich King asked the undead if they had found the humans, and ordered them to capture the adventurers and destroy them. The undead turned and ran to carry out the order. Nagi told his comrades to stand behind him. The enemies were approaching. One zombie caught a rope stretched across his path with his foot. An explosive mushroom was attached to it. There was a powerful explosion. Nines noticed that he smelled something appetizing. Stoneman told him not to breathe it in. Nagi asked if Gluttony was ready. The protagonist said he would take care of aiming. Gluttony only had to shoot. When zombies appeared from the smoke, Nagi opened the bag slightly and pointed it toward the enemy. His own army, armed with crossbows, prepared to fire from inside the bag. A huge number of puppies were ready to open fire in unison. Gluttony said it was time to work off their food and ordered them to fire to kill. A multitude of arrows flew out of the bag, aimed at the approaching zombies. The courier's secret skill, Puzzling's Cannon, was activated. After this attack, the zombies began to suffer losses and could not advance a single step. Nagi said that now they would break through to the boss's hall. The town on the edge of the forest at the foot of the mountain lived according to its own schedule. As expected, there were always adventurers in the Adventurers Association. Petra, the dungeon instructor, was constantly writing something at her workplace. A colleague asked why Petra was writing all the time. Petra was breaking the usual rules. After going to the Rift dungeon, she was acting weird. Was she writing a research paper? Petra replied that it was nothing special. Just one thought that wouldn't leave her alone, and she was trying to think it through. She was interested in the question. Is it necessary for an adventurer to have combat talent? It would seem obvious that the answer is yes. Without combat talent, you can't become an adventurer. If it were otherwise, why would people strive so desperately to obtain it? Her colleague said that it didn't even need an explanation, and pointed to a young man. The young man placed his hand on the sphere, and was told that his talent was tailoring. The young man did not want to accept this. He insisted that he should become an adventurer, but he was told otherwise. The girls said that they see people like this young man several times a day. The chance of getting the talent of an adventurer is extremely small. A person's fate is determined from the very beginning. Each person undergoes a calling ceremony, conducted by the association, and awakens their talent. This process involves analyzing the ether in a person's body, using a magical device that records the talent in text form. As a result, the rules regarding adventurers became even stricter. Some people said, "Isn't it better to find out your innate talent as early as possible so that you can develop it faster?" Petra said she used to think the same way. But now she was preoccupied with the question, why do so many people want to become adventurers? Yes, it brings money and fame, but it also carries enormous risks. From this point of view, they were still lucky. They received salaries on par with mid-level adventurers, but did not risk their lives. Living according to what is predestined is also a kind of valor. However, after her recent encounter with Mr. Nagi, Petra had a question. Is it possible to build an adventurer's path based solely on one's innate talent? Is it right to determine a person's future solely by their awakened gift? The group of adventurers continued to break through the army of zombies. Nagi said that they needed to stick together. Nagi added that he could use his cunning to delay the zombies, but not for long. The adventurers continued to move quickly through the castle. Nines asked if everything was going according to plan. He couldn't see anything and didn't understand what was going on around him. Stone Man said there was no need to worry. Nagi had taken care of everything. The protagonist said that they had almost reached the boss room. Now the main part was about to begin. A huge horde of undead had gathered before the Lich King. The group of adventurers peeked around the corner to assess the situation. As expected, with so many enemies, even getting to the boss would be problematic. However, our hero said he had a plan. Nines noticed that the Lich had managed to dodge even Lady Agnes's attacks with the help of Blink. Therefore, they needed to sneak past the enemies and strike so quickly that they would not have time to react. Nines said that there was no need to worry about this. He planned to take care of the king with one blow. Nines spoke rather loudly, and the zombies heard him. They turned toward the voice and discovered their enemies. Nagi said that there was nothing to be done now. They would have to begin the operation immediately. To get to the Lich, they had to break through the army of undead blocking their way. However, it was not necessary to fight everyone. They just had to prevent the enemies from noticing them. The undead are monsters whose sense of smell is more developed than their sense of sight. If we refer to the well-known treatise on the undead, The Walking Dead, it describes a case where a man was able to pass through an entire army of the dead by using their own smell against them. He simply smeared himself with the entrails of the dead and passed through the crowd unhindered. Now they had no corpses to hide behind. But fortunately, the bag had long since absorbed the smell of this place. Nines became indignant and said that there was a terrible stench here. Nagi warned him to be patient. Thanks to this smell, they would be able to pass through the army of the undead unhindered. The group of adventurers advanced toward the Lich. Stone Man kept repeating that he was a zombie, a hungry zombie, and that they should let him pass. Thus, the adventurers passed unhindered through the unsuspecting undead. The monster boss, the Lich King, said that these adventurers had decided to disguise themselves. Did they really think they were so clever? Their tricks would not work. The monster activated the element of fire. Fire whirlwind. A fireball rose above everyone, illuminating everything around. The Lich looked around, trying to spot his enemies. The adventurers reached the monster boss unhindered. Lich was now in close proximity. Nines rejoiced. Had his colleagues really succeeded and brought him to the king? However, Agnes, whom he had enchanted, was standing next to the king. Nagi noticed her immediately. The hero declared that he would distract Agnes with sweets and scattered cakes and gingerbread around. Nagi warned that they only had one chance. Nines was determined and said he understood everything. Nines jumped high above the king, swung his sword, and declared that he would take care of it with one blow. The knight's special skill, Slashing Strike, was activated. However, the Lich King suspected something was wrong and decided to disappear. He began to turn into pixels. Nines was outraged and asked where the Lich was going. It was too late to retreat. Now he would cut him down. However, Agnes intervened and deactivated the adventurer Naines with a kick to the jaw. Stone Man was surprised. How did that happen? Nagi also did not understand what was going on. Had Agnes already eaten her fill of sweets? Stone Man admitted that Agnes had indeed eaten a lot of sweets during that time. Nagi said it wasn't too late. Nines could try again. Agnes said that Knight Nines had broken his knightly oath and disgraced his honor. There was no forgiveness for him. She added that punishment was inevitable, and the adventurer's hands were bound in chains. Nagi realized that Mr. Nines's knight's oath had worked. Nagi shouted that the undead were attacking. Stone Man declared that he would delay them. The defender's special skill, Stone Wall, was activated. At that moment, a large stone wall appeared between the adventurers and the approaching zombies. Stone Man warned that this barrier would last no more than 5 minutes. Nagi thought that the mana was running out. They needed to come up with something quickly. Petra's comrade reminded him that there had always been people without combat talent who wanted to become adventurers. Perhaps with rigorous training, they could develop skills comparable to those of adventurers. However, the crucial difference between ordinary people and adventurers was mana. Only those with combat talent are able to accumulate and improve it in their bodies. Low-level monsters in dungeons can still be defeated with good training. However, if you encounter a strong monster or an unavoidable boss, without mana, the battle is doomed. How can such a person become an adventurer? The monster boss, the Lich King, rose above the lone adventurer. Naines said he would delay the boss and Nagi should run away. The protagonist objected that he couldn't do that. Nines declared that it was the adventurer's duty. They had failed the purge, and it was their responsibility. It was better for the courier to escape as soon as possible. The Lich smirked. Did they really think he would let even one of them escape? They shouldn't have entered his palace. The monster boss rose again, threatening the adventurers with imminent retribution. Lich said that these adventurers weren't even capable of entertaining him, so they weren't worthy of his attention. But maybe he could find a use for them. After all, watching former comrades destroy each other was always fun. Nagi and Agnes exchanged glances. Her colleague found Petra in the library. The girl was reading a treatise on how a man without talent became an adventurer. The girl asked why Petra was so obsessed with this, even reading books about it. She added, "The talent of an adventurer and mana. Without these two things, it is impossible to become an adventurer." Had she not explained it clearly enough? Petra replied that this was a fair statement. She used to think so herself. But recently, she met a person who made her change her mind. Petra asked if Rasha knew how many times a year the dungeon couriers participated in dungeon clearing. Rasha calculated that if they worked hard, it would be a maximum of 3 times a week. That comes out to just over 100 times a year. Petra noted that according to the guild's records, there is one person who participates in dungeon clearing more than 300 times a year. Rasha was surprised. What kind of person is this, if he does so many clearings? Doesn't he ever rest? Rasya added, "If he's a courier and he's so persistent in participating in clearings, then he's either insanely obsessed with money or hates dungeons to the point of madness." Nagi was forced to confront Agnes. To do this, he took a sword out of his bag. However, after the first blow from the adventuress, our hero's sword was destroyed. The young man understood that it would be difficult to survive a blow from such a blade. The difference was not in the level of the weapon. The difference was between him and Lady Agnes. However, our hero had one advantage. When adventurers clear the dungeon, couriers do not fight. All they can do is watch the battle from the sidelines. That is why our hero knew Ms. Agnes's fighting style very well. Agnes always starts her attack with ignition, and only then moves on to fencing. Even knowing this, the attack happens in a split second, and simply reacting is not enough. During the fight, the young man calculated that there was less than half a second left before the next attack. If he reacted only when he saw the movement, it would be too late. He had to anticipate the next step and the direction of the blow in advance. However, Agnes moved faster than expected, so it was necessary to act half a step earlier. But the young man had already reached the limit of his reaction. In this sense, he had to thank the Dullahan. After the first blow, the protagonist roughly understood how fast people of the mithril rank could move. However, that was not enough. The hero understood that if he continued to only defend himself, he would not be able to change the situation. There were only 2 ways out of this situation. Nagi rushed at his opponent with axes in his hands. The first way was to destroy the Lich King who had cast the spell of submission. The second was to strike Lady Agnes with such force that she would lose consciousness. Now our hero had no choice but to go all in. To do this, he needed to attack Agnes at least once. To begin with, the young man decided to use an axe, since ordinary swords melted after a single blow. Using a heavy axe was also useless. Any weapon melted like soft cheese in the face of mana flames. Nagi decided to use a spear and take advantage of its range. However, this also proved useless. Distance was meaningless against breath that spewed magic. Nagi shouted for Glotoni to throw him all the weapons in his bag. There were even more weapons than expected. However, even now, all the weapons were useless. Agnes easily destroyed them. Nagi realized that it wasn't just his weapons that were being destroyed. Lady Agnes's blade was also overheated and seriously damaged. The protagonist decided that he had to try to hold out a little longer. That's why Nagi fought with all his might. Nagi thought he had reached his limit. Which would break first? Lady Agnes's sword or his own body? Agnes delivered a powerful kick, and Nagi flew far back. The Lich King laughed and said it was amusing, an unexpected diversion. Until now, the adventurers who came here were nothing but despicable worms. However, the young man was worthy of this dungeon. The Lich added that he could join his cohort and share his power. The monster continued. Thanks to this young man, the dungeon would only become stronger, and the kingdom would rise again from the ruins. Nagi was exhausted and kneeling on the ground. Scattered, broken swords lay before him. The young man thought that the monster, which was about to leave the dungeon and begin its invasion, was too dangerous. It could not be allowed to leave. Nagi asked Glotoni how many weapons were left. He replied that there was only one. Nagi realized that he had only one attempt left. What should he do? In extreme danger, Nagi lost consciousness for a moment while standing on his feet. And in that short dream, he remembered why he clung so desperately to his job as a courier and why he so desperately wanted to destroy the dungeons. On the day the dungeon broke through and he lost everything, Nagi made a vow to himself. The young man swore that he would destroy the dungeons, but this was not something a simple porter could do. His companion then told the young man that he had never met a person without talent who had managed to become an adventurer. But he knew one thing for sure. Adventurers defeat monsters. If the young man became someone who could defeat the adventurers themselves, perhaps he would become what he wanted to be. It would not be easy, almost impossible. Even if the young man devoted his entire life to it, it would still be difficult. But if there was at least one way, it was to perfect a single fighting technique to its absolute limit. If you train haphazardly, improving everything little by little, you will never reach the level of an adventurer. Therefore, you need to master only one single strike. A strike that will put your whole soul into it. Perhaps only this will bring the young man closer to the adventurers. From that moment on, Nagi devoted himself to perfecting this strike, putting his whole being into it. But no matter how much he trained, nothing seemed to change. It was as if he had stumbled upon an impenetrable wall that prevented him from achieving his goal. Despite this, our hero did not stop training. Perhaps that is why, even in his foggy consciousness, his body moved on its own. It all started with the sword returning to its sheath. Although Nagi did not have a sheath, he did have a bag. The Lich King said he would grant him the opportunity to shed his weak body and gain eternal flesh. The protagonist remembered the words. If he had no talent, he could not become an adventurer. If he could not control mana, he could not destroy the monster. However, the young man no longer cared. Nagi prepared for the decisive battle with Agnes. He held his last sword in his hands. The young man did the impossible. With one swing of his sword, Lich's head flew off his shoulders. That day, Nagi did not realize what he had done. However, his sword cut through the chasm that separated adventurers from ordinary people who did not possess mana. Subsequently, his fighting style was named the art of the sword that reveals the limits of weapons, Asrakan Baldo. It is the art of instantly drawing a sword and attacking in one motion. The dungeons multiplied, and this process could not be stopped. The speed at which they appeared was such that weak humanity was unable to cope with this progress. The kingdoms of this world were on the verge of destruction due to the countless dungeons appearing everywhere. But at that moment, humanity awakened the power of ether, or mana, in response to the growing number of dungeons. This is how adventurers came to be, who began to clear these dungeons. Some say that the division between adventurers and ordinary people is not discrimination, but a necessity to protect ordinary people. Rasya said that there were also those who could not accept this fact and went to clear the dungeons without having the talent of an adventurer. However, they all died. Rasya emphasized that Petra should remember, as cruel as it may sound, the system that divides people according to talent exists for their own protection. However, as illogical as it may sound, on the day of the break in the dungeon rift, Nagi's gaze fixed on Lady Agnes seemed to scream of his desire to become an adventurer. Talent is not the only thing that defines an adventurer. Agnes looked at her broken sword and asked in surprise how Nagi had managed to do it. The young man replied that that was not all. The monster's head began to rage. How dare a human touch his body? A lich is an extremely complex monster. Although it is a mage, it cannot be destroyed until its phylactery, the source of its existence, is destroyed. That is why it is so resilient and able to rise again and again. Nagi thought that the blade was broken, and the body was no longer moving. However, Agnes told Mr. Nagi to rest. She would correct her mistake. The adventuress rushed at the monster, swinging her blade in front of her. The monster screamed again, demanding the man's submission. However, it did not work. There were only two ways to finish off the lich. The first was to find and destroy the carefully hidden phylactery. The monster screamed that attacking him was useless because he was indestructible. Agnes said that Lich had wrapped his magic around her body, trying to subdue her. But in doing so, he had revealed his weak spot. This showed his true vulnerability. Agnes declared that she was able to trace the flow of magic and find the source of his life. The girl emphasized that according to her research, it was clear that the phylactery was located in the throne itself. Agnes swung with all her might and cut the throne in half. The Lich declared that this could not be. Would his dream really collapse so senselessly? Lich was irrevocably destroyed. Agnes was freed from the spell. The throne could not be restored. The girl asked if Mr. Nagi was all right and what kind of sword technique he had demonstrated. Nagi smiled and replied that he didn't know himself. He just thought he had to defend himself somehow. And somehow he managed it. In any case, everything worked out. This was thanks to Lady Agnes. The adventuress said that all she could do was apologize. She had let everyone down and was unworthy of being a commander. Although Agnes was controlled by Lich, she remembered everything perfectly, even though she couldn't move of her own accord. The young man fought her on equal terms. Physical strength, ether, talent. The difference between them was enormous. And yet, despite this, Nagi not only fought her, but also managed to pierce Lich behind her back. What kind of technique was that? Be that as it may, it's just unimaginable. But even now, it's not his strength that matters, but something else. An unyielding will that allowed him to fight an opponent who was impossible to defeat. The leader told Agnes that their guild needed not adventurers with great strength, but adventurers with an unyielding will. Sooner or later, she would meet such people. Those who, even in hopeless situations, relying only on pure goodwill, display strength bordering on the miraculous. They are different from others who, possessing great power, care only about their own benefit. These are true adventurers. Agnes thought that as the deputy head of Sunset Wind, she had to get this young man. The adventuress said she would ask the question again. Sunset Wind is not just a guild pursuing wealth and fame. They exist to destroy the dungeons and prevent breaches. Because of this, they constantly take on the most difficult and dangerous tasks that others avoid. That is why they need not those who possess great power, but those who have great will. Those who are willing to sacrifice themselves to prevent a dungeon breakthrough, even if there is no immediate benefit. People like Mr. Nagi. Agnes once again invited the protagonist to join her guild. Sunset Wind needs Nagi. Nagi thought about the guild that protects the world from dungeon breaches. He had always dreamed of such a guild existing, but it didn't exist before. If it had existed, then this wouldn't have happened. The elder said that the young man had come, but it was too late. The city had already been destroyed. Nagi replied that if Agnes was serious, he was willing to try to stop the dungeon breaches. The young man took the girl by the hand and looked into her eyes. Agnes welcomed Nagi to Sunset Wind. Stoneman appeared nearby and asked what had happened to Lich, and what would happen to Lady Agnes now. Stoneman analyzed the situation and said that Agnes had freed herself from the spell of obedience and defeated Lich. As expected, Agnes is simply incredible. Agnes asked what was happening with Naines. He hadn't done anything, but he was still asleep. Agnes shouted loudly for Naines to wake up immediately. The young man jumped up and shouted sleepily that he would now remove the subjugation from Agnes. Naines announced that he was the one who saved Agnes. He did it even without Elizabeth Lovest. Agnes got angry and told Naines that he'd better hide, so the adventurers cleared the grave dungeon. The gates of the dungeon closed. Naines noted that this dungeon had made them sweat. Agnes added that although the dungeon had been cleared, their mission was not over. The protagonist had trophies from the grave dungeon in his hands. Usually, the Adventurers Association would return them to their owners, but since this was a remote dungeon, the chances of that happening were extremely slim. So they decided to deliver them personally, thinking of those who had been waiting too long for their return. In one of the houses in a neighboring village, an old man and an old woman prepared food and sat down to eat. There was a knock at the door. Who could it be? The woman opened the door and saw a young man on the threshold with familiar items in his hands. The woman cried out and tears welled up in her eyes. She had given up hope of ever seeing these things again. Nagi thought that, in a sense, this was much more difficult than defending the dungeons. However, it was necessary. After a while, the adventurers handed over all the items belonging to the villagers. As for the items belonging to the adventurers, they had guild seals on them, so they could be handed over to the association. Agnes pointed out that some might consider this excessive, but in their guild, such actions were considered part of clearing the dungeon and the duty of an adventurer. Nagi said he didn't think so. He met with the families of those who had been kidnapped by the dungeon. Every day, they prepared an extra plate for dinner because they didn't know when that person would return. It's hard to say whether they did the right thing by giving away these items. Because even if it's true, perhaps they simply took away these people's last hope. Agnes said that of course they were hurting now, but endless waiting would be even worse. Surely they understood that. Naines said he didn't understand why Lich kidnapped not only adventurers, but also ordinary people. Agnes noted that the dungeons become stronger when they destroy people. The adventurer added that there were too many unexplained things here. At the moment of Lich's death, she clearly saw that he was crying. After that, the monster asked the creator for forgiveness. This is a name that no adventurer in this world would ever utter. Why did Lich call him that? This dungeon was an anomaly. Anomalies do not only occur here. The dungeons are increasingly behaving strangely, as if a huge storm is coming. That is why the most important thing now is that no matter what anomaly occurs, adventurers must destroy the dungeons before they bring disaster. After clearing the dungeon, the adventurers returned to the city a week later. There they saw something they did not expect. Nero and Bondeshtar looked like beggars and were asking for alms, sitting by the fortress wall. The protagonist did what he had to do and fed these needy people. Nagi suggested that the young people take their time and eat slowly. The food wasn't going anywhere. According to the stories, the young people had been throwing a tantrum all this time. The adventurers demanded to be accepted into the Sunset Wind Guild, because that's what the courier had been offered. Deshtar claimed that he would become the chief adventurer. If they didn't accept him, everyone would regret it. The guild administrator decided that these two were very annoying. This had been going on for several hours. The girl decided that it would be impossible to come to an agreement with these two. The administrator decided to be cunning and offered an entrance test. The young people became interested. Nero said that this was exactly what they wanted. Deshtar added that they accepted the challenge. The administrator announced that the entrance test was to collect 5,000 gold coins. These had to be unmarked coins of small denomination. The two boldly accepted the challenge. However, they did not have that amount of money. The only task they were given was to catch parasites in the sewers. The reward was 30 gold coins. In the town square, a masked man met the young men and offered them a chance to get rich quick. Here, they could double their money. If they didn't take the chance, they would lose it. An offer like this didn't come along every day. The adventurers decided that this was just the thing for them, because they were the ones who wanted to get rich in an instant. The young people did not know that if you can get rich quickly somewhere, you can also lose everything quickly. In this case, they lost. It happened unexpectedly, and reality took on a different color. Nagi realized that the two had lost all their money and had been starving for several days. Our hero knew that these two were not particularly bright. However, when interacting with them earlier, it was difficult to imagine that they would turn out to be so narrow-minded. Deshtar asked why Nagi refused to join the guild, since the deputy head herself had invited him. Nagi admitted that he had ended up joining the guild. Deshtar immediately asked him to put in a good word for them. Deshtar thought for a moment and said that they needed to complete the test they had been given. If they couldn't do it themselves, it wouldn't make sense. The young men asked our hero for help because they needed too much gold. Nagi wondered what to do. All his weapons had just broken, so he could use some gold too. Now there was a great place to earn some money. He had to stop by the guild and see if this Don's was there. The protagonist said he would help these young people, so they should follow him. At the guild, our hero met Inspector Petra. The girl asked how Nagi ended up here. But why were Nero and Deshtar with him? Nero said there was no need to be surprised. The leader promised them they would earn a lot of money. He promised they would become rich and bathe in gold. Nagi pointed out that he had not said such a thing. Nagi told Petra that they wanted to go to the dungeon. Could he see the list of available locations? Petra replied that Mr. Nagi was not allowed to go on a sweep according to the rules. Petra asked what kind of clearing Mr. Nagi was talking about. The new dungeon could be reached by a working minecart. Our heroes found themselves in just such a cart. Nagi told the adventurers to hold on tight. Nero and Deshtar held on tight, but screamed in fear. Deshtar noticed that last time the dungeon went higher and higher. But now, they were only going down. Nagi noted that there was nothing left on the surface, so they had to go deeper and deeper. The young people descended to the very depths. The group of adventurers continued on foot to their destination. Nero said it was simply amazing. They had descended so deep, but there wasn't a single monster here. She had hoped to see something interesting. Nagi said that this dungeon had already been cleared. The young people were surprised. Why were they here then? It was a mining dungeon, also known as the Gold Rush. The place was full of ore veins, so it was considered the most profitable for earning money. Due to its special nature, even after being cleared, it does not disappear, allowing resources to be extracted. This dungeon is usually taken by guilds, who completely clear out the monsters. After that, they hire miners to extract resources. Simply put, this mining dungeon has already been plundered and is now just an empty cave with no particular value. However, the situation is different with the subsoil. The ore in the deepest layer often remains untouched because the cost of transporting it exceeds the potential profit. Nagi led the adventurers to the mineral deposits and said that this was their goal. It was a D-class mining dungeon. Nagi noted that they had good minerals of excellent quality in front of them. They could begin. At this point, our hero's bag truly revealed its value, as it completely solved the transportation problem. Nagi said that if everyone understood, they could get to work. Nero and Deshtar shouted in unison that they couldn't do such a thing. In any case, the young people had no choice, and they grabbed their tools and set to work as miners. Deshart asked why they always did this in the dungeons. Nero added that she also wanted to fight monsters. The protagonist used to do this often. Now he felt nostalgic. However, he was out of practice, because after only a few hours of work, he felt tired. Nagi thought that the previous battle with the ball had been too exhausting. The fact was that his body had not yet fully recovered. What kind of blow was that back then? Our hero gave it his all in that fight. The blow had incredible power, comparable to the talent of an adventurer. It would be great if he could make this blow his own. Gluttony peeked out of the bag. The young man asked if he had come here because of the smell of minerals. If he searched, he would surely find magic stones. Gluttony could take as many as he wanted. Gluttony pointed to the puppies peeking out of the bag and said that these guys wanted to help. Gluttony announced that everyone was ready and said that they would destroy these ore deposits. Nagi noted that these animals were quite skilled, probably because gnomes live in packs and have a clear system. However, they requested 10% of the spoils. But if they work so well together, why not? But where are they going to spend their percentage? Nagi noticed that the work was now easier. The young man told Deshtar and Nero not to overexert themselves. Everything would be easier than easy. Nagi had just said something he shouldn't have. There are forbidden words in the dungeons. If someone says, "Dange is calm today," or "This dange is easy," its difficulty instantly increases. Nagi didn't take one thing into account. Deshtar and Nero were fools. Deshtar said, "How long are we going to dig this up piece by piece? Are we really going to have to spend a whole week in the mine?" The scariest thing about fools is when they start thinking. Deshtar decided to destroy everything at once, rather than picking away at it piece by piece. He noticed that ordinary adventurers couldn't do it, but he was a genius, so he could handle it. The finger explosion was activated. Deshtar truly believed in his genius. Nero was delighted and said that they had succeeded. However, the explosion created a rift in the dungeon. A huge stone monster appeared from the other side of the rift. Now the adventurers were forced to retreat and flee. The monster began to chase them. Deshtar did not understand what was happening. Wasn't this a cleared dungeon? Nagi suggested that the explosion caused by Mr. Deshtar had opened a hidden area in this dungeon. This area is called the Secret Room. That's what they call a dungeon within a dungeon. These rooms are hard to find because they are hidden. However, if you find them, there are often valuable rewards inside. For adventurers, this is a great stroke of luck. However, the guardian of this secret room is a golem made of yellow stone, Class C on the clearing scale. This group of adventurers was not at the level to deal with this golem. The young people were forced to stop because the way forward was blocked. It seemed that the explosion had also affected this area. Deshtar was surprised. "Is this my fault too?" Nagi noted that this just proved how strong Deshtar was. Strength is power, no need for brains. Deshtar was delighted, because he had just been praised. Nero was surprised. Did that sound like praise? Gluttony peeked out of the bag and told his master to leave it for them. The furry army would clear the way for them. The next moment, puppies poured out of the bag and immediately began clearing the rubble. Nagi said that Gluttony had done a great job. After thinking for a moment, he noted that they had only one task left: to distract the golem until a way to retreat appeared. Deshtar said that if it was his fault, he would decide everything himself. Nagi said that it was too dangerous. There was too high a concentration of ether in this mine. An explosion could cause a chain reaction, and the consequences would be unpredictable. If a chain explosion started, the entire dungeon could collapse, and then there would be no escape. Deshtar was surprised. Can't we use finger summoning? If he lost that skill, he would become an ordinary person. And an ordinary person without physical endurance at that. Nero said that in that case, she would take care of it. The girl was happy because she would finally be able to fight a monster. She had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Nagi said that caution was necessary. Golems had an advantage over fighters. Nero ignored the warning and kicked the golem's stone body. The consequences of this blow were predictable. The girl grabbed her leg and said that the golem was too hard. The monster was not hurt by the blow. Nagi asked Nero if she had any special talents. Nero replied that her talents were athletic skills and flexibility. Beshta reminded the girl that this was not a talent. He announced that Nero was known for having no talents at all since the beginning of her training. Nagi thought that was very bad. If she had the right talent, it would be possible to find a way to use it. In order for an adventurer to reach their full potential, they need a talent or skill. For example, Lady Agnes's flame or Mr. Deshtar's finger blast. Nagi said that there was nothing wrong with that. In fact, Nero's physical abilities matched her talent level. The girl noticed that these abilities were of no use anyway. Nagi thought that there was only one hope left, to use that very sword technique. The only weapon the hero had was what he found in the tomb dungeon. The young man took the sword out of his bag. But this is a real artifact. Nine said that this sword was not particularly valuable, but it looked quite useful. Stone Man suggested selling it and splitting the profits. Naines asked if he could keep the sword. He liked its design and color. If he wore it on his belt, it would look very impressive. Agnes remarked, "Is some useless idler who did nothing at all in this dungeon going to claim this artifact?" Stone Man told Naines to come to his senses. After all, he couldn't use anything except Elizabeth Love. Agnes said that if everyone agreed, she would like to give this artifact to Mr. Nagi. The girl added that too many weapons had been broken during this raid. Even if it was a low-level artifact, by its very nature it was still intended for adventurers. It was a rare class 444 artifact, the sword of the deceased, Gades. This sword was comparable to the store-bought blades that the protagonist had used before. If the power of this artifact and that technique were combined, it might be possible to cut down the golem. Nagi thought that the main problem was time. This sword style requires high concentration and long preparation. Nagi told Nero and Deshtar to distract the golem. There is one way to destroy the monster. Nero said that the leader could count on her and rushed at the monster. It was something she could do with her eyes closed. Deshtar advised her not to close her eyes. The girl understood that she would not be able to break through the golem's defense. However, she was very good at running away, including from this monster. Nagi, moving in the given direction, thought that he should first return the blade to its sheath. Nero looked at Deshtar and said, "If he can't even do that, what kind of adventurer is he?" Deshtar faced the monster alone. He said that Nero was rushing again, just like when she was training at the guild. Deshtar told the leader that something had to be done. Nero believed that they had nothing to worry about. During her training, the girl said she had no talents. Nero was not taken seriously because she was a beastman. However, Nero still decided to prove that she could become an outstanding adventurer. Nagi grabbed his sword and felt that same feeling again. The feeling that he could cut through anything. The golem suddenly turned around. Nero didn't have time to dodge and was hit by his blow. The girl flew far back. Nagi continued to hold onto his sword. He performed the very same bald slash. At the same time, there was a powerful explosion, and everything was covered in smoke. Deshtar asked, "What was that? That's just amazing." Deshtar stated that the leader had finished off the golem. The girl said that Nero was really trying, but she was of no use. If Nero were to join the team during training, what would happen? She would fail the exam. How could she even think of becoming an adventurer? She's only good for being a servant. When the smoke cleared, Deshtar asked Nero how she was feeling. The girl replied that she was fine. Nero inquired, "What was that? Did the leader defeat the golem?" Nagi replied that he hadn't defeated it. At the very last moment, he lost his concentration. The blow missed its target. Deshtar said that Nero flew right in front of the commander and blocked his view. Because of this, he missed. The girl was upset. "Did I really ruin everything?" Deshtar added that it didn't seem like her. Nagi said that Nero had nothing to do with it. He had made the mistake himself. The young man explained that his technique was still quite raw. If he had fully mastered the fencing style, he would have been able to strike without hitting Nero. Nagi thought it would be better not to use this sword if he wasn't in top form. Nagi thought that because of the strong recoil, he couldn't feel half of his body. Deshtar looked at the monster and said that it had gone mad. The golem had indeed lost its temper. Nagi said they needed to run away. The monster had now become even more unpredictable. The golem activated Stone Breath. Huge rocks flew toward the adventurers. The young people managed to hide behind the rocks and were not hurt. Deshtar noticed that they were still holding on. Nero shouted at the golem not to touch her companions, and swinging her pickaxes, rushed at the monster. Nagi shouted that it was very dangerous, and that the girl needed to dodge. Nero didn't know what to do. The golem paid no attention to her blows. Nero looked at her broken weapons and thought that they were only getting in her way. She was a fighter, so she had to act like one. Nero thought that her enemy now was the golem, which already had cracks in it. If she aimed at these cracks left by the commander, she might be able to achieve something. If it didn't work the first time, Nero decided she would strike again. Nero struck the stone shin again. The girl's hands were already covered in blood. She decided to keep striking until she achieved results. Nero continued to strike the stone golem at tremendous speed. The girl decided to keep doing this until he died. The golem threw the adventuress aside with his hand, and Nero flew far back again. The girl fell to the ground. She thought that back in training camp, she could have just yelled at those who underestimated her and made them acknowledge her. As a rule, that's what happened. However, in this case, nothing changed because deep down, she still couldn't accept herself. So, in fact, she needed to learn to accept herself. Nero decided that her destiny was to be an adventurer. Nero understood that in some cases, she was even clumsy, unable to summon and create powerful explosions. She did not have the ability to cut through anything like the commander. Nero understood that she was dead weight in this group. However, if she wanted to become an adventurer worthy of fighting alongside the leader, she had to prove it. Deshtar asked what Nero was doing. She had to leave immediately. Nero headed back toward the golem. After all, she had to prove it to herself. Nagi looked at the girl and thought that this pose was familiar to him. He definitely knew it. He had seen it many times while following the adventurers with his bag. It was a phenomenon that only adventurers experienced. It was the Statue of Awakening. Nero looked around. She didn't understand where she was, because she had just been fighting the golem. A woman appeared before Nero and said that the adventurer was following the path of a warrior. If she sought power, that power would be transferred to her. It was the statue of the warrior Galatus. The statue said that with this power, Nero would be able to destroy monsters in dungeons. She would also be able to save this world. It is said that when gifted adventurers reach a certain milestone, they experience a kind of epiphany. After that, a statue appears. This is the result of the manifestation of talent. Those who encounter this statue always take a step forward. Nero could now activate the fighter's special skill, Shockwave. The girl swung her fist, which was now charged with Shockwave, and approached the monster. Nero struck with all her might. The monster resisted and a hole appeared in its body. Several more blows followed, and the monster received several more holes. Nagi and Deshtar couldn't believe their eyes. Was Nero really capable of this? The girl delivered another, decisive blow, and the monster shattered into small pieces. Nero declared that she had become much stronger. Adventurers with combat talent continuously develop in accordance with their profession. Even having just one talent gives warriors increased strength, and archers increased agility and other physical characteristics. However, the most significant growth comes from the Awakening statue. It is associated with the greatest changes. Every time a certain trigger is activated, a statue appears before the adventurers and grants them new power. For example, Stoneman has the Defender class. He is a Master of Stone. Thanks to his special skill, Master of Stone, he has gained the ability to use defensive skills based on controlling stone. Lord of Greenery. If he had the special skill, Lord of Greenery, he would use defensive abilities based on controlling trees. Thus, two adventurers of the same class often have different special skills, which makes them very unique. The summoned assistants continued to clear the debris. Nero approached them and told them to step aside. Nero decided to break through to the dungeon. The fighter's special skill, Shockwave Cat Strike, was activated. After this strike, the passage was opened. Nero stated that this was her special skill, a shockwave. This skill is simply the best. Nero said that after the blow, her head was spinning. Nagi suggested that these were symptoms of mana depletion. He didn't know for sure, but he had heard that special skills consumed a lot of ether. Ether, or mana, is the energy that allows adventurers to use their talents. Considering that Nero used her special skill for the first time, such consequences are possible. Nero noted that she had only used it twice. Nero said that her skill was incredible. Bandeshta was holding something in his hands. He said that the golem had thrown it out. What could it be? Nagi suggested that it might be an echo of souls. The young man added that he rarely met adventurers with the necromancer class, so he couldn't say for sure. However, as far as he knew, necromancers were capable of collecting the souls of monsters whose waves matched their own. Deshtar remembered reading something similar in a textbook. Bandeshtar added that in that case, it belonged to him. A flash of inspiration struck him. Deshtar said that his own skill was Vantablack, also known as a segmented golem. Deshtar thought he understood how it could be used. An echo of the yellow golem's soul was placed on his thumb. The finger-summoning thumb was activated. It was a special necromancer skill, Raising the Undead. A huge golem emerged from his finger. Deshtar realized that it had become much larger than before. It was already difficult for him to lift his head. The young man told the golem to kneel. The golem knelt, and Deshtar said that it would be better that way. Nero was angry. After all, she had tried harder than anyone else. Why did he get such a golem? Deshtar said it was because he was a true genius. Nagi thought that this was how adventurers became stronger. It was no wonder that ordinary people couldn't keep up with them. Although the growth of these two was certainly encouraging. In this world, You need as many strong adventurers as possible to destroy dungeons. The protagonist said that in any case, they had defeated the guard. All that remained was to check the secret room. Nagi warned everyone to be on their guard. Even if they defeated the guard, no one knew what awaited them inside the secret room. If there was a good reward there, they would be able to reach the required amount of gold, and the adventurers would join the guild. Maybe there would even be something left over. Deshtar wanted a lot of money because he really wanted to join the guild and stop working himself to death in these mines. Nagi wondered how it happened that these two were now together all the time, and even wanted to join the guild together. Deshtar replied that he couldn't even remember when they had started hanging out together. How did their friendship begin? Nero, as you saw, was a young man who argued with his opponents. Deshtar shouted for them to stop discussing everything all the time. Such jokes are unacceptable to a genius adventurer in the making. Nero said that she and Deshtar were the best graduates of the educational institution. That's why they stick together. Deshtar said he agreed. Now that they also have special skills, they are invincible. Ban Deshtar asked the commander what kind of interesting bag he had. Nero added that she had also been curious about it for a long time. There must be many interesting things in that bag. Deshtar asked if the commander was a swordsman. Nagi replied that cases like his were rare, so it was not surprising that the two of them knew nothing. Usually at the rebirth ceremony, most people are given a class that suits them. However, occasionally, the awakening manifests itself not in the form of a talent, but in the form of a special item or personal equipment. The protagonist added that his bag was one such item. Usually such things are useless, and it is considered that the person is unlucky. Nero said she didn't know such a thing existed. Could she touch the bag? Nagi allowed her to touch it and added that for Nero, it would be just an ordinary bag. Nagi noted that if he put his hand in this bag, magic would happen. After saying this, our hero took 2 lollipops out of the bag. Nagi noted that the bag keeps things in the same condition as when they were put in it. That is why everything stays fresh. Nero noted that with such an ability, one could earn a lot of money. Deshtar agreed. One could skip going into the dungeon altogether and use this bag as a business. Nagi said that at first, he did indeed use the bag to accumulate startup capital. Sometimes he brought food from the best establishments and sold it right in front of the dungeon. Nagi added that he also helped with bulk deliveries of equipment and provisions. However, his goal was not wealth. If, thanks to his help, even one adventurer could destroy another dungeon, that would be enough. Nagi said that they had already reached the end of the room. The reward for the secret room awaited the young people. Nero said it was some kind of strange pedestal. It was said that these men were rarely encountered. They were called exchange statues. If you gave them something they liked, they would exchange it for a reward. Nero said that they had nothing. The protagonist said there was no need to worry. Such statues do not require expensive or valuable items. Our hero pointed to one of the statues and said that it looked like a peasant. He had encountered such people before. If you give a farmer statue some kind of harvest, the result will not be long in coming. The statue looked like a crystal. It was a sign of gratitude. Nagi said that now they had an emerald. Nagi added that this stone alone would cover all the costs of the raid and allow them to join the guild. Nero said that in that case, they should offer something to the next statue. Nagi suggested that the other statue might depict a mage. He had never seen such a statue before. What could it like? A magic stone was offered. The statue became angry, and our hero decided that she did not like this item. Nero wondered if there was only one chance. Nagi did not expect that a mistake would result in the slime of weakness being spilled. Now it felt as if his whole body had lost its strength. This meant that the last statue had to be approached with particular caution. The last statue is a zombie. Nero said that if this was the last chance, there could be no mistakes. Everything had to be done correctly for it to work. The girl added that if it was a zombie, maybe it needed meat or blood. The necromancer Deshtar said that in that case, he could give up his finger. Nero noted that this would not be enough, and suggested simply exchanging Deshtar himself. Nagi said he wanted to think about it and put his hand in the bag. There was bone junk that they had brought from the tomb dungeon. The bag also contained troll blood and raw meat belonging to the beast. Nagi wondered, is that really what the zombie statue wants? After all, the zombie was once a human being. If so, then perhaps that was what it really wanted. The protagonist thought about the apple. It was a golden apple from the Santho region. When consumed, it had a purifying effect. It was a risk, but the apple was a special fruit from the southern region. In this region, the soil contained sacred energy and had a purifying effect. Perhaps the zombie actually wants to be healed. The zombie ate the apple and began to heal. The zombie statue turned into a hidden statue. Jackpot. In return, our hero received a chest from the statue. It was a relic. At the guild, the administrator was surprised. Did the adventurers really collect all this? Deshtar said that for them, brilliant adventurers, it was easier than easy. Nero added that now they simply had to be accepted into the guild. The administrator promised this. Deshtar said that at first he thought the administrator just wanted to get money out of them. But now that they had gone through all this themselves to collect the necessary gold, he realized that the girl just wanted them to grow in the process. Nero added that thanks to this, she had even awakened a special skill. The administrator said that these adventurers had figured her out. The girl thought that now she would be able to go shopping. Petra saw the adventurers and said, "Finally, they're all back." Petra noticed the young people's guild insignia. So they had joined the guild after all? Nero said that the guild couldn't pass up talents like them. Deshtar added that it had to be admitted. The Sunset Wind Guild did have good taste. Nero said that they had made their way to the deepest part of the mining dungeon and spent the whole day mining ore. After that, Ban set off an explosion, and then the golem appeared. At that moment, her talent kicked in, and they ended up in a hidden room. Nagi said that they had come here for one thing. He asked if anyone had any identifiers. The young man had an unidentified fighter artifact. Petra wondered if the adventurers had found this artifact in the miner's dungeon. Petra noted that the young people were indeed lucky if they had found their way into the hidden room. The inspector added that she could also perform a simple identification. Deshtar suggested simply selling the item. Nero said she did not agree. It was a memorable artifact that she had received after her first victory over a monster. Such things could not be sold. Deshtar was surprised. Was it really an artifact? The young man asked again what it was. Nero asked if it was better than an emerald. Nagi thought that these two really knew nothing. An artifact is special equipment used specifically by adventurers. It is much more expensive than ordinary equipment. Now they had a fighter's artifact in front of them. Until it had undergone full identification, it could not be used. Nagi noticed that it was fate that Lady Nero had awakened her special skill in this particular dungeon, and immediately found a fighter's artifact. Nagi asked what to do with this artifact. After all, Yuan Deshtar was thinking the same thing. Deshtar said that they would give this artifact to Lady Nero as a gift for awakening. Nero was delighted. Would they really give it to her as a gift? Deshtar shouted that he had said to sell it, not give it away. If they sold it, they could buy better equipment from the store with the money and still have some left over. Petra said that was not acceptable. An artifact could not be compared to ordinary equipment. It was simply an insult. An artifact is an adventurer's pride and joy. Their reliable companion in the dungeons. Each artifact is a magical item with unique abilities. Most importantly, they are perfectly compatible with the ether. They say that even a single artifact that perfectly suits an adventurer's ether can dramatically enhance their combat abilities. Many adventurers explore dungeons specifically for artifacts. Some high-ranking adventurers even cover themselves in artifacts from head to toe. However, the irony is that the very existence of artifacts diminishes abilities such as the protagonist's bag. No matter how useful an ability may be, there is an abundance of such magical artifacts in this world. Petra announced that she was now identifying the artifact. The special tracker skill, Identification, was activated. The artifact of fighter number 500, Coppicut, appeared. The artifact copies the skills of its owner. Nero was surprised. Why did he suddenly equip himself? The artifact ended up on the girl's hand. Deshtar told Nero to take it off immediately because they wanted to sell it. Petra congratulated her. This artifact goes very well with Ms. Nero's ether. Sometimes it happens that it is not the person who chooses the artifact, but the other way around. Deshtar asked if the commander also had an artifact. He felt something similar. Nagi showed him the sword and said he had found it in a tomb. But the sword was not in the best condition. They say artifacts are difficult to repair. Petra didn't understand how the sword had been treated. Nagi agreed. One swing and the sword would break. Perhaps the artifact wasn't that good. Petra thought that this artifact was made of Bariloche black steel. Could Nagi really have damaged this sword so badly with a single blow? The more the girl learned about this man, the more surprised she became. Deshtar suggested selling the sword. Petra thought that Mr. Nagi was continuing to move forward even though he had no talent. Nagi apologized and said that they had an appointment, so they had to return to the guild office. In the guild office, Agnes studied the map carefully. She thought that this was already the 30th location. All the dungeons where breakthroughs had recently occurred seemed to connect in a line, forming a sequence of sorts. It didn't seem like a coincidence. Each of them was connected to the Dawn Guild. Judging by the trend, the next dungeon where a breakthrough is likely to occur is marked on the map. If they manage to prevent the breakthrough before it starts, a direct confrontation with the Dawn Guild is inevitable. The boss said that no mistake, no obstacle would be forgiven. Starting with the cracked dungeon, where V personally appeared, and ending with the tomb dungeon, where they were sure a breakthrough would occur, they have already encountered opposition more than once. Each time, it was initiated by Sunset Dawn. That is why this time the breakthrough must happen at any cost, even if it means eliminating everyone who gets in the way. The young man asked what the commander was so afraid of. He added that this time, Y had gone there. She had the grip of an anaconda. The young man added that even he tries to stay out of her way. She personally warned that Agnes was her prey. Agnes thought that the Dawn Guild were skilled players. They themselves cause breakthroughs and then heroically suppress them so as not to arouse the suspicion of the association. But what was the point? What did they gain by doing all this? The young people entered the office and asked if Lady Agnes had summoned them. Nagi asked what business she had with them. Agnes said that their guild, Sunset Wind, was going to clear out a rank A dungeon where a breakthrough was highly likely to occur. Deshtar was delighted. Finally, there would be a task worthy of an adventurer's genius. Nero added that they would clear everything. Agnes said that was impossible, because the two of them were too weak. Nero pointed out that Agnes hadn't seen her special skill yet. She had recently obtained a golem soul, which was something to keep in mind. Agnes repeated that they wouldn't survive in this dungeon. Nero thought that the aura emanating from the deputy head of the guild was simply terrifying. The difference in ether levels was enormous. The young people wondered, were they really useless? Nagi noted that if Lady Agnes had called them anyway, then she must have a reason for it. The deputy head confirmed this. She and Ninsa's group were going to clear the A-rank dungeon. But strangely enough, a dungeon appeared that was just right for Nagi. It was located in the northwestern canyon, a huge dungeon that goes deep underground. This dungeon is also known as the Anthill. Agnes said that these three adventurers should clear the dungeon. This will be their first official mission as part of the Sunset Wind. Mr. Nagi will be in charge of the clearing. Our hero pointed out that he is just a courier. Agnes said that when she invited Nagi to join the Sunset Wind, she invited him not as a courier, but as an adventurer. Therefore, in this dungeon, Nagi will become the commander of the group and lead the cleanup. Thus began the first official dungeon raid under Nagi's command. However, they could not have imagined what awaited them ahead. The adventurer moved forward along the set route, bypassing monsters. Naines received a penetrating wound. The huge monster that attacked the adventurer was hostile. The young man thought that this did not look like a C-rank dungeon. It was at least a B-rank, especially that giant ant. What kind of mutant was it? The adventurer said that their entire team had been killed because of this mutant. Armed with an axe, said she was looking forward to meeting Agnes. Nagi wondered if the leader of an official raid had to be at least a gold-ranked adventurer. Agnes replied that the order was placed on behalf of the guild, so there would be no problem. Agnes added that she had already signed everything. Nagi pointed out that even if it was a C-class dungeon, if the three of them went there was a high probability that they would simply fail the mission. Agnes replied that there was no need to worry about that. The ant dungeon was cleared in a joint raid format, with several guilds participating at once, so there would be many other teams, and failure was practically impossible. The girl added that Nagi had already led a raid in a cracked dungeon. In the tomb dungeon, Nagi was the leader of the group. Agnes added that Nagi was the one she had chosen. He just needed to believe in himself. The deputy guild commander noted that someone who could help him would be waiting for the young man there. He doesn't have a great personality, but he is extremely reliable. Nagi said he understood everything. But if they were talking about clearing the ant dungeon, there was one serious question. The ant dungeon is a real maze, and its structure is constantly changing. Without an experienced tracker to lead the team, they wouldn't even be able to get out, let alone clear it. Agnes said that she had also tried to find a suitable tracker, at least a hired one, but had not been able to find anyone. If they had solved this problem, they could have started immediately. At the Adventurers Association, Rasha asked Petra why she had been daydreaming all day. She hadn't even noticed that customers had arrived. Petra apologized and said she was just lost in thought. Petra saw who had come and was very surprised. Standing in front of Petra was Lynn from the Mad Raccoons Guild. She was a silver-ranked tracker. Lynn said that they hadn't seen each other in a long time. The last time was back in the academy. Petra said that she had heard that Lynn had joined the guild. Lynn noted that she was pleased to see her, but for some reason, Petra was talking to her very familiarly. At the academy, they were indeed on the same level. Lynn said that Petra was just a porcelain doll, while she was already a silver-ranked adventurer. No matter how smart Petra was back then, now she was just a clerk in the association. Lynn pointed out that, unlike Petra, she was an adventurer, so Petra shouldn't forget her place. Petra understood everything, smiled, and apologized. Lynn said goodbye and said they would see each other again. If anyone needed someone to do dirty work, she was ready to come. Rajya was surprised and asked who they were. Petra replied that they were her former classmates from the academy. There is a belief that inspectors are those who lack the talent or courage to become adventurers. The talent of a tracker is the ability to lead a team through dungeons, to be a guiding thread. However, this skill is often needed outside of dungeons. If you wish, you can become not an adventurer, but an inspector in the association to do equally useful things. For example, you can explore ecosystems, carefully checking everything. You can also investigate crimes within dungeons. You can assess the difficulty level of dungeons. Some inspectors do paperwork in their spare time. However, in reality, inspectors are often perceived as those who failed to become adventurers. This case was just like that. The girl was happy that she had discovered her talent, but it turned out that she lacked both the skills and the character to be a real tracker. So she became an inspector. Razia said that Petra could have become an adventurer. When she announced that she was going to join the association, everyone was extremely surprised. Petra explained that her grandfather was categorically opposed to her becoming an adventurer. Razia said she understood. Apparently this grandfather was very strict. Petra said that it was the opposite. Her grandfather cried, begging her to give up. Rasa replied that she understood. So it wasn't Petra's choice. In that case, what did she want? Razia added that she had recently read Petra's article. Although it was more like a diary than a scientific treatise. Petra was surprised. On the day Nagi looked at Agnes, there was a desire to become an adventurer in his eyes. Rasha said she had noticed it too. Petra changed after she and the courier cleaned up the cracked dungeon. The girl claimed that she saw a stone pig in the dungeon. It was very unusual. When she listened to stories about how adventurers returned from the miner's dungeon, her eyes sparkled. It seemed that she also wanted to become an adventurer. Petra replied that it was true. In fact, she wanted to become an adventurer more than anyone else. That's why she even enrolled in a training camp without telling her grandfather. When her grandfather found out and started crying, Petra had second thoughts. She decided that it was better to be a good granddaughter who would comfort her grandfather than to follow her dream. After her parents died, her grandfather was the only one who loved and cared for her. So it was quite easy to let go of her dream. Petra added, "A dream is a dream to dream about. Isn't that right?" Razia said that Petra had done the wrong thing. Maybe her grandfather wanted to protect her with all his might, but deep down, he wanted to see his granddaughter happy and doing what she loved. Petra, remembering this conversation, wondered if she was doing the right thing by following Rasa's advice. The girl knocked on the door and opened it slightly. Petra greeted him and said she had come for the adventurer's recertification. Petra explained that she wanted to change her profession. The elders said that they had time to check while the coffee was still hot. However, he was not sure that it made sense. Petra showed her personal results as an inspector. Maybe it would be better to continue working in this field. Petra replied that today was the adventurer certification, so she decided to give it a try. The man said he wanted to introduce himself. He was Mr. Tok, but he was better known as the Adventurer Destroyer. Petra had heard of this man. He doesn't literally destroy adventurers, but his assessments are so strict that most either fail or receive low scores. That's why he got that nickname. Mr. Tok said that there was no point in her participating. Every year, inspectors who want to become adventurers appear. However, the success rate for recertification is only 5%. They come to the recertification with high hopes, but in the end, they are only met with disappointment. This hidden talent test is absolutely accurate. There was a machine in the office for determining hidden talent. The chances that talent has developed over the years are practically zero. Mr. Tok said there was no point in delaying. All you had to do was put your hand on the device, and the reality would immediately become clear. Mr. Tok had seen such cases more than once. Most likely this girl would fail at the airwaves test stage. If she could become an adventurer, she would have done so long ago. Petra was still unsure whether she was doing the right thing by following her dream against her grandfather's wishes. However, the changes in her heart were not only due to her dream of becoming an adventurer. There was something else. Petra asked Mr. Nagi why he was risking his life to clear the dungeons. After all, there were other ways to earn money. Nagi replied calmly, as if it were obvious. Because someone has to do it. These words sounded ordinary, but Petra knew the truth. Clearing dungeons without ether protection is dangerous. It's like throwing yourself into a fire with your bare hands, even if you're just a porter. These words made Petra feel ashamed. Despite her innate talent, she had done nothing truly worthwhile. Petra left Mr. Tok's office. Lin met her at the door. The adventuress was surprised. Had Petra decided to retake the test? She had returned in less than half an hour, which meant the result was predictable. However, Lin noticed the adventurer's badge in Petra's hand. Lin couldn't believe her eyes. Rasia thought, "It's a pity that it turned out this way." Petra was a good partner at work. Perhaps she shouldn't have told her everything. Because of this, she lost another colleague. Nagi told Agnes that the ant dungeon was more of a cleanup than a raid. He had heard that adventurers avoided it. It would not be easy to find a tracker who would agree to go there. Agnes agreed that this was a problem. If they wanted to make it to the raid on time, they would have to leave by tomorrow morning. Nagi agreed. It would be nice if a tracker fell from the sky somewhere. There was a knock at the door. A girl entered the office and said she had a question. The girl asked if they were looking for another guild member. It was Petra, a gold-ranked tracker. Nagi and Agnes couldn't believe it. Was this really possible? A talented tracker had joined our hero's team. Lin and her colleagues didn't understand what was going on. The girl said that it must be some kind of mistake. How did porcelain rise so sharply? Straight to gold. The assistant noted that it was indeed strange. How could someone be awarded the gold rank of adventurer without going through all the procedures? That wasn't like the examiner. Mr. Tok said he couldn't believe it himself. It was simply blatant unprofessionalism on the part of the Adventurers Association. How could this girl still be porcelain? Such absurd potential and etherealness. The examiner said that he, Mr. Tok, swore on his honor that this girl truly deserved such a rank. Mr. Tosh was sure that one day she would reach the rank of Mithril and even surpass it. He hadn't felt anything like this in a long time. It was like finding a precious stone in a pile of clay. This feeling was a real thrill, incomparable to anything else for an examiner. His assistant said there was a problem. The very same Petra who had been recognized as a golden adventurer the day before. Did Mr. Tok know who her grandfather was? Apparently, it had been kept secret. The group of adventurers set off on a mission to clear the dungeon. The young people rode in a simple cart. Nagi wondered if Petra was still upset about that conversation. The girl was upset about how she had responded at the time. Agnes said that Petra was indeed a very responsible person. However, if the girl wanted to join the guild, she would have to ask herself what kind of adventurer she saw herself as. Anyone who goes to clear a dungeon will inevitably encounter a monster stronger than themselves, or an enemy that cannot be defeated. If Petra finds herself facing such an opponent, what will she do? The girl had already heard the answer to this question from Nagi. Petra said that if she encountered such an enemy, she would use any means necessary to defeat him. Agnes said that such an answer was very disappointing. Then she asked what Mr. Nagi would do in such a case. The young man thought that such opponents were indeed not uncommon, especially with his past experience. He stated that the most important thing was the will to win, and it didn't matter who was standing opposite him. That was what really mattered. Agnes said that was a worthy answer. In the end, Petra's trial for joining the guild was to clear that very ant dungeon. The girl said she had no choice. She had to prove herself in this raid. Nero asked how Petra became a golden adventurer before they did. Was she also a hidden imba, like their commander? Petra explained that trackers originally had a choice, to follow the path of an adventurer or an inspector. She simply returned to the profession of an adventurer. Nero concluded that she was a hidden imba after all. Petra laughed and replied, maybe. Nagi noted that with a golden pathfinder on their team, going into the dungeon would be less stressful. Ever since the raid on the cracked dungeon, it had been clear that Petra's talent was in order. Petra noted that she had little experience, but she hoped to be useful. She had carefully prepared for the raid and knew everything about the properties of the dungeon and the types of ants. Nagi acknowledged that the girl had prepared herself excellently. The protagonist noted that he had already been to this dungeon as a porter. It is impossible to be 100% prepared for it. There is simply an endless stream of ants. In such conditions, all knowledge will not save you. The expedition team arrived at the entrance to the ant dungeon. Nero declared that it was a real hole. Petra said that, judging by the concentration of magic in the dungeon, it was indeed C class, as indicated in the task. But even despite its low rank, the scale was impressive for a team raid. The real difficulty depended on the size and depth. If the entrance was like this, then everything inside would surely be much larger. Last time, Nora was much smaller. A man approached the squad and asked who they were and what they were doing here. Nagi asked who he was. The man was not alone. He said that they were from the Noansar Guild and were responsible for the main raid of this ant dungeon. Had these young people also come here for the purge? He was a gold-ranked warrior named Gerald, the leader of the ant dungeon raid. Harold asked who the commander of this squad was. He looked at Petra, saw her badge, and realized that she was a gold pathfinder. So she was the commander? Petra replied that she was not actually the commander. Their commander was Mr. Nagi. Harold saw Nagi's porcelain badge and was very surprised. The man laughed and said that these young people had a good sense of humor. Nagi replied that this was a completely expected reaction. Petra noted that it was very rude to judge everything based only on a badge. Gerald was surprised. Was their commander really porcelain? Harold said that in any case, he would like to make an offer. He invited the girl to join his group. Their tracker was only bronze, so they could use someone stronger. Petra refused, and added that Mr. Nagi was more than worthy of the role of commander for their team. Harold said that this was the first time he had seen such strange people, and decided to show them how to treat porters. He turned around and shouted for the bag to come to him. Again, he can barely walk. There's always something wrong with these porters. All they know how to do is complain. The porter approached the squad commander and apologized. Petra said that Gerald must have gone mad. It was clearly overload. The squad leader said that ordinary porters were forced to carry loads to the limit, so that they would not even think of complaining. The less they talk, the more they listen. Gerald noted that this was exactly how porters should be treated. If their commander was a porter, then they could all be considered the same. Petra expected that they would not be understood, but she did not think it would be to such an extent. Nagi said that there was no need to worry so much. These people really are trash. The porters brought along by these raiders are all overloaded. This amount should actually be distributed among 7 people, but they apparently decided to save money and took fewer people than required by the standards. Our hero had already forgotten that there are days like this when porters are not considered human beings at all. For most adventurers, a porter is just a bag for their belongings. The woman said that it didn't matter. The Noansar Guild would carry out this raid on its own anyway. The herald replied that he agreed with Lady Johanna. They had enough strength to go through such a dungeon themselves. Johanna was a bronze priestess, a mercenary from the White Order. She admitted that she was afraid of dungeons, so the more people there were, the calmer she felt. Harold said that if Johanna thought so, then so be it. The young people could stay close to them. They would definitely protect them. Harold added that the young people could consider themselves lucky. Usually, such a guild would have been fined long ago. How could they declare a porter commander for a raid? It was completely out of the question. They should not interfere, and just follow behind. Johanna promised that it would be an interesting adventure. The protagonist noticed a distinctive tattoo on the girl's shoulder, a snake's head. Petra saw the change in his expression, and asked what was wrong with Mr. Nagi. The young man replied that he had a bad feeling about this. The protagonist had expected this kind of reaction. However, our heroes decided to simply follow the members of this squad. Deshtar noticed that he had finally seen a dungeon that looked truly dangerous. Both squads approached the very edge of the dungeon entrance. The depth was impressive. The ant dungeon. At first glance, it may seem that it is not particularly different from others, except that the main monsters here are ants. But only those who do not know how difficult it is here can think that. Among adventurers, this dungeon has even earned a second name, the fucking ant lair. The tunnels are as confusing as a maze. Constant waves of ants that don't give you a second's peace. It's just hell. No words can describe how difficult it is here. In this regard, going with the main raid was really lucky. If our heroes had come here on their own, without experience, their team would have had big problems. However, after half an hour of joint clearing, the protagonist realized one thing. These guys were the famous Troika of the Hopeless among adventurers. Nero was surprised. Who were they? They were well-known types of adventurers. Petra said that there are 3 types of fools who ruin any raid. The first are brainless rams. These are raiders who know nothing but to charge headlong. They don't care about traps, monsters, or anything else. No strategy, just brute force, which hurts the whole group. It's usually because of people like this that everything goes down the drain. The second type is the stubborn sheep. It's useless to talk to them or give them advice. They won't listen anyway. Petra noticed that they had already been here before. There seemed to be a dead end ahead. Harold told her to shut up and not interfere because they were in charge here. This type always insists on having their own way, is impossibly proud, and turns any raid into a complete nerve-wracking experience. As a result, the squad really did find themselves at a dead end. The biggest disruptor of any raid is the pickup artist. One of the adventurers said he would protect Johanna and then invite her for a cup of coffee. Instead of participating in the raid, such individuals are constantly thinking, is it possible to find love in the dungeon? Nagi realized that there was nothing to be gained from this raid. How did they end up on the same team? The periodically appearing ant dungeons are not so much in the format of a sweep as in the format of regular cleaning. Guilds appointed by the association form joint raid groups, and each clears its own sector. 4 raid groups have already entered this ant dungeon. Because the reward does not match the effort expended, they try to avoid it. Usually, everyone tries to clear their area as best they can and leave as soon as possible. That's probably why these guys are in such a hurry to clear it. Because they rush forward thoughtlessly, the porter's fatigue accumulates. Clearing depends not only on the adventurers. If a porter is injured, it seriously damages the combat effectiveness of the squad. But few adventurers understand this. Nagi asked his colleague if he was okay. Our hero offered to help. The porter replied that everything was fine, that this was his usual job, and there was no need to worry. Nagi was ready to put their luggage in his bag, but the porter said that it was his burden, and he had to cope on his own. These adventurers looked unpleasant, and it seemed that something worse was about to happen. Harold asked why the porters were lagging behind. If they had time to talk, they'd be better off moving forward. Petra declared that this method of clearing the area was wrong. Couldn't they see that the porters were tired and wounded? Harold declared that these guys were bringing shame on all adventurers. If the raid commander was a porter, did she now stand up for the porters? Harold told them to take a closer look at who the porters were in the dungeon. With that, he took a bag of money and threw it forward. One of the adventurers said that it was 10 gold coins. Whoever picked it up would get it. The porters shouted that this amount was enough for a day's pay and rushed for the money. One of the porters shouted joyfully that he had caught it. Now the money was his. However, ants appeared around the young man. The herald immediately put his sword forward and showed his talent as a warrior. Whirlwind of whirlwinds. All the ants around him were destroyed. Petra was surprised. Had he really destroyed all the ants with one blow? Nagi noticed that, unlike his character, this adventurer's skills were truly excellent. However, this guy knew in advance that there were ants in ambush and deliberately threw coins, using the porter as bait. As a result, he easily dealt with the swarm of ants from the ambush, but the porter was injured. Porters usually cannot wear normal armor because of the weight of their load. Even if there is a priest in the raid, she will not heal the porter under any circumstances, as she does not want to waste ether. If something went wrong, the porter could die. Nagi asked if they always conducted sweeps this way. Harold asked if this commander was protecting the porter because they were colleagues. He was also a porter, so he should understand. Adventurers and porters were just a contractual relationship. Porters only need to be paid, nothing more. The porter said he was grateful. Mr. Harold was the only one who hired him as a porter. Harold turned to our hero and said that the guy was getting too cocky because the adventurers called him the raid commander. The assistant told Gerald that these guys didn't seem very happy with their promotion methods. Ahead was a fork in the road leading to several sectors. Maybe they should be assigned to clear the first sector? Harold agreed that it was a good idea. They were the main raid after all, and it would be embarrassing if they cleared the area more slowly than the others. Their group was responsible for 3 sectors, so the young guys could clear the first sector and come back. Even if their raid commander was a porter, they should be able to handle it. Our hero thought that it might even be calmer than going with them. However, one thing bothered him. Parting with such types never ends well. There might be a catch. Our hero's squad descended on a rope. Nero said she felt like she was back in the cracked dungeon. Deshtar noted that now, they would be able to hunt monsters in peace. It turned out to be incredibly spacious down there. Nagi said that if before it was just ant trails, now the real lair begins. Now they would have to clear everything on their own, so they needed to be careful. It was unknown what enemies awaited them ahead, and how many ants might appear. The mercenary said that the Girl Scout with the gold badge was also a newbie. If she had done her reconnaissance properly, she would have realized that it was impossible to go into that sector. Harold noted that if these young people drew attention to themselves, it would be easier for them to clear the area. This young squad didn't even suspect that they had entered the very center of the deadly vortex. Petra said she heard a strange sound, probably a swarm of ants approaching. The girl added that the ants were approaching from above. Our hero was still unsure whether Agnes had done the right thing in appointing him commander of the raid. Nowhere in the world does a porter become the commander of a raid. However, if he was given this task, he had to get it done. The young man took the blades out of his bag and prepared to fight back. He shouted for everyone to get ready for battle. Nagi said he would go ahead, and Nero and Deshtar should prepare for a joint attack. Our hero thought that the most dangerous thing about the lower ants was their lightning-fast paws and stingers. However, after Nagi saw Lady Agnes's speed, he thought that the ants were so slow that it made him sleepy. Ordinary monsters can be destroyed without the power of ether, but it is usually difficult to break through their thick armor. To deal with them, you need the experience of a porter based on attacking vulnerable spots. When clearing dungeons, a porter has two main tasks: to carry the adventurer's luggage and the trophies they have obtained. Trophies often have to be obtained by cutting up monsters. But adventurers don't give much time for cutting. We had to break through thick armor and quickly extract the trophies. This is how our hero learned their weak spots. The inner part of the abdomen is very vulnerable in ants, so much so that it can be easily cut open with a regular sword. Another difficulty with ants is their coordinated attack, based on their numerical superiority. Since they communicate using special chemicals called pheromones, you can get results by overpowering them with a stronger smell. To do this, you can use stinkhorn mushrooms, foul-smelling mushrooms that grow in burial caves. After that, the ants' movement slows down significantly. Nero said that the commander had had enough fun. Now it was their turn. She also rushed to attack the ants. The fighter's talent Yum Yum Strike was activated. The Cupacut artifact was used. The skill Shockwave Ice Strike was copied. Deshtar said that now it was his turn and used the Necromancer's talent. Ban added that the genius adventurers were entering the scene. Nagi thought that one powerful blow, and the adventurer's signature skill, was a simpler and faster way to clear the area than analyzing each enemy. Our hero said we should be careful. We don't know how many more ants are ahead, so we can't waste ether thoughtlessly. The young man felt the ground shake. The sound was much louder than anything he had heard before. Nagi asked if Petra could determine the location of the ants. Petra was confused. She knew that a tracker should be a guide and walk ahead. That's what she had been taught. However, the girl saw a huge live ant in front of her, and she became frightened. Nagi saw Petra running away from the giant ant chasing her. Our hero thought that everything was not going according to plan. The tracker, who was supposed to scout out enemies, was now in a panic. The strongest fighter of the raid had gone too far and found himself cut off. Nero and Deshtar were surrounded. Nero said that her ether was almost at zero. Deshtar noticed that he would have to use his big toe. Nagi thought that as the raid commander who was supposed to lead the group forward, he was spending an eternity on a few ants and couldn't assess the overall situation. This was not at all like being a porter behind the backs of adventurers. Nagi couldn't calmly assess the situation. Such was the reality of this raid. In the dungeons, there is a type more dangerous than the 3 hopeless types that ruin any sweep, the Zero type. It's simply a weak raid group, that is, a truly hopeless team. Nagi thought that they should not become such a group. Our hero heard someone call out to him. Looking back, he heard the question, "Are they there?" The stranger said that if they wanted to survive, they should immediately lie down on the ground. The stranger threw a ball with a hook on a string forward and held a stick in his other hand. Nagi looked at the badge and realized that this stranger was a swordsman, a white-ranked warrior. The stranger said, "Looks like these are the guys Agnes was talking about. Still, they're too weak for now." His stick turned out to be a fishing rod. He noted that he hadn't seen any newbies in a long time. Naines asked Agnes if the new guild members had really gone to him. Agnes confirmed this. She had indeed sent the newcomers to Mr. Poppetman for training. Naines and Stoneman said that this was too cruel. These young people had just become adventurers. They would meet their end. Agnes was surprised. Was it really that serious? Naines declared that Poppetman was the worst in their guild. Poppetman was a pervert and had the rank of white swordsman. Nagi was surprised. What kind of person was he? Besides, there was no such rank. Petra asked the squad commander if she had understood correctly. Could this man really destroy so many ants with a single blow? And he didn't even use his talent. Nagi said that he had undoubtedly dealt with the ants in one fell swoop, piercing the ant's shell, which even a sharp sword couldn't penetrate, with a crude fishing rod. Poppetman asked why they were frozen in place. He had simply helped them. Nagi was surprised. Did Lady Agnes really ask him for help? The protagonist understood who Agnes was talking about when she mentioned that the right person would be waiting for them. Agnes warned that he was very unusual, so Nagi would surely recognize him. But he had a very problematic personality. Nagi wondered if this was the strange man Mrs. Agnes had mentioned. Deshtar said he had seen this man somewhere before. Nero confirmed that his face was familiar to her. Poppetman said they were mistaken. He had a very ordinary face. He added that Agnes had promised to send him some good new recruits. He was even hoping for that. However, he was faced with weaklings who were incapable of anything. Nero wondered why this man was speaking so rudely. Deshtar noted that they had also destroyed quite a few ants. Poppetman said that, unfortunately, the ether had quickly run out, and they found themselves trapped. In addition, they had thoughtlessly rushed forward, breaking the raid formation, just like the hopeless trio. It was immediately obvious that they were newbies, and clueless ones at that. They didn't even realize that they had walked into an ant meat grinder. Nagi thought that was true. No matter how many ants there were in the ant dungeon, there were suspiciously many of them here. The ant meat grinder, also known as the whirlwind of destruction, is an anomalous phenomenon in which countless ants lose their direction and walk endlessly in circles. The reason for this is pheromones and scent trails. Ants move by following the scent trails left by the lead ant, but if the lead ant takes a wrong turn, or if several scent trails intersect, the inevitable happens. The ants begin to wander endlessly along the same route. This continues until they die of exhaustion. The real problem is that if an ant meat grinder forms inside a dungeon, an area with an excessive concentration of monsters appears. Nagi said, "So, the No-Answer Guild knew there was an ant meat grinder here and lured us in anyway." Petra was surprised. Why would they do that? Nagi pointed out that even if a meat grinder had formed, many ants would fight their way out of it. But if you distract them on one side, it becomes much easier on the other. Deshtar said that those guys were evil people. He didn't like them from the very beginning. Popotman replied that in the dungeon, the truly evil ones are the weak. They took advantage of the situation only because these young people were defenseless. The dungeon is a terribly unfair place, but it strictly obeys the law of force. If the young people had resisted and fought that raid group, how would it have ended? There's no need to think about it. Everyone would have died. Nero was surprised. Could they really have lost to such fools? Popotman admitted that their clearing methods were crude, but that only proved that they were strong enough to reach that level even with such a mindset. He added that the young people in front of him were not only weak, but also stupid. Popotman said that this was exactly how Agnes had described them to him. They had a good attitude, but if he took them with him, they could die because of their own weakness. He added that this was why he had been allowed to train these young people as he saw fit. Nero said they didn't agree. She wasn't going to train with some stranger. The man said he was ready to provide a compelling argument. Popotman noted that he was the one who trained that foolish adventuress Agnes. The man added that if the young people understood everything, then their first training session would now begin. They had to attack. At the same time, Popotman swung his fishing rod. Agnes understood that the most important thing for an adventurer was attitude. However, if there was no strength to back up that attitude, nothing would work out. Agnesa really wanted this adventure to help Mr. Nagi and his companions gain the necessary strength. Popotman began to swing his fishing rod. The adventurers moved chaotically, afraid that he would hit them. Nero said she would create a shockwave, and Kopikot would help her. Popotman easily dodged Nero's attack, and noticed that the girl was using ether too straightforwardly, which made her movements too easy to read. After these words, Nero was struck with a rod, as if with a whip. The blow landed on a soft part of her body. It was immediately apparent that she was wasting ether thoughtlessly. Deshtar became angry and said that he would have to bring out his trump card, the Golem. A summon from scraps was activated, a huge finger. Brutal Golem, the soul seal of the yellow Golem. Popotman was shocked. This was a boss-level creature. It could be dangerous. Deshtar said that the man with the fishing rod was already nervous. The Golem would destroy him now. But Deshtar dodged his opponent's blow, and a bump formed on his head. Popotman noticed that when the young man used the summon, his reflexes slowed down. Popotman added that now the young man could try to dodge it. The Great Fisherman's Sword style was activated. Then came the net catch. Petra was caught in it. The girl was immobilized and found herself suspended by a fishing line. Popotman noted that the girl only appeared to have a gold rank. If the tracker, who was supposed to be leading the way, was unable to react even to this, then what use was he? Nagi thought that the words about this man teaching Lady Agnes were not bragging at all. The fishing rod should not be underestimated. It is much more dangerous than ordinary weapons. Nagi noted that the radius and angle of attack of this fishing rod were too great. It was unpredictable and struck without fail. He decided to focus on the tip of the line. That was the target. But when you know where the blow is coming from, it's easier to defend yourself. Popotman said that was a shame. As they said, the young man's reaction was not bad. If he were an adventurer with talent, he might have been able to repel the attack. However, without the support of the ether, he is just a well-trained ordinary person. It fits the stigma of a porter that hangs around his neck. Popotman told the young man to get up quickly. Agnes assured him that he had a special power. If this young man had managed to cut down the leash, he should try to use that sword style now. Nagi pointed out that it might be too dangerous. The man laughed. Did the young man really think he would suffer from his blow? Nagi grabbed his sword and said that if Popotman got hurt, it wouldn't be his fault. Popotman immediately realized that this was bald, and the stance was correct. But most likely, this was an exaggeration on Agnes's part. She tended to overestimate adventurers with the right attitude. Nagi thought he would definitely succeed and attacked his opponent. His opponent woke up lying in a hollow. The blow was so strong that Puppetman had pushed the ground beneath him. Everyone should have their own plan. A teacher who is respected by all remains so, at least until he gets punched in the face by one of his students. Puppetman cringed and screamed for them not to hit him. Nero was surprised. Could this man really teach them anything? The commander knocked him out with one blow. Deshtar said he doubted his strength. Puppet Man ordered them to shut up immediately. He had just relaxed a little. The man with the fishing rod pointed his finger at the squad commander and shouted that he wanted to destroy him. Such a blow could indeed have sent him to the other world. He got off lightly. Nagi had warned that it was dangerous. Papatman remarked, even if he said it was okay to hit him hard, who would launch an aura right in his face? The man with the fishing rod was surprised. Did this young man not realize that he had used the aura? Most likely, it was just an imitation. If the guy had mastered the aura and sword style perfectly, such a blow could have killed him. After all, it was the power of a bygone era. But even with an imperfect style, the bearer managed to reach this level on his own. This is really interesting. It seems that Agnes sent him here for a reason. Puppet Man said that he now had a rough idea of their level. In that case, they could start the second training session. And it would be a full one. Did they know how he became Agnes's teacher? Nagi suggested that it was thanks to his skill. Papatman replied that it was not without that, but it was not the main reason. He was able to become Agnes's mentor not only because of his strength. His extensive knowledge of ether played a significant role. He tirelessly studied the theory and principles of its operation, and eventually became a true expert, almost a scientist. Therefore, Papatman quickly and accurately identified all the problems of the newcomers. A porter with excellent technique but no combat experience, a cat with a lack of ether, a summoner with poor control, a tracker with no combat skills. He offered each of them an individual solution. Papatman said that the cat did not understand what ether was at all. The talent type of ether gives the body a huge advantage upon awakening. It gives a warrior strength, a mage patience, and a fighter significant physical abilities. However, this is only the basic effect. If a girl cannot freely control the ether flowing through her, then she is just a weakling of the copper rank. Her special skill is Shockwave. It is simply released without any control of the ether, so after 2 uses, her resources are depleted. The girl needs ki. By a lucky coincidence, they are now in the very center of the ant meat grinder. This place is teeming with all kinds of ants and spatial distortions, an ideal training ground. You could call it escaping from an endless ant room. Papatman added that he had locked the girl in a confined space, and there was only one way out. She had to squeeze through a small hole in front of her, but it would be literally covered with ants. In other words, to get out, she would have to destroy them one by one. However, if she continues to waste ether so thoughtlessly, she will not be able to break through. Puppetman said that the next one would be a worthless summoner. Unexpectedly, his skill and ether movement are quite good. Deshtar replied that this was to be expected, as he was a brilliant adventurer. The mentor did not deny it. Yes, it is a special ether, passed down in his family. But if he continues like this, he will never surpass his older brother. Ban was surprised. How did the mentor know this? Papatman reminded him that his knowledge was quite extensive. The mentor said that the brilliant adventurer's skill in controlling summoned creatures was too poorly developed. But this skill is key for a summoner. The creature's movements are slow, and its body becomes defenseless when controlled, as if it were seasick. The mentor added that from now on, the young man would be restrained. No movements, no sensations. All this would be done for him by the summoned creature. Deshtar was placed blindfolded in a basket behind the golem's back. Thus, the young man would be thrown into the thick of the ants in the middle of the meat grinder. He would have to get out of there. Puppetman said that now it was the turn of the cowardly tracker. The mentor thought that, in terms of ether volume, she was almost an outstanding adventurer, but in reality, she was a weakling. It was all because of her lack of combat experience. Because of this, her intuition, the most important trait for a tracker, was dulled. Did the girl know why this squad had fallen into the ant meat grinder? It was because of her. Because she had failed to detect the danger in time. Papatman added that even a copper-ranked tracker would notice this. It's no good. If she plans to continue like this, she'd better go back to the inspectors. She needs a heart. Deep within the ant meat grinder is a dark cave. It is a place where nothing can be seen or heard. There, one can only rely on their sixth sense. Petra agreed that nothing could be seen in this cave. It was necessary to reach its center and find what was hidden there. Stray ants may roam this place. They are very sensitive, so it is best not to disturb them. Puppetman said that now he wanted to talk to the porter. The young man would fight him personally. Our hero really had to confront his mentor. Puppetman said that the young man relies too much on analysis and is fixated on the habits and patterns of his opponent. Not that this is entirely bad, but the dungeon is a place where you battle the unknown. There are always factors here that go beyond the usual calculations. For a person lacking talent, this was a way to overcome physical differences and limitations. However, ironically, this also created a framework for him. All this stems from an inferiority complex caused by the fact that the young man was unable to become an adventurer. This complex sits somewhere deep in his soul. Nagi reminded him of what his mentor had just said. With the talent of a swordsman, he would have easily repelled this attack. The mentor talked about talent, so he should understand better than anyone else what it's like to have no talent. Papatman asked, "Is that really so?" He used to think so too, but while studying the ether, he came to a certain understanding. In this world, anyone can awaken the ether. This ether manifests itself in 3 possible forms. the talent type, the equipment type, and the formless type. The first type is very common and covers about 90% of people. Simply put, this is when the ether manifests itself in the form of a profession. The association believes that this type is transmitted mainly through the inheritance of ancestral abilities. In any case, once you have a profession, you can achieve remarkably rapid growth. According to records, the first adventurer to awaken his talent had never held a sword before, but immediately after awakening, he was able to defeat an entire squad of knights. Nagi said that he already knew this, as well as the fact that most of them are almost no different from those without talent. Equipment type ether. From known observations, it is clear that in such cases, the ether does not enter a person, but materializes in the form of special tools or equipment. According to statistics, useless things appear most often, which is why it is called a failure. Even if excellent equipment appears, its owners are not considered adventurers. This is because adventurers already have powerful equipment called artifacts. Even if they awaken magnificent equipment, they will not be able to use it properly. They will not have enough physical strength. Puppetman said that most people think this way, and in general they are not wrong. But there is one detail that few people know about. It concerns the key difference between artifacts and equipment type ether. Both have special abilities. In this, they are similar. But unlike artifacts whose properties are predetermined, equipment type ether adapts to the user and constantly grows. This type is a materialized form of ether. You could say it is a concentration of ether itself. Puppetman noticed that he also possessed equipment type ether. Nagi was surprised. Is it possible to become so strong without talent? The mentor only has a fishing rod, which is a trick, and catches everything. Popotman said it was too early to be surprised. This type of ether, having passed the Mura stage, understanding one's ether, and reaching the Ilcha level, unity with it, is capable of even more. Artifact, activation, the secret art of fishing. Puppetman pulled out a fish and said that you can also fish in this dungeon. It was a fish made of ether. When consumed by Puppetman, it temporarily grants the talent of a fighter. The mentor swallowed the fish whole and said he wanted to taste it. Nagi was in complete panic at that moment. His usual ideas about the world were collapsing, while this pink weirdo appeared before his eyes. Puppetman, in his new form, said he was ready to begin the next lesson. There is a rumor among adventurers about a pink veteran who helps newbies. The newbie said that he was a novice adventurer who had just started clearing dungeons. Recently, while clearing a goblin dungeon, his squad was almost wiped out, and they nearly failed the mission. But at that moment, a veteran adventurer appeared. This veteran was full of determination, and instantly dealt with the monsters. The adventurers were saved. The young man added that he was confused and couldn't even thank him for his help. However, the veteran's pink skin was a little scary. During training, Nero improved and constantly chased monster ants. Nero said that these creatures had too strong armor to be broken with bare fists. To break through, you need to use a special skill. 2 attempts should be enough for the ether to run out, and then she would have to return to the starting point to recover. During this time, new ants would fill the breach. It was a vicious circle. This means there is no way out. Nero decided that something had to be done. Deshtar continued to shout loudly from inside the backpack on Golem's back. The golem ran faster and faster, and the adventurer shouted louder and louder, asking to be rescued. There was a fork in the road ahead, and one of the paths was blocked. The golem stopped. It was time to decide left or right. Deshtar decided to run to the right. As a result of the chosen path, the golem found himself in front of a group of aggressive ants. Deshtar said that the golem was to blame. Because of him, they were completely surrounded. What to do now? The next moment, there was an explosion. Petra hid behind a rock and thought that this huge ant would not notice her. She had to wait until the danger passed. Petra noted that the local ants knew how to hide their presence and were very sensitive. They must have adapted because they had lived in this darkness for a long time. How could she overcome this obstacle? The situation in the dungeon was too unusual. She had never been taught how to deal with this. Petra thought that she had no method of clearing the way. What would Mr. Nagi do in this situation? How could the leader of the group break through these monsters? Nagi would definitely not give up. Nagi would take a tool out of his bag to resolve the situation. The girl reached into her bag. What kind of tool did she have? The tool turned out to be a wire brush. It was an unremarkable piece of equipment, but for a tracker, it was a highly compatible item. The girl had used it for the first time since training camp. They say that only novice trackers use this equipment. For Petra's current level, it was optimal. Until now, the girl had relied only on her sight and hearing. But they said that a real tracker is able to sense even when they can't see or hear anything, using the sounds they are looking for. L'amigo sin. Petra thought that this was the 6th sense of a tracker. Opening her eyes in such a place would only give her unnecessary information. The girl decided to focus all her senses and ether on the tip of the vine and spread the ether from that tip, as if drawing a map of the place. The area she could cover was still small. Petra moved slowly, little by little. However, step by step, she moved forward confidently. Nagi fell onto his back exhausted. Was this really called training? It wasn't training, it was a one-sided beating. Popotman said he called it training, but the young man had better be careful, because in this state, he had poor control over his strength and could inadvertently destroy himself. The pink man attacked, and the protagonist put his blade forward and neutralized the attack. However, our hero was unable to stay in place and was knocked far back by the impact. The next moment, the pink man was behind the protagonist. The mentor leaned toward the young man's ear and said that this was his weak spot. The pink man licked the hero's cheek and said he could taste a novice. Nagi became angry and grabbed the sword sticking out of the bag. Our hero swung his sword, but the pink man managed to dodge and said that the young man was very slow. Nagi thought that he couldn't defeat this opponent head-on. Gluttony had to help him. A mushroom was handed to the young man from the bag. Papatman caught the mushroom and clamped it between his teeth. The pink man swallowed the mushroom. The mentor said it was very tasty. Nagi was surprised. What kind of stomach did he have? Papatman asked, "Is the young man really interested in this? Why is there such a difference between them? After all, they both have the equipment type of ether." Nagi asked the mentor to teach him how to become the same. The pink man said that the reason why it is so difficult for those with the equipment type of ether to become adventurers is that the path to this level of mastery is too thorny, and it is different for each type of equipment. So there is no single answer. Therefore, there is no specific method that could be taught to the young man. Popotman added that the only thing he could do was to break the young man's mindset. The young man pretended that this was not the case. But hadn't he set a limit for himself by deciding that if he had no talent, he could not become an adventurer? Popotman added that he himself had been like that. All he could do now was to broaden the young man's understanding of things. The young man must feel the difference in strength with his whole body. Nagi thought that the last training session was also akin to a beating, but for some reason it made him laugh. Everything was just as the mentor had said. He had denied countless times that he could not become an adventurer. But in reality, he had to admit it, because he had seen countless times how those who stood with him at the starting line overtook him. They overtook him so much that no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't catch up with them. Nagi was constantly behind in this race. The young man thought that all he could do was watch them pull away. Therefore, he could not simply rejoice in the growth of his comrades. It was a deeply hidden inferiority complex. The reason our hero laughed this time was because he had hit the nail on the head. Therefore, meeting Papatman was a stroke of luck and an opportunity for him. The mentor asked how long the young man was going to rest. Nagi noticed that less than 5 minutes had passed. Papatman noted that the young man was weak, so he had to train twice as hard and not argue with his mentor. Thus, under Papatman's guidance, Nagi began hellish training. The group of newbies, full of problems, began to move forward to overcome their shortcomings. The problem was that they had almost no time left. Papatman thought this kid was funny. Agnes had found a good prospect. Maybe even the young man could achieve the same thing he had. Unity with the thing. Nagi was surprised. Had the dungeon changed? This unpleasant feeling of déjà vu was filled with disgusting energy. Nagi asked Mr. Papatman what this terrifying aura was. It seemed as if they were in a high-level dungeon. Papatman replied that he himself did not know for sure. The mentor asked who these guys were. Nagi replied that they were adventurers from the Noenser Guild, and that ants should not be a threat to them. But what had happened here? The leader of the group, Gerald, grabbed Papatman by his cloak and said they needed help. The monster was coming, and they were very scared. Gerald shouted that the monster would destroy everyone. It was already here. Papatman also shouted. A girl stood nearby with a smile on her face. She said, "The guillotine will destroy them." Papatman grabbed the blade behind his back. At that moment, Harold pulled Papatman by his cloak again and said he needed help. Papatman was distracted by this man and lost precious time. The weapon thrown by the girl flew past and hit Papatman, injuring his arm. The girl said she was aiming for his neck, but the enemy managed to react. The girl's weapon, an axe, returned to her. She noted that this guy was strong. It was Johanna from the Dawn Guild, the White Order, the large white cathedral. Inside, the girl approached a woman and said she had been looking for her for a long time. The High Priestess was not at the service, and everyone was worried. The High Priestess explained that the girl had gone to do community service, so she was looking after the children instead of her. At the same time, a white bird was sitting on her arm. The girl said that Johanna had gone to the ant dungeon on a voluntary basis. Everyone avoids that place. How brave she is. The High Priestess agreed. Isn't that commendable? Johanna volunteered to take on a task that everyone else avoids. Doesn't that make her an example for all the novices? Like these girls, they must be busy with their duties as priestesses. But they still brought sick children here to heal and care for them. Johanna not only has outstanding abilities as a priestess, but also a beautiful soul. Johanna must be the next saint. Johanna had been carefully hiding her affiliation with the White Order all this time. She finally began to carry out her plan in the ant dungeon. Nagi remembered that this girl's name was Johanna. She was a priestess who accompanied the Noensar Guild. Could she be the one who did this to these adventurers? Nagi felt a similar aura. Nagi asked Papatman if his mentor was okay. He was ready to look for something in his first aid bag. Papatman replied that he was fine. The mentor said that this girl was extraordinary. Even though he was interrupted, his hand was grabbed so quickly that he didn't have time to react. Papatman used a secret fishing technique called the sticky line technique. The arm was restored. The mentor said that it was enough to simply stick it back on. Papatman said this with confidence, but it was only first aid, so his right hand would not work at full capacity. Johanna said that this man was not a priest, but was pretending to be one. What a ridiculous way to treat someone. The girl declared that she would heal him properly and used her unique abilities as a priestess. The priest's talent, blessing, great healing, was activated. Papatman thought that this ether structure was undoubtedly healing, just like carrot and stick. A green mist appeared in the immediate vicinity. At first, it was definitely a healing type of ether, but just before it touched him, its properties changed. Papatman said that the girl had mixed something up. You can't heal anyone with stuff like that. Johanna said she had to ask. This was not the kind of attack that someone with a porcelain rank could dodge. Besides, a white swordsman could not exist in principle. Papatman said that it was not for her, with her copper priest badge, to talk to him about it. Johanna replied that there was no point in either of them trying to understand such things. Besides, she was not free or kind enough to dwell on someone who would soon die. It is commonly believed that priests are a class far removed from battle. But such outdated stereotypes do not apply to this girl. This girl is used to slaughter. She exudes that scent. In the end, the only way to understand what is happening in this dungeon is to fight her. Papatman drew a line on the ground with his fishing rod. He told the protagonist not to cross that line under any circumstances. Nagi asked how the mentor was going to fight with an injured arm. Papatman said that everything had worked out well. This is a rare opportunity, so it is worth watching closely those who have reached the heights. This will be the third lesson. Papatman said that he hadn't come across such a stubborn fish in a long time, so they could have some fun. With that, he swung his fishing rod. A secret fishing technique was activated, and the mentor pulled out a large fish. Blue marlin is a fish from the ant dungeon, consisting of ether. By eating it, Papatman can temporarily use the spearman's talent. Blue marlin. It's a shame to use such a talent when one hand is out of order. Johanna was surprised. Were they underestimating her? How could they eat right in front of her? The girl noticed that her opponent's ether seemed to have exploded. Papatman had indeed changed his appearance. Papatman's class had changed. Now he was in the form of a spearman. Johanna said that her opponent was handsome. Why didn't he take off that ridiculous mask from the beginning? Papatman was surprised. What was she talking about? Everyone knew that it was a mask. What was before was his real face, and it was rude to call him ridiculous. The spearman expressed confidence that his opponent was ready. Johanna spun her axe in front of her. Papatman said that he did not forgive adventurers who interfered with the clearing of the dungeon. Johanna suggested that her opponent might be a little scared, adding that it was, of course, a joke. Papatman blocked the axe flying at him with his spear. This time, everything was different. The spearman said that a weapon that moves on its own is definitely annoying. Johanna said that her opponent had relaxed too soon. After all, she hadn't even used her priest's talent yet. The spearman thought that in a battle with a high-level adventurer, the most important thing was to understand their talents and skills. Judging by the ether, she was definitely a priestess. The floating axe was the ability of the artifact itself. In any case, the spearman's talent was waterfall climb, the flying axe and the attacking magic that pretends to be healing ether. Their combination is flawless. Papatman again deflected the axe flying at him with his spear. Johanna methodically captured space and compressed it. The spearman understood that this would not be an easy fight. Nagi thought that this was exactly what a battle between those who had reached the heights looked like. The young man thought he would help his mentor if he saw a breach in the defense. To do this, he had a mushroom in his hand. However, now he couldn't even take his eyes off the fight so as not to miss anything. The young man dropped the mushroom from his hand. Nagi thought that it was just his pride if he thought he could be useful here. Our hero understood that this was a completely different level, and he could not help in any way. If he awkwardly pushed forward, he would only get in the way. Under no circumstances should he cross that line. Papatman thought that the girl was pressing him insistently, as if telling him not to come closer. But if she acted that way, wouldn't it show her weakness? In that case, the method of clearing the area was obvious. The spearman's talent, Turtle Shield, was activated. A breakthrough occurred at one point. Johanna said it was a commendable decision, but she was not weak in close combat at all. In a normal situation, the opponent's choice would have been good. However, this is a stereotype. The skill Water Earth Wave was activated. Johanna used the priest's talent, Blessing of Strength, Power. Papatman thought that he was facing a priest capable of close combat with the help of the enhancement itself. However, even with increased physical abilities, combat skills remain amateurish. Papatman was surprised. Why wasn't his body obeying him? Johanna said, finally, he was caught. She ordered the guillotine to deal with her opponent and swung her axe. Papatman was able to dodge her attack again. The girl declared that this time she really intended to destroy him. This guy was definitely not easy to deal with. The spearman noted that she could praise him all she wanted, but he had already turned into a pile of rags. There wasn't a single place on his body that didn't hurt. Papatman thought that he had reaped his reward after all. It seemed that he had now seen his opponent's skill. Papatman said that her artifact ignored gravity. Healing turned into pain, and blessing turned into a curse. The spearman noted that her skill reversed everything. The skill was definitely called inversion. Johanna smiled, so her opponent had noticed. But so what? What difference did it make? While Nagi's squad trained with Papatman during the clearing of the ant dungeon, Agnes's squad went to clear the Queen's ant dungeon. The Queen's ant dungeon is a high-ranking dungeon, incomparable to the usual ones. It is a difficult dungeon, where you have to wage a full-scale war against the soldier ants led by the queen. Therefore, Sunset Wind prepared thoroughly and threw its best forces into battle. But for some reason, the clearing of the dungeon ended very simply. There was no entrance to this dungeon because the queen was absent. Naines said that the queen's ant dungeon without the queen was simply ridiculous. Stoneman noted that it all ended easily. Agnes was surprised. Had they already won? Nines did nothing again. He agreed not to forget Elizabeth Lovest this time. There were simply insurmountable circumstances. Agnes asked Ferroro why there was no boss here. The priestess replied that something strange was indeed happening. For the boss to disappear from a dungeon where there was no breakthrough, there were unstable remnants of ether. It felt as if it had been done artificially, as if the queen ant had been kidnapped. The remnants of ether led to a deep hole below. But why would anyone do that? Moreover, these ether remnants filling the cave seemed to be waiting for someone. Ferroro said there was a message left using the ether. Suddenly, a snake's head appeared. The snake said she knew it all along. Agnes Farid had to come here. The snake added that Agnes was not yet ripe enough to be eaten. Agnes realized that she was facing Johanna. The snake said that in light of this, she had decided to start with an appetizer. Agnes could see where her wrong decision would lead. Agnes screamed that it was a trap, and that everyone should stick together. The witch's talent, Apep's poisonous fang, was activated. She asked if everything was okay. The squad leader realized she had made a mistake. The dungeon where Johanna was going to make her breakthrough was not this one, but the one where Mr. Nagi was located. At this time, Popotman continued to evade the attacks of the guillotine. He understood that he was now facing a difficult opponent. The axe itself was strong, like a good adventurer. He couldn't engage in close combat because of the weakening curse. Nagi thought that because of his recent wound, his mentor was slowly but surely losing ground. If this continued, Mr. Popotman could lose. If only he had the strength to cross that line. Nagi asked Mr. Harold if he had finally come to his senses. What had happened here? Johanna was a priestess. What had she done to them? Gerald said that giant ants were coming and everyone would die. Johanna asked her opponent where his former confidence had gone. If things continued like this, he would definitely lose. Popotman swung his spear and said that if the curse could not be avoided in close combat, then this method would work. The spearman's talent, Blue Strike, was used. However, Johanna's axe deflected the spear to the side. The goal was not achieved. Johanna reminded him that even if her opponent understood her skill, nothing would change. She had excellent compatibility against people like him. Popotman said he disagreed. Everything would definitely change. If he knew the problem, all that remained was to find a way to solve it. The dungeon was a battle with the unknown. An adventurer who encountered a strong enemy that was difficult to defeat had to find a way to break through. The spearman said that this was when the decisive part of the battle began. Using his unique abilities, he began to close in on his opponent. Johanna said that this decision disappointed her. It was a banal plan, to overwhelm her with speed before the curse took effect. But it was enough for her to turn the blessing around from the very beginning. Popotman thought that her skill, inversion, working like a curse, would reverse the very structure of physical enhancement. There would be only one chance, at the very moment when her enhancement became weakness. Blue Marlin has one special ability, ethereal fish that only Popotman can see. Secret fishing technique is an unpredictable skill, and Popotman never knows what he will catch. However, with the help of Blue Marlin's harpoon, he can catch exactly the fish he wants. It was spearfishing. Purple Tam is a fish made of ether. By eating it, Popotman can temporarily use the talent of a magician. It was exactly the fish Popotman needed. The physical characteristics that Blue Marlin increased: strength, dexterity, agility. But when changing talents to the magician's talent, the physical characteristics that were supposed to decrease due to her inversion return again. No matter how strong the curse was, Popotman's enhancement was much greater. A class change occurred, and now this form is Power Mage. It was a double inversion technique. Johanna said it was an abomination. Nagi realized that his mentor had used her ability against her. Nagi thought that Popotman wasn't just strong. He was an adventurer with combat instincts, ingenuity, and the ability to improvise. Nagi looked at Gerald and felt the same ominous aura that emanated from Johanna. Nagi asked what Gerald was going to do. Gerald swung his two-handed sword and told the courier to shut up. He wanted to live. Gerald rushed forward and told Lady Johanna to trust him. Popotman was approaching his opponent at that moment. The Power Mage's talent was activated. The opponents were almost touching. There was still a little way to go. Johanna did not expect such a turn of events. Was this really the end? The skill Magical Crusher was activated. Nagi didn't understand what was happening. He couldn't see anything because of the smoke. The protagonist decided he had made a mistake. He had to help Popotman no matter what. He thought it wasn't too late. His sword style could definitely come in handy. However, the protagonist was attacked by Harold and knocked aside. His opponent told the young man not to meddle in things that didn't concern him. Couldn't he tell when it was appropriate to intervene and when it wasn't? Harold added that if the courier kept quiet, Lady Johanna might spare him. Nagi asked Gerald what had happened here. What was Johanna plotting? Gerald replied that it was pointless to find out. Harold added that after he sent the young people to the first sector, his assault squad was destroyed by it. Ant Dungeon, 3rd Colony. Harold, with an axe in his chest, asked why Lady Johanna was doing this. Had she deceived them? The girl was surprised. What was he talking about? She had never deceived them. She had come to the dungeon as a priestess to care for the sick. Only the object of her care was not adventurers, but the child. At the same time, Johanna stood in front of a huge monster ant. Johanna asked the monster if he enjoyed his meal. The priestess added that the child would soon reach perfection. Harold told our hero that he would soon find out what they were up against. Nagi was surprised. Was there really someone else here besides Johanna? The monster ant pierced Popotman's body with its claws and lifted him off the ground. Johanna expressed her hope that her opponent was not going to make any pompous speeches about fair one-on-one combat in such a place. Popotman replied that he hadn't expected that. However, it was indeed an unexpected turn of events. Popotman asked what kind of creature it was. Johanna said that her role was to stall for time until she finished her preparations. Until the progenitor of ants was complete. Popotman thought that things couldn't get any worse. Not only had another troublemaker appeared, but he was now wounded at such a moment. Popotman managed to free himself, grabbed his staff, and decided to use it as a weapon. Johanna said she was curious to see if her power would work on someone like these opponents. It would be extremely interesting to see. Puppet Man thought that even with inversion increasing his strength, it was still difficult to block his opponent's attacks. This creature was quite strong. Popotman went one-on-one against the ant monster. Johanna said not to forget about her too. Popotman assumed that the ant queen, who shouldn't be here, had been deliberately kidnapped from the queen's ant dungeon. After all, she would have been destroyed by strong adventurers there. The ant queen's dungeon is A rank. If this creature was here, all the adventurers in the dungeon would be destroyed. Popotman thought that if only this creature were here, he could handle it. However, this girl is not just a priestess. She is not so simple because she turns out to have a double class. Johanna said, "Did my opponent really notice that?" She confirmed that this was indeed the case, but she didn't really want to use this power. She didn't know that she would encounter an adventurer like this opponent in such a dungeon. A class inversion occurred. Johanna, a priestess and witch from the Dawn Guild, was forced to admit that her opponent was very strong. Popotman thought, why does he need this? Besides, the strengthening effect of the inversion technique was already wearing off. Popotman was not confident in his talent as a mage. However, in his current battered state, it was better to be a mage. Even if his body was broken, it would not greatly interfere with fighting. Popotman's class changed. Mage form. He asked Nagi if the third lesson had been useful to him. That was the end of it. The mage form has a wide attack radius, so safety cannot be guaranteed. Therefore, it is better for the young man to leave. The mage's talent was activated. Protective bubble. Nagi said that it was dangerous to go alone. Popotman was surprised. Who was worried about whom here? He still had many tricks up his sleeve. The mentor told the young man that he must remember one thing. Everything starts with understanding his own ether. If the guy wants to get involved in a battle of this level, he should at least prepare better. Johanna said that it was all pointless. She could destroy such a mage at any moment. Besides, he was a clumsy deceiver. The girl noticed that with each transformation, the ether enveloping her opponent's body was noticeably weakening. Was he really going to fight her in this state? Popotman said that he had been seen through. Still, he had to at least try to fight. The next moment, the mage appeared on a huge fish. In the end, the ant dungeon closed. It was plunged into impenetrable darkness and even deeper despair. Johanna said that in the old days, the creator himself gave names to monsters that had destroyed many adventurers. Such monsters were called named. For a monster, this is the greatest honor. The foremother of the ants would henceforth be called Antvina. However, a faint stir arose from the depths of his thickening despair. Nagi understood that in the end, he could not help. No one knew what waves this faint stir would create. Lady Agnes was right. In the high-ranking dungeons, he would simply be destroyed. He would be useless and become a burden rather than a courier. What to do next? At that moment, a question came from the bag. Do you need strength? Nagi told Gluttony to forgive him, but he was not in the mood for jokes right now. Gluttony waved his hands and said that he had been exposed. But how did the young man guess? In that case, Plan B must be implemented. The next moment, the bag covered the protagonist's head. Then our hero completely disappeared into the bag. Johanna said she was sorry, but her opponent was just very lucky. He was not one of those adventurers who lose easily. The sorceress said that she had also tried very hard to recreate the disappeared named ones. She personally fed him countless adventurers, ground them into food, and carefully raised this monster on them. The opponent can rejoice. He will become part of her child. This alone gives some meaning to the death of this opponent. Popotman advised her to reconsider. He is tough, and if you eat him wrong, you can choke. Popotman thought that this girl was thinking dangerously and needed to be stopped right now. A light appeared from our hero's bag. Popotman thought he would have to rely on this guy. Nagi told Gluttony to stop doing that. The protagonist entered the deep lair. He hadn't been here in a long time. The young man reminded Gluttony that he had warned him not to come here because it was dangerous. If you get lost, you'll never get out of here. Gluttony agreed, but added that everything had changed now. This would definitely help the master. Gluttony told Nagi to forget everything and just trust him today. The space inside the bag gradually increased while our hero worked as a courier. The ratio of items to weight in the bag also became more and more efficient. Once there was enough room for everything he needed, the protagonist stopped paying attention to it. He definitely knew that the space was growing, but he had no idea how much. It was a space within a space. Gluttony said that he had wanted to show this for a long time, because he had effectively distributed this space for Nagi. Initially, it was a space that expanded randomly in one area. Gluttony divided it, organizing it into sectors and categories. There was even a residential sector for gnomes. Nagi was surprised to see that there was a place here that resembled a village. When did Gluttony manage to build this? Gluttony said that he had collected materials for his belongings and all kinds of junk, and built it together with these puppies. They work well. Nagi said that now he understood everything, why the bag had become heavier and heavier. Now it was clear where the pain in his shoulders came from. Gluttony added that he didn't just tidy up. When he arranged this space for its intended purpose and placed them there was a significant positive effect. First, there is now Sector 7, Mushroom Garden. Gluttony said that Nagi was too reckless with expensive mushrooms. That way, you could end up broke. That is why Gluttony entrusted this sector to the one with the most sensitive sense of smell. Using his sense of smell, he grows the best mushrooms and herbs. It's still in the experimental stage, but soon they may be able to become self-sufficient. Nagi admitted that there are now many more mushrooms than he used to buy. There are even expensive explosive mushrooms. Nagi said that Gluttony is simply amazing. After all, he figured out how to grow mushrooms right inside a bag. Gluttony replied that it was too early to be surprised. The next place would definitely appeal to the gentleman. The next place turned out to be Sector 3, the Forge. Gluttony noted that Nagi was too reckless with weapons. The Stone Swamp tribe was particularly skilled in ore mining and blacksmithing. The Knoll blacksmith melted down the old weapons and reforged them. Nagi admitted that even at first glance, the quality of the swords was noticeably higher. The blacksmith said that his weapons should not be compared to human weapons. If Nagi did not mind, the blacksmith would try to repair the black blade. The protagonist was surprised, because artifacts are very difficult to repair. The blacksmith agreed to do it for just one magic stone. Artifacts are difficult to repair because they are created using special technology. They are usually found in dungeons. It is possible that the inhabitants of dungeons are even more familiar with artifacts than humans. Nagi received the black blade, and it was now as good as new. It was amazing. Gluttony said that as a token of gratitude, Nagi could give the blacksmith a name. He would definitely be happy. Nagi thought that the blacksmith was so fluffy that the name Fluffy would suit him. The Knoll blacksmith was delighted and suddenly grew taller. Unexpectedly, someone said, "That's a stupid man. How can he give a name for such a trifle?" Nagi was surprised. What was that? Was it really Lich? Lich's head, which was in a jar, demanded that the spell be immediately cancelled. Nagi was surprised. What was this creature doing here? And why was it in the form of a head in a jar? Gluttony replied that he didn't really know. After Lich was destroyed in the tomb dungeon, he began wandering around the bag. They had to catch him. He has a lot of useful knowledge and can answer any question. This guy helped with the construction in the bag, so they kept him. Nagi thought that Lich was a sinister creature. But if only his head was sealed, there should be no problem. Nagi was surprised. Why can't the blacksmith be given a name? Lich explained. When the master gives a name to a monster, it is not just for the sake of it. It becomes named. The higher the merit and the more honorable the name received, the greater the power it is endowed with. Gluttony noted that becoming named is a great honor. Names should only be given to those who have truly achieved results in order to motivate others. But one must be careful, because becoming named means becoming more dependent. Our hero had already considered giving everyone a name, but apparently, it's not worth rushing. Nagi added that Fluffy definitely deserved his name. Leech was surprised. Why doesn't the man listen to him? Thus, Nagi examined the world that Gluttony had created inside the bag. The protagonist realized how little he knew about his own equipment. He even found a wooden blade that he had put there a long time ago and had already forgotten about. The blade was stored in the antiquities sector. Nagi found himself in the unexplored gravity sector. Gluttony said that it was forbidden to go there, but Nagi noticed that the space looked extremely interesting. Gluttony said that once a Knoll went in there and came out completely grown up. He added that because of this, he had forbidden anyone from entering. In addition, there was a sector for cooking in the bag. There was also a sector for brewing potions. The world inside the bag had undergone tremendous changes. Nagi said it was amazing. How did Gluttony manage to do all this? Gluttony replied that it was not his ability. When the split dungeon broke through, he gained the ability to control the space inside the bag. The bag probably absorbed the energy of the split dungeon. Now it can hold everything you need. This bag changes and exists according to Nagi's needs. Until now, the hero believed that he could not become an adventurer precisely because of the bag. But this turned out not to be the case. Nagi said that Gluttony did a great job. The young man added that now is not the time to sit idly by. It was not he who set his limits, but the bag. Popotman showed how to exceed the limits of the equipment type of ether. Gluttony demonstrated something that exceeded the limits of the bag, which had previously served only for storage. The young man thought that now it was his turn to break the limits of his own thinking. Nagi noticed that the bag could store sound as well as air currents. What they have in common is that the hero does not see them with his eyes. but is able to contain them because he has realized them. Nagi realized that it was now obvious to him that he had to hold even more in the bag. Ether of the equipment type cannot accumulate in the body, so he will accumulate it in the bag. Thus, our hero challenged a new opportunity. The world inside the bag came to life. The second phase of Nagi's squad began, and Vina, the foremother of the ants, was ready for action. The witch Johanna said that they could start right here. They could break through the dungeon. The hive tremor skill was activated. After that, everything around shook. Hordes of giant ants moved along the designated route. The cleanup in the ant dungeon failed. The breakthrough began. Johanna said that all preparations were coming to an end. Soon, ants will fill the entire world. Countless people will die. Amidst all this, humanity will remember a long-forgotten horror. Johanna said she could already see it. The powerful will that descended from beyond constantly whispered in her ear, as if commanding her, humanity must be exterminated. It was impossible to resist, and she did not want to. After all, she was born for this. Suddenly, Johanna was attacked by Aunt Vina's sharp spike. Johanna's axe took the brunt of the blow. The witch asked, "What does this mean?" Aunt Vina asked, "Didn't the witch tell her to destroy humanity?" "But Johanna is also human, isn't that so?" Johanna asked, "Can Aunt Vina defeat her?" Aunt Vina replied that the witch was certainly strong, but she had now expended too much energy. Johanna thought that Aunt Vina was right. It is sad when a creator is rejected by their own child. Johanna said it was an unpleasant feeling, but she would forgive Aunt Vina. The goal had been achieved anyway. The named one had been born, and the breakthrough had begun with her. Johanna added that Aunt Vina should not forget this enthusiasm and should revel in her pleasure. The Ant Dungeon of the Foremother. The name alone is enough to understand. Its complexity is A rank. This place requires an organized sweep by a squad of high-level adventurers. It is a carefully controlled danger zone. However, a squad of ordinary adventurers, assembled under rank C, has now been sent there. For them, the changes that have taken place have been too sudden. The adventurers did not understand what was happening. Why were all the paths cut off? The aura emanating from the ant wall was simply terrifying. Aunt Vina attacked one of the adventurers and pierced his body through and through. The young man said he would not give up so easily. He still had something to fight back with. The adventurer noted that from such a distance, he would survive at most by using his composite bow, created on the basis of nanotechnology. This would be revenge for his squad. There was a powerful explosion. Aunt Vina said that now she understood how to use the ether. The adventurer was surprised. Could this monster really use the ether? That couldn't be. Aunt Vina activated the use of ether using the same technology, and the adventurer was completely destroyed. With no chance to respond or escape, the remaining adventurers confronted Aunt Vina. They had no way to resist. Was Nagi's squad in the same situation? They had been fleeing for several days, and were exhausted to the limit. Nero said that she was so hungry that she couldn't even produce ether. Deshtar noticed that his fingers were almost gone, and the ants kept coming and coming. Petra was left alone with Gerald again. Gerald said he wanted to sacrifice the girl to that lady, but he felt sorry for her. Gerald reminded her that his offer to join his squad was still open. In that case, they would serve the lady together, and the girl would be able to survive. Petra said she would refuse again. Did Gerald have no pride as an adventurer? Petra told Deshtar that it was time for them to leave. Deshtar noted again that this was his last finger. Another golem was created. Gerald, sword in hand, looked around, but he was alone. Harold was extremely angry. Had they really escaped? Harold laughed. Didn't they understand yet that it was impossible to escape from here? There was nowhere to run in this ant-like underground labyrinth. The young people stopped. Petra said that no one would notice them here for a while. They needed to rest a little and regain their strength. Petra saw the bag and thought, could it be Mr. Nagi? But it turned out to be another courier. The courier was very happy to see the adventurers. He said that he had run away and found this bag, so he decided to hide here. He hoped there would be food inside, but the bag was completely empty. The courier said that no matter how long he waited, his colleague, the owner of the bag, never returned. Could he have been eaten by ants? Petra said that couldn't be. Mr. Nagi wasn't the type to give up so easily. But in a situation like this, you couldn't be sure of anything. Just when everyone had given up hope and was exhausted, the protagonist's head appeared from the bag. Nagi suddenly returned to his squad. Naturally, the squad was delighted. Nagi apologized, saying that he had some business to attend to in his bag. Petra said that they had been fleeing from the ants for several days. Nero noted that they had lost their dried meat for training and had not eaten anything. Nagi took fresh food out of his bag and offered it to everyone. Petra said that they couldn't find the commander anywhere, so they were very worried. But what happened to the leader? Nagi explained that he had been undergoing a special kind of training. But what was going on here? Petra said that the dungeon was going crazy. Ants were everywhere now. Mr. Poppetman had disappeared. A huge ant appeared in front of the young people. Petra said that they had reappeared. Nero noted that these ants wouldn't even let them eat. They had no strength left to fight. Nagi said that he would deal with these ants himself, and his squad could continue to eat and rest for now. Nagi put his hand in his bag and said he wanted to test something in a real battle. The ants seemed to have thicker shells. The protagonist held a repaired sword in his hands. Nagi said that if they were still ants, then aiming for the waist would be the right decision. Deshtar acknowledged that the atmosphere around the leader had changed. Nero added that the sword style had become more precise. Petra agreed. Due to the lack of ether, Mr. Nagi's sword style was based on pushing his body to the limit in order to use maximum pure strength. But for some reason, his movements had become easier. In the lower back area, the ant was cut in two. Nagi thought that they had strengthened the armor in the lumbar region, which had previously been a weak spot. Petra said that caution was needed, because these ants were a little different. During a break, when everyone was resting, Petra received some information and said that it was terrible. The priestess Johanna had turned out to be a traitor. Nagi assumed that a master like Puppet Man had somehow escaped. The young man added that the problem was that if the ants had started to rage like this, then nothing had been decided yet. Nagi asked the courier to tell him more about what had happened to their squad. The courier said that the sweep was going smoothly. The Noenser squad was well known in the area, so there was no doubt about their strength. However, strange things began to happen halfway through. The adventurer reported that another ambush awaited them ahead. What to do? Harold said that these ants were annoying creatures and that there was no point in approaching the ambush. Harold ordered the courier to go ahead and scout the area. He had to earn the 10 gold coins he had been paid. The courier understood that they wanted to use him as bait again. These adventurers often did so. The young man hoped that this time he would escape without injury. This time, things turned out differently. The ants appeared right above the adventurers. Harold was surprised. Why did they come out from here? There was no choice, and the adventurers prepared for battle. They had to fight off the attacking ants. Gerald thought, what kind of creatures are these? The ants had set up a double ambush, as if they could read their minds. It was impossible to imagine that ants could use such complex tactics. The adventurer complained that he had been slightly scratched and asked if Lady Johanna could treat him. The girl replied that of course she was obliged to help, but her treatment could be somewhat painful. The adventurers found themselves in a green mist that completely enveloped them. The next moment, a monster ant appeared near Johanna. Harold did not understand what the priestess was doing. It all happened in an instant. The Noensar squad was defeated. The courier, hiding behind a rock, saw everything and survived. The courier saw Johanna suddenly attack the adventurers. She was accompanied by a giant monster ant. The courier was small in stature, so no one paid any attention to him. He was the only one to survive that hell. The young man said that he ran without looking back until he found this bag and met these adventurers. Nagi thought that all these phenomena and the giant ant should not have happened. Petra asked, "Does the leader suspect the existence of the queen ant?" The young man confirmed. The problem is that she shouldn't be in a normal ant dungeon. Petra noted that she thought so too, because this was an S-rank dungeon. But all the circumstances pointed to the fact that there was an ant queen in this dungeon. Nero asked Petra what the queen ant was and why Petra was so worried. Petra replied that, as the name suggests, she was the queen who ruled the ants. The boss of the queen's ant dungeon is a cut above the usual ant dungeon. They say that when the queen's dungeon is activated, the usual ant dungeon begins to swarm with ants. The queen's ant dungeons are very complex. The fact that there are ants there is a similarity, but the crucial difference from a normal ant dungeon is the collective mind and training. The queen, who possesses intelligence, communicates with normal ants using pheromones and constantly trains them, turning them into a unified army. Judging by the available evidence, there was a giant ant, presumably the queen, and the ants learned to use traps, after which they suddenly attacked the Noensar squad. In response to Nagi's attack, they showed that they had strengthened their weak point, their waist. Ordinary ants are not capable of this. Nagi added that this was only a hypothesis for now. The young man only saw it from a distance and therefore cannot be sure, but that monster even defeated Mr. Puppet Man. If it really is the queen ant, then things are bad. In addition, our hero had an unpleasant feeling of déjà vu. For some reason, he sensed an aura of breakthrough from the depths of the dungeon. Nagi said that in order to check, they would have to go to the problematic third sector anyway. Petra objected. There were too many ants there. If even the Noenser squad couldn't handle it, then it was too dangerous. Nagi assured her that there was no need to worry. While he was in the bag, he had been busy not only with training, he had prepared something useful for clearing this place. An ant shell appeared on the young man's head. He said that he had used this method in the grave dungeon, and it would work here too. The protagonist added that if they used this, at least they wouldn't be detected by smell. All the members of the squad were now wearing such shells. Nagi asked Ms. Petra to focus on detecting pheromones. After a while, Petra announced that there was a pheromone trail ahead. Nagi thought that the ants had no doubts about their path, so this could be used against them. The young man began to erase the pheromone trail. An ant meat grinder was artificially created. The group of adventurers decided to move forward, luring the ants to one place. Nero declared that she could go and destroy the monsters. She was ready to show the results of her training. Nagi said that they couldn't do that now. They didn't know what lay ahead, so it was better to save their strength. The path was blocked by monster ants. Harold stood between them and the adventurers. Harold shouted at the ants to hurry up. The queen was waiting for them. Nagi said that, as expected, this man did not disappoint him. However, now he is the ideal person to figure out the situation, because of the many ants around. The pheromone analysis was complete. Gluttony held out the sample and said it was a concentrate. The pheromones had been modified to enhance certain functions. Nagi asked if Deshtar was ready. The adventurer replied that he was not ready, but there was no choice. After a while, Deshtar was running away from the ants on the golem, and didn't understand why he always got such roles. Nagi noticed that the ants reacted to the strong pheromone and left. The protagonist said that he would do the rest himself, and, using the courier's technique of a soft landing, began to descend into the dungeon, using his bag as a kind of balloon. The herald became angry. Had this guy really returned? In that case, he would have to sacrifice his squad. The herald added that in that case the queen would be pleased, and even swung his sword. Nagi ran to the side and thought that it would be impossible to come to an agreement amicably. In that case, he had found a suitable opponent. There was a chance to test whether the results of his training would work in a real battle. During his time in the bag, the hero's ambitions to accumulate ether had encountered great difficulties. Some spaces were heavy, while in others, time stood still. Each had its own abilities. It was difficult to find the right space among all the others. What to do? Gluttony said there was no need to worry. In that case, a new space could be created. Nagi was surprised. Could he really create a space himself? Why hadn't Gluttony mentioned this before? Nagi tried it and succeeded. A new space was created. But even if he created a space for accumulation, the biggest problem was the ether. Nagi couldn't control the ether, or feel it. If he couldn't feel it, he couldn't accumulate it. The young man thought about what to do when you hit a huge wall and can't find an answer. Bubbles appeared around the hero, just like when Mr. Poppetman's magic covered him. The bubbles moved to take some kind of shape. The young man was surprised. Could this be ether? The summoning of the pet Popo fish, class large fish, was activated. Popo fish said that they were starting an extra lesson. Puppet fish told the young man to follow her. Gluttony even tried to catch the fish with a net. The reason why the young man still couldn't defeat the adventurers was because of the difference in physical abilities due to talent. But the decisive difference was the sword filled with ether. The hero's sword didn't even have time to clash with their swords before it broke too easily. Nagi had not yet found the final answer. But in his bag he desired only one thing. Kul. A sword capable of cutting down monsters. A sword equal to the swords of the adventurers. The herald, clashing with the hero, did not understand how this courier was able to block his sword. Was the young man underestimated? Nagi thought that his opponent was a gold-ranked warrior who was skilled with a two-handed sword. It was pointless to compete with him in strength. The herald struck, but Nagi managed to dodge and was unharmed. Nagi jumped up and stepped on his opponent's sword, pinning him to the ground. Then the young man struck his opponent in the face with all his might. Herald was furious. How could some courier cut his skin, protected by the iron body skill? That shouldn't be possible. Gerald was forced to take a defensive stance. Nagi decided to defeat his opponent with speed, and began to move quickly around him. Gerald couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat a porcelain-ranked courier. Nagi looked at his broken sword. It had lasted 3 minutes in the bag, but here it hadn't even lasted a minute. Real combat was completely different. Gerald was already celebrating his victory, shouting that his opponent's sword was broken. The warrior's talent, Hellish Wind of the Underworld, was activated. Nagi pulled another sword from his bag. Kull. There was an explosive mushroom on the tip of the sword. The result was an explosion that Gerald did not expect at all. Nagi attacked his opponent again, and Gerald flew far back. Petra looked at the leader and asked what had happened to Nagi. Could it be that what enveloped his sword was ether? Nagi thought that he had lost to Gerald earlier because he was weak. He felt no resentment or anger. It had always been like that in the dungeons. Nagi asked his opponent which of them was weak. Gerald said that the courier would not get away with it so easily. His rival still wouldn't be able to defeat Johanna and the Queen. Nagi said that now everything was clear. Gerald had sided with Johanna and the Queen of the Ants and attacked Poppetman. Had he really abandoned his duty as an adventurer? Harold asked what the courier could know about duty. Johanna and the Queen of the Ants were on a completely different level. The courier should thank him, because thanks to him, he learned early on that the breakthrough was about to begin. This place would soon turn into hell. Harold said to untie him and run away. Petra noted that the hypothesis about the Queen of Ants was correct. Deep inside, most of the ants gather around the key individual, that terrible creature in the very center, as if preparing for a performance. Petra said she would keep a close eye on this area. The tracker's talent, Eagle Vision, was activated. Nagi immediately noticed that Petra's search skills had improved significantly. Could Poppetman's training have helped Petra too? Nagi said he had one more question. What happened to Poppetman? Gerald asked if he was talking about the rabbit guy. Harold replied that he didn't know for sure. He was just doing odd jobs. The last time he saw him was when he broke free from his bonds and tried to counterattack. That guy was really cool. Even after everything they did to him, he resisted to the end. Of course, it didn't last long. And when he clashed with Johanna for the last time, there was a powerful explosion. When the smoke cleared, only Johanna remained. Gerald added that in his condition, he couldn't have handled the two of them. He must have been blown to pieces. Gerald noted that he simply disappeared without a trace. Theoretically, he could have escaped, because he was also a strong adventurer. Nagi thought that they would have to break through without Poppetman. Poppetman the fish was just a pet, and didn't know what had happened to his owner. Where could Poppetman have gone? Harold said this, and now the courier understood that he was not to blame. He was just trying to survive. Suddenly, a voice said that this was not true, and a snake's head appeared above Harold's head. The snake asked if this young man was still alive. Newbies like him would have long since become food for the ants. How had he managed to survive for so long? The snake said that it was even better that way. Although he was a novice, he was also from the Sunset Wind. What would Agnes's face look like when she came here and saw this young man dead? This guy could try to stop what she had created. We are talking about breaking through the dungeon. Nagi took out his sword Curl again and said that once he dealt with the Ant Queen, the snake would be next. The snake noticed that this courier had big ambitions. The snake added that in that case, she would look forward to seeing him. Petra looked at Harold and added that he would die a horrible death. The girl noted that the snake was right. A long tunnel could be seen behind her. It was a fairly deep and long tunnel that an entire army could pass through. Breakthroughs in each dungeon occur differently. Breakthroughs in ant dungeons are rare. However, if a breakthrough occurs here, it will take the form of an underground invasion. The ant tunnels reach human territory. This same tunnel stretches for about 5 kilometers, straight to the village of Najak. The courier shouted that this was his village. The young man added that they were very poor. They didn't even have a garrison of adventurers. The village is far from the association. So if monsters attack them, everyone will die. According to the records, the most frightening thing about an ant dungeon breakthrough is that the invasion begins underground. It is impossible to prepare for it in any way before it starts. Therefore, ant dungeons are regularly monitored by the association, which forms joint clearing squads. The courier knelt down and asked the protagonist to save his village. The young man said that he was powerless here because he was just a courier. He said he couldn't fight, but Mr. Nagi had a talent for adventure. The young people felt important when the teacher praised their talents. However, they did have real talent. They would go where the reward was better. Who would want to go into that hole? Nagi told the young man not to worry. The adventurer's duties are to clear dungeons and stop breakthroughs. The protagonist sat down in front of the young courier and said that his squad would save the village. Nagi noticed that the ants would soon be coming through this passage. To protect the village, they needed to hold this place and destroy the Ant Queen. Nagi honestly said that at their level, they could die. So if his team decided to leave, he would not stop them. Nero objected. Before, she couldn't fight properly because she was hungry, but now she was full of energy. Deshtar added that it was time to show the results of their training. Petra said that their situation was now the same as in the split dungeon. However, back then they had no abilities, but now everything was different. This time they would definitely stop the breakthrough. Nagi said that was great and drew a line on the ground. The young man declared that no ant would cross that line. Johanna, in the form of a snake, said that she would wait for her child. It was necessary to destroy every single person. The Ant Queen said that this snake was very noisy and annoying. She was going to do it anyway, even without these words. The Ant Queen called on her subjects to exterminate humanity. The ants naturally rushed into attack. Nagi said that Ms. Petra knew the difference between clearing a normal dungeon and clearing a dungeon during a breakthrough. Petra admitted that they had been taught this at the training camp. Clearing a dungeon is an attack that requires the adventurer to move forward. A breakthrough is a defense in which monsters must be held back. Nagi added that until now, adventurers who cleared dungeons faced the unknown and had to take on all the risks and dangers, because it is an attack in which you have to break through a prepared enemy and traps. However, now there will be a change of sides. Camouflaged mushrooms were placed everywhere. As a result, a series of explosions occurred. Nagi announced that from this moment on, the Sunset Wind Guild would begin an operation to clear the Ant Dungeon breach. The goal of the cleanup was the Ant Queen. It was necessary to destroy her and stop the breakthrough. Gluttony sounded the alarm and said that the monsters were coming. In order not to lose, it was necessary to use all reserves. It was time to earn their keep. Nero said that if it were up to her, she would destroy all the ants with a shockwave. The ants continued their pursuit, and the girl concluded that these monsters had become faster. They could catch up with her at any moment. The puppy peeked out from behind the cover and waved to the girl. Nero realized that everything was ready. After that, the brave helpers activated the trap, and huge stones began to fall from above onto the hordes of ants. Many ants fell into this trap and were destroyed. Gnolls are versatile. It was not difficult to turn this place into a defensive fortress. They had already set up many traps. However, ants learn quickly and remember these traps. The Legion was reinforced, and the radius of visual perception was expanded. The fact is that the traps had to be changed one step faster. The gnomes came up with something new every time. Nero, with the gnomes in her arms, continued her retreat. It was necessary to break through as quickly as possible. The girl grabbed the rope that was descending. The rope began to rise quickly. The mobs were driven back. However, in this narrow tunnel, the most effective weapon was the mushroom grown on the mushroom farm in the bag. According to records, ants easily lose their combat effectiveness if their exoskeleton loses moisture. Communication via pheromones is disrupted. The queen's collective mind works through pheromones, so the blow will be strong. To stop the ant army, you need to destroy their collective mind and training. Nagi thought that the ants under the queen's command were constantly learning and evolving. This is training. However, superficial training is not a weapon, but poison. If they did not know fear, they would simply rush forward with reckless courage. However, an ant that has known fear begins to hesitate. There were not enough supplies of expensive mushrooms, so dummies were made to imitate their shapes. Petra said that the ants huddled together and formed a dense cluster. Thanks to the fact that the gnome's advance guard had driven the ants away, the main forces gathered in one place. Petra noted that there were a huge number of them. Nagi stated that in order to carry out an underground invasion, they would have to go through this tunnel. If they could hold it, they could protect the village. Petra agreed, and they, in turn, would try to break through the traps at any cost. Nagi noted that the Ant Queen, having studied the whole situation, would make the appropriate choice in favor of evolution. The Ant Queen said that the man was well prepared. In its current state, it will be difficult to break through its traps, even if it takes a lot of effort. In that case, it is time to strengthen the Legion. The collective mind was used to strengthen the Legion. The Ant Queen ordered her children to break through the flames and continue the attack. The Legion was strengthened, its armor was reinforced, and its heat-dissipating spikes were enhanced. Petra noticed that the ants were evolving, improving their tactical and technical characteristics. They were trying to withstand the high temperature. In that case, their fire would be useless. Nagi said that, as expected, the Ant Queen had chosen evolution. Nagi stated that the fact that the ants' armor had become thicker also meant that their mass had increased. What does an increase in mass mean? Petra recalled her physics lessons and said that it means an increase in weight. Nagi noted that this is correct. An increase in weight increases the effect of gravity on them. Such massive creatures are now gathered in one place. In addition, frequent explosions have caused significant damage to the ground. This meant that the ground beneath the heavy ants could no longer support them. The ground collapsed where the ants had gathered, and they began to fall down. The Ant Queen realized that her connection with her subordinates was helplessly breaking. The death of countless ants was approaching like a wave. The Queen Ant thought that this was not a simple trap. Her rival knew all this. He knew that she would force them to evolve and use this against her. If this tunnel had been on flat ground, it would have been impossible to stop them. However, by collapsing the ground, a tactical advantage was gained. The advantage of height in combat in a confined space exceeds all expectations. Mr. Nagi had thought it all through and created the perfect conditions. Nagi said that their evolution through training would no longer work. Having experienced the reverse effect of evolution, the Ant Queen would not dare to undergo another mutation. The protagonist thought that now it was time to destroy the collective mind. The Goblin Squad was on the last line of defense. Gluttony said they were ready and led the gnomes into battle. Oiled logs were put into action. Fire arrows were also used. Puffball mushrooms were used against the ants. Nagi stood at the edge of the passage to the dungeon and watched everything like a great commander. The Ant Queen noted that the pheromone connection was weakening. She believed that her opponent's actions were useless, as the ants already had countermeasures. Nagi knew this. However, his target was not the ants, but the pheromones that connected them to the Queen. The goal was to destroy the collective mind that worked through pheromones. Now everything was mixed up here. Flames from the cellars, pheromones in complete disarray. In this place, the collective mind would not be able to function normally. In this case, these conditions were even more favorable for the reinforcements. They were already waiting underground. They were her own ants. These were individuals who, during their escape from Deshtar, were completely covered with special pheromones. This pheromone is a chemical compound created by mixing the scents of other species of swarm creatures, different from the current ants. In a situation where the command system is weakened, this scent is the embodiment of chaos. The ants already consider each other enemies. Nagi thought that for those who lack defensive forces, the disoriented ants would become powerful allies. Stopping such a large number of ants is no easy task. Now is the time for confusion. Nagi invited his rivals to his ant underworld. The Ant Queen did not understand. Could some pathetic adventurer really stop the advance of her ant army? Petra had sensed it back in the split dungeon, but Mr. Nagi seemed to have been born to clear dungeons. Moreover, he had hardly used his combat power, saving his strength for the battle with the boss. Petra noticed that Mr. Nagi's face was somehow not cheerful. Nagi thought that everything was definitely going smoothly. If they seriously took up defense, they would be able to hold this line for hours. In this battle, it was impossible to win by simply holding back the ants. The Queen had to be destroyed. Initially, our hero planned to fortify the defenses here and then, at the right moment, go after the Queen. But after encountering them in person, Nagi realized that the ants' reproduction rate was much higher than previously thought. If we fortify this line now, the fortress in the tunnel will quickly fall. Even if the Queen was dealt with, the village would be attacked, and there would be no point in that. However, simply sitting here was not an option either. Nagi asked what the little gnoll wanted to tell him. Gluttony explained that this gnoll would take on the defense of the passage, and Nagi could go and destroy the boss. Nagi said that it was still too dangerous. They were too young to handle it alone. Gluttony reassured his master. The gnolls claimed to be descendants of great warriors. Gnolls are a naturally warlike race that can be trusted. In return, when this gnoll successfully defends the place, he asks to be given a name. Nagi suggested giving him a name right away. Gluttony said that this could not be done. You can't just give a name to anyone. There is no need to worry. Even a young gnoll can handle the ants. Nagi said that he understood everything, and believed that the gnomes would be able to defend this place. Therefore, he set off to destroy the boss. Nagi said that instead of a name, he would give him this sword. It was the artifact of warrior number 456, the Crusher. The angrier the bearer, the greater its weight and destructive power. Nagi handed the sword to the gnoll and said that it would definitely help. The young man added that it was only necessary to defend this place for 1 hour. The gnoll took the sword and said that his squad would defend this place. Nagi noted that in that case, while the gnomes were holding the defense, his squad would go after the boss. Nagi looked at the entrance to the dungeon and thought that individuals were already appearing, breaking through the chaos and climbing up the cliff. Would everything be all right? The protagonist saw the armed gnoll rush at the monsters, swinging the sword he had acquired. Nagi thought that the gnoll was able to destroy the ant with 1 blow. He fights much better than previously expected. The gnoll said that it was a very heavy sword, impossible to stop. Nagi said he didn't expect the gnomes to be so warlike. Glotoni was also surprised that the gnomes were capable of such a thing. The gnomes said they could be trusted and were ready to perform other tasks. Nagi thought that the gnomes would definitely defend this place. Until the last line of defense is broken, the Ant Queen must be destroyed. The protagonist said that the operation was moving on to the next phase. Was Mr. Deshtar ready? The adventurer replied that he had been waiting for the moment when his hidden golem could prove itself in action. Deschart added that he would now reveal his completely transformed pet. Deschart said that at first, the ants simply beat his pet. But after repeated critical situations, he realized his creature's weak point. Until now, it had been difficult for him to control his pet because it tried to create all kinds of unnecessary elements. A pet must have a clear goal, and only when summoned in accordance with that goal can it accurately carry out orders. In this case, the goal was to run faster. That is, the form that is needed now must correspond to the goal. Deshtar created a golem that looked like a huge dog out of thin air. The adventurer told the squad to get on the golem faster. Deshtar added that they needed to ride the pet, but they wouldn't be able to see anything in the smoke. Petra said that they would leave it to her. She would be the helmsman. The girl secured herself on the golem's head. The tracker's talent was activated, especially the single sense skill. Nero said that the atmosphere around Petra had completely changed. In the dungeon, where no ray of light penetrated, Petra continued to train in silence. She moved slowly, sharpening her senses. Finally, Petra reached the object that Popotman had hidden. There was a chest on the stone in front of her. The girl happily opened the chest, but what was inside surprised her greatly. At the bottom was an assault doll, and a very ugly one at that. Petra decided it was a complete failure. Desperately fleeing from the pursuing ants, Petra, without even realizing it, learned to control her senses. As a result, she acquired a special skill: single feeling. This ability allowed her to intensify one feeling to the extreme, and now it was completely under Petra's control. Now Petra told the golem where to go. She told it to run straight ahead. The talent of a tracker was activated. Eye of the White Knight. Petra saw the dungeon as if it were in a pitch-black night. The girl announced that there was a line of ants on the left, and that it was necessary to turn 40 degrees to the right. Next came the command to move along the column. Deshtar had difficulty controlling the golem. He needed to become more flexible and stealthy. Rag Golem. The thumb was placed on the soul of the yellow stone golem. The golem took the form of a lizard. Petra said that Deshtar changed his pet on the fly, adjusting to her movement. It was simply amazing. The words about the brilliant adventurer were not empty. Petra announced that the ants were lying in wait, hidden on the ceiling of the cave. Nero said to leave it to her. She would show them how she had managed to escape from that endless ant hell. An unknown number of days passed, and after countless failures, Nero had already lost all desire to escape. But an even greater crisis arose. It became difficult to even breathe in the space. Nero asked for help. She couldn't breathe. The girl screamed for someone to save her. The training had failed. No matter how much she screamed, only her own echo came back in response. But suddenly it dawned on her. The girl found a way to radically solve the problem of ether shortage and its control. Nero decided to use the echo. Each of her fists contained a shockwave of ether. The released ether did not dissipate. Now the ether recirculated and returned to Lady Nero. The important thing was that this was not a simple recirculation of ether. The returning shock ether, tearing apart Ms. Nero's internal ether, forcibly expanded the vessel. As a result, Mrs. Nero's small and constricted ether vessel began to circulate freely. But this was only the result. She did not experience it herself. It was accompanied by incredible pain. Nero had also been through a lot. Thanks to this, they finally became a team in which everyone contributed. Petra said that a creature resembling an ant queen had been discovered. It was directly ahead. The ant queen asked how they dared to come to her on their own. Were they rushing to their doom? The ant queen attacked the golem and it was pierced by spikes. Nagi said that the enemy was an unknown monster that even threatened Mr. Popotman. Even the four of them together would not be able to defeat it. Petra asked what their plan would be. The protagonist replied that they would, of course, fight unfairly. A surprise attack would be organized, the most powerful one possible. Nagi said that the squad had to buy him time to prepare. The young man pulled a sword out of his bag. In the bag, the hero learned the name of the sword style, a style created to exterminate monsters, squeezing the limit out of the weapon. The name of the style was Asura's Blade of Hatred. Nagi delivered the corresponding blow. Deshtar was impressed and said that it seemed they had won. However, it needed to be verified. The protagonist struck accurately and did not miss. The young man thought that even though he had managed to cut through the huge body, it still blocked his blade. The blade in the protagonist's hands was destroyed again. The young man realized that the sword was still not perfect. If he had executed it properly, he would have certainly cut his opponent in half with this sword style. The Ant Queen told the man that it wasn't bad. Some nobody like him was able to pull her down to the ground. Deshtar said that it was the first time he had seen a talking monster. Petra explained that, according to records, ant queens were originally huge creatures that controlled all individuals using pheromones. However, this creature looks almost human. All existing records are meaningless. The pressure she exudes is so intense that it is frightening to even stand in front of her. Nagi noted that despite everything, the Ant Queen must be destroyed to stop the breakthrough into the dungeon. The squad agreed with the commander, and all the adventurers rushed to attack the Ant Queen. It is necessary to attack her with concentration. The Ant Queen said it was pointless. Petra, thanks to her talent as a tracker, discovered the danger. Nagi thanked her, because thanks to Petra, he was able to dodge. Petra said that she did not have enough experience yet, so she could only warn of the threat. Nero said that was enough. It became much easier to respond to the Ant Queen's attacks. Now it was possible to get close to her without any problems. Nero tried to strike. The Ant Queen said it was funny. This ether was simple but powerful. Nero now understood how to use ether correctly. However, the forces were unequal, and Nero flew far back, missing her opponent's crushing blow. Petra was surprised. What was that? How did the Ant Queen manage to copy the ether? The skill, Queen's Power Training, was activated. Petra asked how they could challenge with such power. It was very unfortunate. However, the Ant Queen could not copy Deshtar's ether. In that case, the Ant Queen used a composite bow with a 30-fold overlay. Deshtar felt incredible pressure from the monster. She said that it was enough to simply be stronger. Petra confessed to the commander that she didn't know what to do. She couldn't even roughly determine the rank of this enemy. They had never encountered anything like it, and had never heard of it. Nagi's squad, initially full of confidence, began to succumb to fear under the overwhelming onslaught of the Ant Queen. But only one person did not flinch. Nagi had never fought anyone weaker than himself in his life. He was always surrounded by those who were many times his strength. The commander shouted for everyone to retreat immediately. This was a familiar situation for him, so he pointed out the main thing without the slightest hesitation. The enemy is strong. No one can defeat the Ant Queen alone. Everyone must follow his orders. In a battle with a boss, it is not individual abilities that are important, but teamwork. As the commander, the protagonist must distribute roles among the members of the squad. Cole combines space filled with ether with a sword. If you add an instrument to this space, you can unleash its abilities. The Ant Queen said it was a useless move. Nagi thought that if you could control someone's territory, it would be difficult for the enemy to spot them. But they had a tracker. Petra said she understood everything and would relay the commander's orders. The tracker's talent, White Knight's Eye, was activated. First, they had to deal with the annoying legs of the Ant Queen. Nero would distract the queen and disperse her attention. They had to be careful. Their opponent's legs could extend freely. They couldn't relax, even if they managed to dodge. Nagi said that the queen was gathering ether. Petra had to analyze the flow. She replied that it was Lady Nero's shockwave. Nagi said that it is necessary to defend oneself with a rag golem. It will help with resistance to physical attacks. Deshtar took this as a call to action. Nagi stated that even if it was a boss, she wouldn't be able to use powerful techniques one after another. They needed to take advantage of her confusion. Nagi shouted for everyone to launch a surprise attack at the same time. The Ant Queen was attacked. The protagonist said that no matter how strong she was still an ant. She was not resistant to heat. The hero declared that he would slowly roast the Ant Queen. The monster said that the man had managed to dodge again and hide in the fog. The queen looked at Petra and said that the reason they could work together so well was because of this girl. Although she tried to hide it, her ether was skillfully connected to the others. This girl's ether was not simple. She was the most dangerous member of the team. But the stronger a tower of stones is built, the easier it is for it to collapse from the fall of a single small stone. The queen realized that Petra was the most dangerous member of Nagi's squad. How could they defeat them? Even though it was only a moment, the solution came easily. An absolute predator always has many options to choose from. Nagi said, "Attack the area. The queen of the ants is gathering everyone. Petra must build a path for retreat." Petra told Nero to go left. It was too late for Deshtaru to dodge. He had to prepare to sacrifice one rag golem and defend himself. The Ant Queen thought that these adventurers were on the verge of destruction, but they managed to dodge. Petra thought they had dodged. But even this grandiose area attack was only a diversionary maneuver. The real goal was achieved secretly, simultaneously with the magical flash that appeared. There is a very heavy log that can be lifted if everyone joins forces. Everyone is struggling to hold this log. But what would happen if even one person let go? The log they were struggling to hold will crash down with a bang. This is exactly the situation the squad found itself in. The Queen Ant approached Petra. The girl was wounded. When the tracker fell, the teamwork that had been hanging by a thread collapsed. The Queen Ant was able to deal with each of her opponents in turn. Deshtar was attacked. The same was true for Mr. Nagi. The team leader barely had time to react to the Ant Queen's attacks. The protagonist thought that even the cutting power of the sword, combined with the ether, was only enough to hold on. Nagi realized that if he gave up, the fighting spirit of the squad would finally fall. Therefore, our hero continued to fight. He also understood that he could not retreat, because he was the acting commander. Nagi saw that Petra had been deactivated and could not perform her duties as part of the squad. Nagi thought about what he could and should do to be a real commander. The young man had seen something similar when he worked as a courier. Dungeons are always a tangle of unforeseen circumstances. A secret dungeon opened up, and a much stronger boss appeared. Faced with an invincible enemy, the desperate members of the squad were sure of defeat, but their commander's super move turned the tide of battle. The commander dodged an attack that seemed impossible to dodge. The onslaught was broken, and the commander dealt a critical blow to the boss, managing to cut off its head. This super move turned the mood of the squad around and led to the successful clearing of the dungeon. Nagi understood that now only one super move was needed. Cool briefly unleashes the full power of the equipment and can momentarily match the swords of the adventurers. But the queen easily suppresses even this power. Nagi thought, even if that's not enough, the only option left is to use a more powerful weapon. Nagi ordered Gluttony to prepare it. Gluttony was surprised. They had decided to postpone it because it was dangerous. Nagi declared that now was not the time to think about that. The most powerful weapon our hero had was the artifact. Artifacts are equipment that interacts well with ether. Our hero decided to fill the artifact with ether from the bag and unleash its power. Nagi grabbed the sword sticking out of the bag. This is the second form. Activation of the Gades artifact. When struck, the cursed blade is activated. Petra couldn't believe it. Only adventurers can control the abilities of artifacts because artifacts resonate with their ether. But Mr. Nagi was different. The ether coming out of the bag, on the contrary, adjusted to the artifact. It unleashed its abilities 100%. The ether accumulated in the adventurer's body contains impurities in one way or another. But Nagi's ether is pure, unpurified ether just as it is. It is a possibility that can become anything. The power is undoubtedly outstanding. However, great power comes at a great price. Nagi thought that because of the corresponding return, his body might not be able to withstand such power. That is, before he reaches his limit, he must defeat the Ant Queen. The Ant Queen noted that this was very strange, because there was no ether in his body at all. But his sword was shrouded in a significant amount of it. At the moment of impact, the sword unleashed a powerful curse that weakened defenses and cut through armor. But this was just an interesting observation. In reality, nothing changed. The Ant Queen used regeneration ether, and the young man saw her legs regenerate. She restored them, making them even stronger, putting more energy into responding to his sword. Petra noticed that Mr. Nagi was rushing. At first glance, it seemed that he had become stronger by unleashing the power of the artifact. However, this sword also harms him. Nagi is now fighting at the limit of his abilities. If this continues, it will not end well. Nagi didn't know how long he could hold out in this state. If it were possible, he would cut off all her legs and break through. However, there was nothing he could do now. He would have to strike her body directly. The Ant Queen said that this young man had nothing more to show. She was disappointed in him. Nagi understood that he couldn't get any closer because of the shockwave. The balance of the ether was also being disrupted. If things continued like this, they would be overwhelmed. Nero asked the commander what they should do. Deshtar said that they had recovered and were awaiting orders. How could they defeat the Ant Queen? Petra felt ashamed. Her determination to become an adventurer had collapsed because of some trifle. There was a very heavy log lying here, and that log, under which everyone seemed to be crushed, was held by Mr. Nagi alone to give everyone time to get up. This act lifted the morale of the entire squad. Petra thought that, in the end, no one should be left behind in order to remove the log. A sharp, thin wire appeared in the girl's hands. She decided that this would be enough for an emergency measure. The wound needed to be stitched up. Petra realized that all she needed was determination. The Queen Ant said that no matter how much they raged, it would be useless. Without a tracker, this organization was complete chaos. Petra, overcoming the pain, stitched up the wound with that very wire. Petra stood up to her full height and walked toward the Ant Queen. The monster was surprised. Was this girl still alive? The Ant Queen said that this tracker turned out to be a problematic individual. Nagi shouted at Petra not to do it. The Queen Ant added that it would be better if the girl remained lying down. Now she would have to cut her throat. Petra thought that talent was a very unfair thing. Mr. Nagi, who wanted to be an adventurer more than anyone else, had no talent. She, who had given up the path of an adventurer and chosen the path of an inspector, had been given a talent she did not deserve. And now, all it took was a minor crisis, and a little bit of determination for an endless blessing to descend upon her. It was definitely a statue of enlightenment, but a little different. This girl had a formless type of ether. Petra was asked, had she always been so slow? Petra saw the statue of enlightenment in front of her. The statue said that this was a child who was following her path. The girl had already made her choice. She had given up the path of a trailblazer to become an inspector. And yet the girl wanted it again. Petra confirmed this. Petra knew it was selfish, but everyone was fighting with all their might. She couldn't just stand aside. Petra added that she needed strength. The statue replied that it understood. The statue of enlightenment said it had been waiting a long time for this answer. The girl's decision was necessary to continue on its own path. Petra is connected to will and a higher order of being. She, who took the first step, is granted a blessing. The Queen of Ants thrust her long sting into Petra's body. The Queen of Ants was struck by the aura that surrounded the girl and the essence behind her. For a moment, the Queen Ant felt fear towards Petra. Realizing this, she felt a pang of pride. The difference in level was obvious. The light emanating from the girl was insignificant compared to the power bestowed upon the Queen of Ants. The Queen of Ants screamed, as if denying this very fact. The ether emanating from Petra's body was different from that of other adventurers. The power of talent is not everything. In extremely rare cases, ether manifests itself not as a talent type or equipment type. The rarest type of ether manifests itself in only a few individuals. Its nature has not been fully studied. The name given to it because it does not fit into any framework and its limits are unknown, as named by the association, is formless type ether, tracker talent and equipment type ether. Stardust evolves in accordance with the monster. Both types manifested in this girl, the formless body ether hybrid. In other words, Petra has 2 ether cores, although usually there is only one. Petra herself did not understand what was happening because she had never used this power before. The knowledge just popped into her head. The wire moved as if it had always been part of her body. The Ant Queen asked how this girl dared to attack in such a state. Petra was able to dodge and was not harmed by the monster's attack. Petra said that now she could see the Ant Queen's movements. Her attacks were consistent. The size changed freely. The movement was simple, and it was easy to recover from. Perhaps this is a precautionary measure to avoid confusion when controlling more than 4 limbs at once. After 4 attacks, a gap inevitably appears. The Ant Queen said that ether emanates from the girl's body and equipment. She resonates them to increase their destructive power. She demonstrated an interesting trick. The role of a scout is not in the rear, but in the vanguard. When faced with an unknown enemy, the scout at the vanguard analyzes its patterns and suggests a way to clear it to the squad. Petra didn't need talent or ether abilities, but the right attitude and determination. Petra felt her wounds opening with every movement. This battle could not be prolonged. Petra took the most decisive action. At one point, thanks to the wire, the monster was deactivated and restricted in its movements. Petra entangled the Queen Ant's spikes with wire. Petra shouted that they had to act immediately, as she would not be able to hold the Ant Queen for long. The monster did not understand what was happening to her. Why were her legs not obeying her? She felt an unpleasant force. The Ant Queen decided to destroy her rivals with a single blow. After that, there was a powerful explosion. The protagonist thought that the shockwave prevented them from getting closer. The young man added that the radius of the shockwave was constantly growing. Petra continued to hold the Ant Queen with the wire. Petra said that, judging by the amount of ether being released, the Ant Queen was going to destroy everything around them. They were at a depth of 150 meters. If everything collapsed here, they would die. Nero wondered if they just needed to break through this shockwave now. Nero added that in that case, it should be left to her. Mr. Popotman was right. Looking at the Ant Queen, Nero thought that she did not know how to control the shockwave properly. The Ant Queen simply released the ether. Nero said that no one could defeat her shockwave, honed in hell. The girl prepared to strike. The Ant Queen did not understand what was happening. After all, her ether should be many times superior to that of this girl. But why was it breaking through? Nero approached the Ant King, putting her charged fist forward. No matter how big an inflated balloon is, it will burst from a single small needle. Nero completely controls the flow of her ether. This is the spirit. Nero said that her combos with her doppelganger, continuously replacing each other, are unbeatable. The fighter's fist talent was activated. The Queen Ant was under constant attack, leaving her no chance to defend herself. She had to admit that this time the attackers were pretty well organized. However, time was running out, as she could sense the pheromone signal. It seemed that the ants, neutralized by their trick, were gradually beginning to return. The Ant Queen said that her army would soon join her. No matter how violent these people were, they would not be able to survive in this hell when the ants attacked endlessly. Petra realized that the monster had recalled the ant army. Deshtar said that in that case, it was his turn. Now it was time to let him take over. As the commander had said earlier, if he made a mistake and some of the ants returned to the queen, the situation could worsen. Deshtar thought that if that happened, he would have no choice. Deshtar said that the true value of a necromancer in the dungeon was not in the battle with the boss. His field was here. Above the bodies of the destroyed ants, Deshtar saw their souls. Deshtar said that he had no fingers left, but he activated the soul harvest. Overlay. Even if you have outstanding talent, it is meaningless if you cannot control it. Therefore, you need a strong will to avoid being consumed by your talent. The necromancer had a secret technique that he had long since sealed away because he couldn't control it. Until now, due to mental motion sickness from his pets, a large number of summoned creatures had been mixed up in chaos. Deshtar understood that now everything was different. He would control them completely. The hand summoning technique, Night of Destroyed Bodies, was activated. Deshtar said he would defend this place at any cost. The queen did not understand what these creatures were. Were they really growing in real time, fighting her? This could not go on. The voice she hears, a powerful will, is transmitted to her, constantly warning her and ordering her not to let them live under any circumstances. As expected, the Ant Queen was a monstrously powerful creature. No matter how much they grew, there was still an insurmountable gap between the squad and the boss. Nagi understood that he was weak. But precisely because he was weaker than everyone else, he was clearly and coldly aware of this fact. Faced with an enemy that cannot be defeated, what can he show? The protagonist thought about the bag. He had been waiting for this moment incessantly. Our hero said he no longer wanted to be weak. Petra continued to hold the queen ant with her last ounce of strength. The monster approached the girl. Petra shouted that she would create an opening, and Nero and Nagi should attack simultaneously on command. There would be no second chance. The Ant Queen was strong, but Nagi's squad, led by Petra, greatly irritated her. Therefore, she put her pride aside and decided to fight them on equal terms. The Ant Queen said that these adventurers were definitely weaklings, but she was getting stronger in real time. If this continued, she could become the prey. It was time to put pride aside and fight with full force. In the blink of an eye, the atmosphere changed. Using the optimal ether for each of their characteristics, the Ant Queen threw them off. The mage's ether was electric lightning rod, and the dark priest's ether was weakening. The Ant Queen used the ether rationally and effectively. The most important opponent for her was Petra. The monster said that this girl was very fast. Maybe she should tie her legs first. At that moment, Petra's legs were caught in a web. Petra immediately realized that the Ant Queen had spread a thin, sticky ether, like a web. However, the wider she spread the net, the thinner it became. Almost the entire body of the tracker was now in the web. Petra screamed so that the Ant Queen would not underestimate her. The girl began to effectively cut the web with a stretched wire. Nagi thought that Petra was strong. Perhaps she was the strongest in their squad. However, her power in the ether was great, and the girl was not used to actual combat. Moreover, even at first glance, it was clear that her consumption of ether was extremely high. The Ant Queen, in turn, possessed almost infinite strength and moved with only one goal in mind: to destroy. Petra was not used to such confrontation. She was frightened, and all her instincts screamed that she needed to run away. Petra, as a tracker, understood that detecting danger was pointless now, because the entire area was a danger zone. The Ant Queen said that everything was fine now. This girl had been caught. Petra was thrown back by a strong blow and fell to the ground. She couldn't believe that the Ant Queen had lured her into a trap. The coal in the protagonist's bag ignited due to excessive heat. The young man understood that such damage would repair itself in an hour, but the equipment's abilities were lost. Without the bag, Nagi could do nothing. Nagi stood in front of the Ant Queen and didn't know what to do next. The Ant Queen was now attacking everyone and winning. Nero had also been deactivated. The adventurers had almost no time left. Deshtar asked how much longer they had to hold out. Nagi knew he had to come up with something. If the Ant Queen got out and scanned the ether of the many adventurers, something terrible would happen. They had to get rid of this monster here and now. Nagi realized that the Ant Queen wasn't even looking at him. She considered him the least dangerous. The protagonist remembered how it used to be. Just when he thought he had finally caught up with the adventurers, they would start to move away again. All he could do was watch them fade into the distance. Nagi thought that if he were an adventurer, a statue of enlightenment would appear every time he found himself in such a situation and solve all his problems. Why didn't he have a statue of enlightenment? Why wasn't he an adventurer? Otherwise, that tragedy could have been avoided. Our hero gritted his teeth and decided that it was not worth relying on any statues of enlightenment. If he gave up, he would only repeat that tragedy. He had to do what he could do now. Nagi thought that Mr. Poppetman had become very strong without all that. Nagi tried to think. The bag is made of ether. After all, it was equipment-type ether. The ether simply took the form of a bag. The form was not important. In that world, Nagi's consciousness was focused on only one thing: defeating the Ant Queen. Glotoni said that everything was boiling inside the bag. Glotoni looked at the gentleman and said that it was finally happening. Popotman would have said the same thing. Our hero came to one conclusion: the artifact. He is not an adventurer, so the Statue of Enlightenment will not help him. But even without the Statue of Enlightenment, enlightenment is something he can achieve on his own. The Ant Queen continued to strangle Nero. She waited for the girl's stubborn breathing to finally stop. The monster said it was quite entertaining. However, something unexpected happened. A young man with a bag on his back appeared and attacked her. What kind of strange sword did he have in his hand? The Ant Queen was seriously injured. The monster felt as if she were inside the bag. Nagi used an equipment-type ether. Infinite space. The Ant Queen approached the young man and said that this rival had become a problematic creature. Nagi was surprised. Was this space really becoming his bag? Nagi thought that her legs would recover quickly anyway, even if he cut them off. So it would be better to tie them up. Sticky beans were used. Nagi grabbed the kull. The young man began to swing his sword very quickly, approaching the queen ant. The monster did not understand how this was happening. After all, there was no ether in him at all. However, now the entire space around him was literally seething. Nagi continued to attack his opponent, striking her with his sword and severing her limbs. In the next moment, a huge number of swords appeared from above, aimed at the Ant Queen and striking her. The monster felt that her power still far exceeded that of this man. But why did his will emanate such an irresistible aura? The snake that appeared said that it was an amusing sight. The named one was struggling with some pathetic courier. Was her pride hurt? In that case, she must show her true nature as the one with a name. The snake reminded her that she was always on the side of the Ant Queen. The monster felt a powerful will envelop her entire body. This was done in order to exterminate all of humanity. Antiphona's Spear of Sin was activated. The Ant Queen proceeded to the next phase of decisive action. However, Petra continued to fight and attacked her opponent with wire. The Ant Queen was surprised, because the girl's body should have been torn to pieces. Petra forcibly controlled her immobile body with the wire, even though her consciousness was about to fade. Petra told her comrades that she would not last long, and asked them to finish off the Ant Queen. At that moment, Petra was the only one standing in the way of the Ant Queen. She used the wire to restrain her movements. The monster said that by tying herself up like this, the girl would not be able to dodge her attack. Nero recovered and said she would protect her comrades. Suddenly, the rabbit Popotman appeared. He said that they had done an excellent job. The process of removing the healing bubbles had been completed. The rabbit said that when they were all fighting like this, he couldn't just stand by and watch. Although his whole body was broken, the rabbit decided to use a fish made of ether. By eating it, Popotman would be able to temporarily use the archer's talent. The archer took aim and said that he was not from this era. The deception was removed. After the arrow was released, the archer said that all her power was gone. Now the young man must show his true nature. Nagi thought that the queen was indeed strong if she had the ability to regenerate. In that case, she must be destroyed with a single blow. To do this, he needed a blade of compressed space. He had to strike and put everything he had into it. After such a blow, the Ant Queen was seriously injured and did not understand how it had happened. She believed that she could not die so ingloriously. The snake screamed loudly. It was also unexpected for her. The snake said that the Ant Queen looked pathetic. She was curious about what the legendary named ones were capable of. But it seemed that fakes had their limits. Or maybe these people were really strong. However, whatever the reason, it didn't matter anymore. The snake said she wasn't generous enough to listen to the excuses of the losers. The snake added that this named one would be destroyed, and the queen ant was burned. Nagi couldn't believe they actually did it. They won. The young man asked the team if everything was okay. Petra replied that she had drunk the potion and was feeling much better. Deshtar said that a brilliant adventurer like him was feeling great. Nero said that she had no strength at all. But now she felt as if her energy was flowing freely. A statue of enlightenment appeared before Nero and said that her child was simply wonderful. Nero was delighted and asked the Statue of Enlightenment to give her some good abilities this time. She had already mastered the shockwave. The Statue of Enlightenment said that Nero had shown unyielding will in the battle with Antvina. In recognition of her merits in defeating evil, she was granted this patronage. A new ability was obtained: acceleration. Nero said that her powers were overflowing. What was this? Nagi offered his congratulations. He had heard that statues of enlightenment sometimes enhance the physical abilities of adventurers. Deshtar announced joyfully that he had also received something. He had gained a new ability: strength. The protagonist knew that sometimes even useless characteristics were enhanced. Deshtar announced that he had indeed become stronger. He was a brilliant adventurer after all. Deshtar was so happy that Nagi decided not to tell him that this increase was almost useless. Nero said that Popotman was nowhere to be seen. He must have already left. Deshtar asked if they were leaving this place. Nagi replied that it was not yet time, although of course he would like to leave. The protagonist declared that since they had already cleared this dungeon, they should definitely receive a reward. The Ant Dungeon is known for having almost no valuable rewards. However, due to the anomaly here, if it is recognized as the Ant Dungeon of the A-rank progenitor, then the reward may be appropriate. The reward was in a huge chest. Such chests are usually used to store treasures. Nagi thought that they had found a special chest with an A-rank reward. Normally, he wouldn't be so eager to get the reward, but now everything was different. Nagi asked Gluttony how much he had spent on this cleanup, and what was left in his bag. Gluttony replied that it was better for his master not to know. For a while, they would have to eat only potatoes. Nagi thought that if only the reward was good this time, he would be able to recoup everything in one fell swoop. An unusual creature appeared, greeted the young people, and announced that the chest of choice had arrived. Nero was surprised. What was that? Nagi explained that it was a lucky chest, from which you couldn't take everything, but had to choose only some of the rewards offered. Nero said that wasn't fair. Nagi admitted that the rewards in such chests were very decent. The adventurers were offered 3 cards to take. Now they had to think carefully and make their choice. The adventurers eagerly awaited the moment when they could start choosing something substantial from this chest. Nagi said they were lucky because they could choose 3 artifacts. Nero confidently declared that 1 artifact would be hers. Petra immediately noticed several good artifacts. Petra warned that they had to choose carefully. At first glance, the best card here was artifact number 15, Fraga's Flash. However, the shape was slightly different. It looked like a fake made on a 3D printer. Besides, there could only be 1 such artifact in the world, and it already had an owner. Nagi noted that their task was to identify the fakes and choose the originals. Petra said that she was a real professional at identifying artifacts. She could be relied upon. She would not let them down. To start with, it was better to choose something that was definitely authentic and had a high number. The snake dagger of magical rank was authentic, but its number was too low. Garm was good, but this artifact should have 4 eyes, not 3 like this one. They settled on the unique rank artifact, Ent Armor. It is very popular because of its versatility and good characteristics. Nagi said he would trust Ms. Petra and choose this artifact. There were 2 cards left, and our hero was deciding which one to choose. Suddenly the ground shook. Was it an earthquake? It was an unnatural phenomenon. It seemed as if someone was deliberately collapsing the ceiling. The witch said she got what she wanted. She no longer needs these people or this place. Johanna noted that they could disappear along with all this junk underground. The shaking continued. The adventurers could be buried, so they had to get out quickly. Nagi said he hadn't decided yet. What should he choose? Petra said that the skin of the Gorgon was also a very valuable artifact. But if the right hand of the giant was genuine, betting on it would be the safest bet. Petra was a well-known fan of artifacts. Nagi felt that he didn't have time to make a calm choice. The protagonist showed his cards and said he would take this artifact. The young man was told that it was an excellent choice. After the choice was made, Nagi said that now was the time to run. Nagi looked at Petra and realized that she was shivering. And it was no wonder. After such injuries, how could she still be in such a condition? The protagonist had no choice but to carry the girl on his back. They just had to run straight through the tunnel that the ants had dug to the village. After the group of adventurers got out of the underground, they found a hole in the ground. The hole was a burrow. It was decided that they needed to leave the village quickly. Nagi remembered that his brother, the courier, had asked him to evacuate the residents. Nagi told the courier that while they were holding back the ants, everyone needed to be evacuated. The courier replied that no one wanted to listen to him. The ground shook again. The courier shouted, "Have the ants really come?" It wasn't ants, but adventurers and gnomes. And so ended the completely unsuccessful clearing of the ant dungeon. The young courier thanked our hero. Ms. Petra's injuries turned out to be more serious than previously thought. Due to overexertion, she will have to undergo treatment for some time. The adventurers were summoned to the association, where they wrote a huge number of reports about what had happened. Since many adventurers died in this raid, including a gold-ranked herald, a thorough investigation was conducted. The adventurers' testimony as a low-ranking squad was met with skepticism, but thanks to the abilities of the bag, the young people had evidence. Given the seriousness of the incident, the association had to launch an investigation. The problem was that the main culprit, the White Order, was a very secretive but influential organization. It is said that they refused to cooperate with the association's investigation. The adventurers also tried to find Mr. Poppetman, who'd gone missing in the dungeon, but learned that he was already listed as missing in the dungeons. To finally get to the bottom of everything, they had to wait for Ms. Agnes and the other members of the Sunset Wind, who had not yet returned. In the meantime, it was decided to check the contents of the bag. Our hero had never used the items from the bag so much before. How much could he spend? The young man hoped that the artifacts he had chosen in a hurry would prove their worth. Nagi dove into the bag and asked, "Where's Gluttony?" Nagi thought that something strange was going on in the bag. What was that space in front of him? Nagi realized that it was an ant dungeon. From that moment on, he began to understand what was happening. The little ant queen on Nagi's head asked what the man was surprised about. She added that she liked it here. Nagi realized that the bag grew stronger every time he stopped the dungeon from breaking through. The group of adventurers, sitting in the cart, continued on their way. Nagi asked the boy courier his name, as it was still unknown. The courier shouted his name, but he was standing too far away, and the protagonist couldn't hear him. The boy added that he was more often called by his nickname. He was given this nickname because he ate a lot. Gluttony said that the gnomes had worked very hard to solve the food problem and had stumbled upon a huge tunnel. After that, they continued digging deeper. As a result, they found this thing. A young ant queen hatched from the egg. Gluttony added that this huge cave was also found. The girl said she was not a something. This body had a name. She could be called Antvina. The protagonist was puzzled. Where did such strange creatures keep coming from in his bag? Nagi said that she was a monster, and the very monster that had caused chaos in the anthill. Antvina replied that she did not remember that. The only thing she remembered was someone attacking and kidnapping her. After that, they met again. Antvina remembered her encounter with Johanna. Antvina said she had experienced a nightmare, fragments of which still lingered in her mind. Nagi thought that Antvina, like Lich, had lost her memory. But he couldn't trust what she said 100%, because she was still a monster. Nagi said that it looked like a real anthill. It seemed that the bag had preserved the ant dungeon. The protagonist noted that his bag could hold a lot, but how did an entire dungeon fit inside it? It should have been impossible to lift. Gluttony explained that it wasn't a complete dungeon. The bag only remembered the concept of freely branching ant passages. Where each corridor leads is unclear. Gluttony said it was dangerous to go any further. He wouldn't risk it. Nagi agreed, and added that he sensed mysterious creatures deep inside. Nagi asked Gluttony if this terrible place made the bag a time bomb. Antvina said there was no need to worry. Those creatures would not notice them for now. The girl added that this cave was not only dangerous. Nagi saw ants. Were they in his bag too? The ant was holding a white egg in its mouth. Condensed ether. Gluttony said that if they sent out such collectors, the ether would be replenished faster. Nagi agreed. Nagi decided that the girl should be observed for now, and then the appropriate conclusions should be drawn. Nagi told Gluttony to keep an eye on the girl and the ants. They must be under constant surveillance. Antivina thought that even though she had lost most of her memory, the feeling of that man was burned into her body like a hot brand. Antivina thought that this man was strong, and therefore, as the queen of the ants, she must bear his child. The Null reported that the ants were coming in endless waves, but they were nothing to him. Nagi said that the food supplies in the bag had been replenished. However, the mushroom farm was destroyed. Almost none of the weapons remained. Everything turned out to be worse than could have been imagined. The only hope was the artifacts. The first lot was something Petra had already set her sights on. It was a valuable item. It was ant armor, light but durable, made of chitin. The magic-grade crystal was like a pacifier. It is heavier and stronger than it looks. Sometimes powerful magicians use it. However, there is something that can more than compensate for this pacifier. A sword from the unidentified artifacts. It is unclear what it can do. At first glance, you can see the exquisite workmanship. If Petra is right, it is elven work. Nagi decided to test it out, took the sword in his hands, and activated the second form, Liberation. The protagonist said it was incredible. He experienced sensations he had never felt before. Nagi couldn't hold the sword in his hands, and it flew away. The young man said that a slight deviation in the control of the ether. And here was the result. This artifact was truly formidable, and the protagonist decided to keep it for himself. However, there were 4 of them, so they would have to discuss the distribution with the squad. Nagi observed the other spaces in the bag. The young man heard someone say his name. Whose voice was it? He had to go outside, and the protagonist climbed out of the bag. Nagi looked out and saw Lady Agnes. He said, "She's finally back." Nines was surprised. Indeed, the leader had climbed out of the bag. Nines asked if Nagi could guess where they had suffered so much. They had saved Nagi, and for that they had been punished. The protagonist listened to the adventurer's story. He realized something was wrong. They had rushed to find Nagi's squad in the anthill. While traveling in search of birds, the adventurers ran into an ambush. The attacker turned out to be Johanna. The attack was unexpected and involved the use of an axe. Johanna said that Agnes did not look very well. Johanna added that perhaps this was not Agnes's element. Johanna hugged Agnes and said she missed her very much. Johanna warned that if Agnes tried to pull any tricks, she would be destroyed immediately. After all, they were one and the same. Nagi said that Hannah had even gotten to Lady Agnes. Nagi added that they had all suffered from Johanna, even Mr. Poppetman. The young man noted that at that moment he was useless. Agnes declared that they had already restored the entire plot. Poppetman, who appeared behind Agnes, said that he was the one who told her everything. Nagi, of course, hoped that Poppetman had survived, and when he saw him, he almost cried. Nines laughed. He said that these guys were completely immature. Poppetman must have heard how they were ready to cry. Be that as it may, with Poppetman's return, the picture became clearer. The investigation revealed that Johanna also had ties to Dawn. In other words, the Dawn Guild was behind all this. Poppetman said that the main conclusion was obvious. The Dawn Guild must be destroyed. Thus, Sunset Wind began to prepare for war with the Dawn Guild. However, the enemy was not idle either. Without respite, a much bigger storm was already looming over them. The villain said that the plan was going ahead. According to the instructions, the final stage remained. It was time to let people know that even here, where they felt safe, no one was immune to the breakthrough of the dungeon. Looking at Dawn, their scale and the goals they pursue are shrouded in mystery. But one thing is certain. It is the most influential guild in the Western lands. This status arose as a result of the position of head of the Western Adventurers Association remaining vacant. Unlike other regions, the West has always been forced to focus on the military front. This is what gave Dawn the opportunity to take root. Poppetman reminded everyone that he had already said that sooner or later they would have to fight them. However, it would not be easy. Here, the influence of the Dawn Guild practically rivals that of the Adventurers Guild. One could even say that they wield real power. This guild has many subordinates, but the most dangerous threat is their leaders. They are all of the mithril rank. Behind them stands Need, who controls all the gangs in the back alleys. Need was an assassin of the mithril rank. There was also the powerful berserker Dullahan, captain of all storm attacks. As it turned out, Johanna, although officially of bronze rank, was in reality in no way inferior to the mithril rank. In addition to this, she is the vice master of the guild. In total, there are at least 4 people of the highest rank in one guild. Agnes admitted that they were much weaker than the Dawn Guild. However, there was no way out. The girl said that a guild with such power would simply crush them if they tried to do anything. For this, they needed some kind of elaborate strategy. Meanwhile, while everyone was busy preparing countermeasures against Dawn, Nagi decided to take some steps. The young man thought that great deeds awaited them soon. Before that, he needed to restore the condition of his bag. Otherwise, it would be bad. A lot had happened in just one day after Poppetman and Agnes returned. Petra was rewarded for her efforts and accepted into the guild. After everyone had examined the artifacts, it became clear that it had been a worthy choice. Petra said that she loved artifacts, but sometimes it was enough for her just to admire them. Deshtar noted with sadness that none of these artifacts were suitable for a necromancer. Nero pointed out that last time she got religion, so this time she was willing to give it up. Knowing that the group leader had spent a fortune during the raid, they offered to give him the relic sword. No one was interested in the remaining 2 relics, so it was decided to sell them and split the money. However, a small conflict arose in the process. Deshtar said that before selling, he would like to at least touch the artifact. Deshtar noted that the armor was made of a strange material. Petra said it was chitin. Suddenly, the young man screamed. His hand had been absorbed by the armor. Petra had heard that sometimes relics could merge as a form of armed integration. The problem was that this process was irreversible. Deshtar now did not know what to do. He said he did not want this. Everyone present unanimously told Deshtar to spit out the relic immediately. Once again, the rewards did not match the costs. They still had to sell this stone. Nagi thought that even if this stone was not rare, a relic was still a relic. Petra believed that it could be sold for 2,000 gold coins. However, if they sold it through the association, it would take a significant percentage. It was decided to sell the relic directly, bypassing intermediaries. This required a black market, namely the mimic market. The mimic market was created so that adventurers could directly trade loot from dungeons. Since it is an unofficial exchange, dangerous items can sometimes be found. But that doesn't change the fact that it's the best place to sell. Nagi caught the attention of those present. He said he was selling a bloodstone, still fresh, straight from the dungeon, without dents or paint. It had not been used. The desired reaction did not follow. Nagi thought that everywhere has its drawbacks. You have to communicate face-to-face with various dubious personalities. You can meet completely different people. A red-haired girl with glasses asked, "Young man, are you trying to sell this stone for money?" Her son had recently become an adventurer. Why not just give the stone away? Nagi was surprised. Why would he do that? The woman asked if it was really a stone. She added that she wasn't going to buy it. She was just curious. One of the buyers offered only 500 instead of 2,000. The seller sent him away for good. Nagi thought that selling artifacts was even more exhausting than dungeons. However, he needed to sell the stone quickly and buy equipment. One of the buyers was surprised when he saw that it was indeed a bloodstone, and in perfect condition, unused. Nagi confirmed that it was a fresh relic straight from the dungeon where it was produced. Agnes said that the biggest problem with attacking the Dawn Guild was that nothing was known about the guild leader. No traces, not even hints. All public affairs were always handled by deputies or other persons. The girl added that in order to gather such power, the head of this guild must be an extraordinary figure. The buyer said he was very curious. After all, this young man was a courier. How did he manage to get the stone? Nagi replied that it was difficult to explain. The adventurers with whom he had cleared the dungeon were kind, and they agreed to sell the stone and share the profits. The buyer added that the courier should be more careful in any case. Selling in such a place attracts all sorts of scoundrels. Behind the buyer stood 2 people who noted with surprise that the courier would break the relic himself. However, the street pavilions would soon close, so this place would not attract much attention. Our hero was offered only 10 gold coins for the stone. The buyer said that the young man was lucky. He had met adventurers who were ready to take the stone. The adventurer added that right now, the young man could get at least 10 gold coins, but if he refused, it was unclear what might happen. Nagi thought that these guys were clearly asking for trouble. The first buyer said that he had already agreed with the seller and was buying the relic. The buyer paid the asking price. The adventurers were very angry. Who did this young man think he was? No one had seen him here before. The adventurers said that they were responsible for the safety of the city, and that the stranger had to show his badge. The buyer put his hand in his pocket and said that he hadn't carried it with him for a long time and needed to check. The young man pulled a black badge out of his pocket. The adventurers tensed up and became nervous. The young man said he had taken out the wrong one, and another badge appeared in his hand. The adventurer was surprised. It was the insignia of a gold-ranked swordsman. If the young man really was one, they would have recognized him. These insignia were simply fakes, and besides, the young man was too weak for such a rank. The buyer with the stone in his hand asked, "Do these 2 really want to test him?" "I agree, but only if they are prepared for the consequences." The adventurer told his colleague that this could end badly. What if he really was of the golden rank? The adventurers said they had business to attend to and had to leave, but they would keep an eye on this guy. After that, they left. Nagi thanked the buyer and said that he had almost gotten himself into trouble. The stranger replied that he really needed the stone. The stranger added that the talents possessed by adventurers were given to their ancestors in order to seal the dungeons. But for some reason, adventurers use this power for their own gain rather than to fulfill their duty. They even use it against other adventurers and against each other. The stranger said that as a courier, he was sure that Nagi felt the same way. Nagi said that he used to think so. The young man added that he didn't look experienced, but he was a courier and had seen many adventurers, many of whom were greedy. However, not everything is entirely clear. There are guilds and adventurers who put duty above all else. Thanks to such people, even as a courier, he can live in safety. After these words, our hero felt a little awkward. The stranger with the stone in his hand was returning after talking to our hero. This man struck the stone with force, and it shattered into small pieces. The mercenary sitting on the roof of the neighboring building asked what had happened to the captain. Wasn't he going to destroy the courier? The buyer of the stone said that he was going to, but felt a strange sensation. He had the feeling that he had met this young man somewhere before. Nagi was satisfied. Now he could replenish his bag's supplies. Still, who was this guy? He was clearly strong. This stranger had helped without asking for anything in return. Perhaps he was as good an adventurer as Lady Agnes? Nagi was surprised, because he hadn't told this man his name. The stranger said it didn't matter. They would be leaving this place soon anyway. It was time to send a message to this dump, based on nothing but hypocrisy. The mercurial adventurer agreed, and was glad that they were finally taking action. The trials fell upon our heroes as suddenly as snow on their heads. Agnes, who was in her office, saw a flash above the city. The flash was so bright that all the townspeople saw it. It was accompanied by an explosion. 10 kilometers from Belem, the city of the Western Adventurers Guild, a breakthrough was activated in the dungeon of the fortress. This dungeon was also called the Wall Dungeon, and it really resembled a giant fortress. Due to the need to break through thick walls, clearing it is considered one of the most difficult tasks. Now, a breakthrough had occurred there. Nagi thought he had just been helping with logistics, but it didn't make sense. Usually, a breakthrough occurs only a long time after the appearance of a dungeon, and this happened very recently and very close to the city. Why had it been ignored all this time? Lich asked. Does the courier really think he knows everything about the dungeons? The Ant Queen added that the dungeon was an unexplored world full of mysteries and things that humans could never understand. Isn't it possible that the breakthrough began immediately after the dungeon appeared? Nagi wondered. Are they talking about an instant breakthrough? Gluttony ordered the two monsters to shut up immediately. Nagi thought, if these two's assumptions are correct, the future of the world looks extremely uncertain. People continued to watch the breakthrough. One of the residents noticed that the wall had grown again. At this rate, it will soon reach the city. The protagonist understood that the breach manifested itself differently in each dungeon. In the fortress, it manifests itself as an expansion of the walls. The walls periodically lengthen, increasing the size of the fortress, so the cleanup must be done as quickly as possible. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the association called an emergency meeting. A general meeting was announced in the Adventurers Guild. The girl thanked everyone for their promptness, introduced herself as Rosemary, and announced that she was also acting as the head of the guild. Rosemary reported that a breach had occurred near the city, and that the matter could not be delayed. That was why everyone had been gathered here. According to the association's emergency order, from that moment on, all adventurers in the city would go into defense mode against the breach. Rosemary asked Mr. Talk if he had managed to contact Dawn. Mr. Talk replied that there was no connection. Most of their members were currently on a raid. Rosemary asked how many mithril adventurers remained in the city. Nanes wondered why they had been called here, since they had not been needed here before. Agnes replied that it was an emergency. Nagi understood that Sunset Wind was an independent guild, not particularly close to the association. There were few members, so they received virtually no privileges from the guild. However, Lady Agnes was a member of this guild. In a crisis, the rank of mithril was extremely valuable. After the ant nest incident, this was felt even more strongly. Her power was truly indisputable. Mr. Talk noticed Agnes and addressed her. The man said that they urgently needed strong fighters to quickly suppress the breakthrough. Agnes replied that defending against a breakthrough was the duty of an adventurer. Those present were surprised to see Agnes. She rarely appeared in the city, spending all her time on raids. Even among the mithril adventurers, she specializes in breakthroughs. Those present noted that Sunset Wind had always been famous for its eccentrics, and were surprised that such a mithril rank was still with them. Rosemary declared, "It's decided. The dungeon continues to expand. If it's not cleared quickly, it will engulf the city." She added that Agnes is currently the only mithril rank in the city. While they hold the perimeter, Sunset Wind will conduct the assault. A man entered the guild leader's office and said that it was just a coincidence. They were very lucky. Rosemary asked who he was. The man had a mithril rank badge on his chest. His companion explained that he was Jan Gibek, ranked 15th in the world mithril rankings. He represented the Knights of Nine Guild. Nanes was surprised. What other mithril ranking? And added that he had never heard of such a thing. Nagi said that there were few such adventurers, so the association ranked them according to their merits and analysis. The girl noted that Jan Gibek was a legend. The young people realized that they were standing before Lady Agnes. She reminded them that Agnes was ranked 30th out of 31 people in this rating. Mr. Talk said that the ranking was just a formality and did not reflect real strength. Ms. Agnes is underrated because she took on the dirtiest and most dangerous dungeons that others avoid. Mr. Talk added that Agnes holds the record for eliminating breaches. Gibek's companion noted that research shows that the association's ranking correlates with real power. This means that Mr. John Gibek, who has a much higher rating, should be in command of the raid. Mr. Talk said that he now understands what these young people were striving for. John Gibek addressed Mr. Talk. His companion Logia had gotten carried away. He added that Mr. Talk had left the adventurers, but his fame was still great. Talk said that Gibek was exaggerating. Jan Gibek noted that he did not come here for the raiding, but he was more suited for this mission. He had 50 clearings of Class A dungeons and above under his belt, including the Labyrinth of Eternity in the south where dozens of squads had failed. Gibek assured that he would tear this fortress down to its foundations. Nagi realized that the adventurer had overlooked a crucial fact. This was not just a dungeon, but a breakthrough. A completely different approach was needed for the sweep, and the key factor was experience with breakthroughs. Jan Gibek said that it was possible to look at it that way. But what was the courier doing here? Agnes replied that this young man was a member of their guild, Sunset Wind, and had every right to be here. Gibek was surprised. Is the courier really a member of the guild? Gibek apologized, saying he just couldn't help himself. Logia added that now it was clear what kind of guild it was. Gibek admitted that he had never participated in suppressing breakthroughs. After all, in the cities he had visited, breakthroughs never happened. The cores were destroyed in advance. The adventurer said that he would lead this raid too, because if he was here, defeat was impossible. Logia thought that Gibek was right. After such an event, he would definitely rise in the rankings. Nagi realized that these people were not interested in saving the city, but in earning points. As a result, John Gibek became the commander of the assault squad, having secured the support of the adventurers. The guild chose the best fighters to break through to the heart of the fortress. Our hero was anxious, but no one would object to 2 mages in the squad. As the city expanded, a defense was formed under the leadership of Mr. Tok. He noted that the difficulty of the breakthrough exceeded level A. The walls were growing, and with each wave, new soldiers appeared. Therefore, the defenses must cover the entire city. If the front collapses, the monsters will storm the city in a matter of minutes. Nagi was assigned to the rear, to the supply unit of the outer defense ring. Thus began the operation to suppress the breakthrough of the dungeon fortress. The monster on the wall summoned the Knights of Eldrin. The monster's comrades reacted immediately, rushing to attack the people. Mr. Tok called on the adventurers to hold their positions at all costs. The fortress must not be allowed to advance.